With the Raleigh Major just 3 streamed days away now. Yesterday, well, set up the picture for today. 4 games to determine our top 6, and with 2 kind of surprising teams maybe on the lower end. Chiefs got through. Scrims put the retirement home back in their place. Power, well, they came out on top of a struggling TSM. And then, of course, Wildcard, they were inevitable. Another fantastic victory for them. We sit here now on the precipice of one team possibly punching their ticket, CJ, all the way to Worlds. That's kind of crazy.
It's good to see that, you know, there's only 2 of us now that really care about OCE Rocket League without, obviously, Yummy Cheese Man, who clearly was just all talk yesterday, you know, talking a big game about how much he loves OCE. Well, where is he on one of the biggest days on the OCE Rocket League calendar for 2025? That's what I want to ask the people right now, because Formal, it's moving day. You've got moving day in a golf tournament. This is moving day for this Raleigh split, because whoever's winning this, whoever's putting in a performance at this event, sets themselves up for that last regional.
Not to mention the fact, if that is Wildcard that goes through, they go all the way to Raleigh, to Worlds if they win it all. That is what is on the line for them. So at the end of the day, we could have our first full team qualified all the way in. Of course, they're the team that wins pretty much everything, so it's not a big surprise, but still something to play for.
Yeah, we're kind of expecting them to make every single event. That's just what as you said, I guess the reputation that they have now. But, you know, it's kind of all about who is going to be that other team. And I'll tell you what, having a look at the bracket form, well, there's a couple of teams that aren't really giving themselves the best opportunity so far. This is going to be a tough one. Look at that. You got Chiefs TSM down there. It's wide open.
Yeah, I mean, the Chiefs kind of did it to themselves when they dropped to I'm Fine in the West back during day 3, not even on stream. TSM, they had a chance to take advantage of that, and then they fell up well short in that series against Power. So look, for the Chiefs and TSM, it's a long road, but for teams like I'm Fine in the West, for teams like Power in particular, this is a golden road almost.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good. It's similar to how I think North America as well is playing out. Seems like a bit of a funny kind of event. The bracket, as we said, Chiefs have put themselves in a really tricky spot. TSM have put themselves in a tricky spot. They probably would have thought they would take that series against Power yesterday, but they don't. And really, the only stable part of this region at the moment is Wildcard, as we were talking about before.
Yeah, Wildcard, of course, they looked pretty solid against an I'm Fine in the West team, which I'm hoping people aren't overlooking as well. They went up against the best, still took a couple games off them. They have that win over the Chiefs. The only team I really feel sorry for when I look at this bracket, CJ, unfortunately, is Scrims World, because it feels like if they're to win it all today, they've got to get through so many juggernauts.
Yeah, they've got to run the gauntlet as well, but I think, you know, you could use even this Chiefs TSM matchup as a blessing in disguise. You get a chance to kind of knock off a rival right there in the bracket, which, fortunately enough, Formal will be able to see first up.
Yeah, very first game, and it is kind of main event quality. I think you hit the nail on the head, particularly for TSM. They need to knock the Chiefs out now. The Chiefs being the one team to sort of make it into the finals last regional. They're the ones leading the way that everyone else is gunning for to take that spot off of them. If TSM gives them a 5th, 6th, puts themselves back in the 3rd, 4th, that means at worst they will be tied with that team. It'd be great. But if TSM don't get it done today, CJ, is it fair to write them off?
Probably just with 2 spots, you know, it's pretty cutthroat right there. But yeah, as I said, it feels like it's the moving event. So if someone can, you know, make the final or even topple a wild card in a semi-final, that will be huge, because if Chiefs or TSM win that semi-final against Wildcard, you'd think they're taking out the event. So a couple of big best of 7s coming up.
It's going to be, I think, a very exciting day for sure. A lot of big matches here, of course, is our first looking at the rosters. Raziers yesterday looked more like the Raziers we expected him to be. It was the EU Raziers, the dominant Raziers, and the one who was just, you know, taking clean sweeps. However, on the TSM side, no one really stood out in my mind.
Yeah, I think Raziers needs to sort out his split personality problem at the moment. He's either the OCE Raziers or the EU Raziers, and they are vastly different players on the pitch. But Yeah, TSM, a well-rounded lineup. I think that it's time for them to really step up. We know what they can do. All three of them have been right up there. You know, Superlock and Amphiss in particular, two of the best players in the region at particular points in time. It's time for them to step up, and this could be a big day for them.
It has to be. You said it yourself. They don't get it here. We write them off. It'll be another OCE roster explosion. All of them will wind up on different bubble teams for the 6 regional. That seems to be what happens when teams get eliminated who are expecting greatness. Of course, we don't want to see that go down, and I am kind of joking, but I mean, remember this last year? Oh, hey, Yummy, you've joined us. Look at that.
Wow, he's here. I actually thought he was here. I thought he was here without his camera on, but no, he's actually still not here because, as we said, there's only 2 people that care about this game, and it's me and you, Max. But good to see you. Yeah, just laugh at him over there. Yeah, laugh at him. But look, we've all got the Chiefs. It seems we're all kind of on that frame of mind. I think that they are deservedly. I still think they're the number 2 team right now. They can be the number 1 team. They have what it takes, but they need to be more consistent. Dropping down here to this point in the lower bracket, losing to I'm finding the West is not something that I would expect from them.
Yeah, I mean, I had the privy of being able to watch that game as well, CJ, and it just was a case where I think Yummy put it best yesterday. They were having an off day. They weren't. Everyone's allowed one off day. That was their off day. Their attacks were like 21 shots and only finding 2 goals. It was a wild one. I don't think we saw that Chiefs yesterday. We can't afford to see that Chiefs today. And the expectation for them, of course, is winning regionals, something that for a number 2 team, kind of surprising they haven't done yet.
Yeah, they're consistent though. I think that's the name of the game in OCE. You can't afford a result like the loser of this series will face, which is a top 6. You know, when you've only got 2 spots to contend with to make the major, to make the lands, you need to be getting top 4 minimum. That's kind of your bad result, and then the rest of it you want a top 2. If you can pinch a regional win, you can pinch an open win over Wildcard, that's a massive bonus. But yeah, you have to win this series, as you said. TSM in particular, they lose this just where they are, sitting 4th in the points at the moment. That'll be season over for them. It's cutthroat.
It's very cutthroat, and it's kind of crazy to think that on this side of the bracket, TSM Chiefs, winner gets wildcard. Probably the 3 teams we would have put as the top 3 coming into this second half of the season, this second split. And one of them might be eliminated with this one. Chiefs obviously would have the better chance to bring it back, but if TSM goes down, I mean, so too does their hopes for the major, so too does their hopes at Worlds. And I mean, for an org like TSM as well coming in, they pick up this team expecting to get those international appearances, expecting to get those major events. It would be a bit of a shocker to go down with 1 regional still left.
And I think for other regions as well, for we have the last chance qualifier. You think, oh, well, if we don't go well, at least we can blow the team up and have a last chance qual. But that's only for the 4 best performing regions. And after the first major, we all know what happened in Birmingham. We are nowhere near the top 4 performing regions. I think APAC's definitely ahead of us as well, just based on how he went. So that's not great. That's even more pressure on this series because I think they need to do it in this split, make the major for a chance at Worlds.
Yeah, this is TSM back against the wall. The Chiefs, they're kind of hobbled as well. 2 giants, no one looking 100%. And with Wildcard looming over their shoulder, I mean, they're going to need to find that form. Maybe we'll get another crazy day like this.
We could have a crazy day. We could have an insane. I want to see. Let's see. I'm finding the West or Scrims will take out the event from all the way back there in the other lower bracket quarterfinal. But until then, we do have this series. This could be the series of the day to decide seasons for 2 of our top 3 teams. We have TSM taking on Chiefs, and we are getting straight into this one formal. This is a massive best of 7 here on Champ Sunday.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is the match we're getting first. Like, normally this would be semifinal 4, right? This is the match that we get before the grand final, but today we treat you with it being our very first one. And look, if we go back to last Champ Sunday as well, have to bring it up at least once. We had, you know, both of these teams on opposite ends of a reverse sweep in ways. Granted, they were kind of against different opponents, but still, that's kind of what I'm hoping for today. I think I want to see series go game 7s, back and forth, pendulum swinging. Should be a fun one. I also am hoping we get to see the return of Super Lucky and Amphiss.
Why does this only happen down under? It's Amphis just blasting an open net, missing Hunter's own goal off the cross. Like, what? We're 26 seconds into Champ Sunday. We're 8 years into OCE Rocket League, and we're still doing this. I love it.
Yeah. Here are two of our best three teams. Here's how they kick off their biggest matches of the season, right? Like, that's OCE fashion. It's a way to shake off the nerves. It's intentional. You shake off the nerves. There we go. There's our silly mistake. Now we can recover. Hunter finds the equalizer.
Well, there is a silly mistake, and there's the recovery. And it's Hunter, the man who accidentally put it into his own net. Fortunately enough for Amphis, but it won't matter now. 1-1. They get that. That's a fantastic shot. How fitting. It's Hunter shooting into Amphis that time as down the other end. Amphis struck first. 1-1.
And this was a little bit of the Hunter that we saw yesterday as well for the Chiefs. It really was Hunter and Raziers, the two that were the driving force, getting the only sweep on the day in their top 8 match. And Hunter again tries to put another banger through. This time it's going to be saved. I'm actually going to be curious if we get more fiber today, CJ, because he's been kind of quiet so far this second regional of the second split. And Super Lucky, though, waking up a bit, gets the second goal.
I actually really like this from Amphis, going for the extra touch. Unfortunately, Kaka was right underneath the ball, but he did the right thing as well. He couldn't find the shot. Off the crossbar again, off the backboard. 3-man pass play in the end. All 3 of them with chances to shoot, but Super Lucky, the only one to find the net. TSM looking on.
And good response to the equalizer. Both these teams finding fast successes. As Kaka looked to get something and maybe a bit more played to the middle. Fiber from behind wants Hunter, and Chiefs looked like they were setting up a pass play of their own. In the end, they go to the corner. Raziers with boost there to meet the challenge. Fiber over the top, looking for a double, denied by Lockie.
It's a really important read from Super Lucky. Could have been a perfect chance there for the Chiefs. Super Lucky does get 50. Amphis pushing forward off the corner. And Kaka's just going to back off. That's actually a really nice pop. Try and start an attack down the other side. Raziers covering that side of the pitch pretty well. They have lost the 50. I've been impressed with TSM starting here so far, but they don't want to make a mistake like that. And, well, I've just cut to Kirsten. That is a double overcommit, a double beat from EU Raziers this time. And Chiefs, well, they've tied it up again.
Yeah, I mean, that to me, that was that Raziers that, you know, was known for the ones prowess right there, beating out not one, but 2 defenders. The second touch, a thing of beauty. I think the replay kind of highlighted that was more the Chiefs stepping up than maybe a TSM mistake. Either way, both teams offensively looking very good in the first 2 minutes of play. I don't know if they look entirely settled yet, CJ. That's one thing that I'm a bit nervous on, but I mean, obviously the nerves would be skyrocketing in a series like this, and we'll see who settles first and who's able to kind of make more of the defensive plays. Amphis can't find Kaka.
It's a huge beat from Hunter. It would have been open if Raziers or Fiber were on the outlet. Still could be a good chance down here, but now I'm with you. Both teams, I believe, don't really look too settled. You can see the nerves, the pressure on this match. Season's on the line. Super Lucky with the reset. He's almost made Hunter own goal again. That would have been a shocking start for him. Amphis is trying to keep the pressure on. TSM feels like they've had more of the ball in that offensive half, but Chiefs looking deadly when they do get it down this end.
And that was something that had been a problem from them during the earlier stages of this regional. Like, the offense was why they lost time finding the West. They weren't dynamic. They weren't decisive. They rectified that yesterday. Still trying to do so today. However, you are correct. It has been very TSM focused, and to the Chiefs' credit, defense was their weakness in the first split. It hasn't really been the weakness so far in this game per se, although with Super Lucky setting something up, and it doesn't look like they'll be able to follow it up this time. Raziers brings it back.
Nice little double reset, Fiber underneath, but supposed to right to Amphis. You can see Kaka waiting. He's going to go for the bump instead. This is a huge 50 win. Anyone down there? Super Lucky actually going to wait on the halfway line. Happy to play that safer third, but he has caused himself to have a shocking 50, and Hunter walks right through.
Yeah, Super Lucky wanted this setup. Again, sitting at midfield, that's the touch and that's the play you want to make, but it's Raziers with perfect positioning of that car to just kill it dead. Hunter, full trust in the team, takes the late lead, and it's the Chiefs now up by 1.
Keeps feeling like Hunter and Amphis are trading blows at either end. Raziers, can he find the flick? Doesn't get any power on this one. Super Lucky pops it around one. The late touch from Amphis. Rozier said, I'm having none of that. It's Kaka. Over to Amphis. Try to get across the Super Lucky. He has been dusted. Just Kaka back. They're able to link up through the defense, but the Chiefs have been really impressive. They haven't had too much of an attack, but it has been deadly. Here is Kaka over the top. One more. Just touched away by Hunter. Rozier's trying to clear the ball. Can Chiefs lock it down? 45 seconds. Pretty important game one coming up right here. Kaka, maybe. Oh, close.
What I loved from that, too, though, from the Chiefs was the other defenders just running disruption, making sure TSM wouldn't be able to get the quick follow-up. That said, Kaka, a couple of scary sort of approaches, and now with the bump as well, but Lockie isn't able to turn it into a quick shot. Has the reset over one, but not past Hunter. 20 seconds to go, CJ. Chiefs defense continues to hold.
Continuing to hold, but continue to be pressed by this TSM lineup. Look at the boosting control they've got. There's the pass. It's probably just a touch high for Kaka. He's got to try and get this central. 50 comes through. Amphis underneath, but he's got zero boost. He tries to rip across. Super Lucky with zero. TSM, they've got to back off, and at 5, we can just let the ball hit the ground. Chiefs with an important first game.
Yeah, and that's going to be a frustrating one, I feel like, for TSM. You get the dream start, capitalizing on a mistake. You control, it feels like, the shooting pressure. However, taking a look at the shot total, CJ, only 6 shots put on target from TSM, despite being on the attacking half, it feels like, for a majority of that game. That's credit to the Chiefs just being disruptive and not allowing TSM near the net.
Yeah, Chiefs with double the saves. Yeah, as we said, it was clear that TSM had the pressure, but well, actually no, it was TSM with double the save. Sorry, I'm looking at it the wrong way around. So yeah, that's it. Kind of felt like Chiefs had these little moments where they blast a couple shots on net, then they're back in defense, and as you said, TSM just couldn't seem to find really that finishing touch. They often went for the pass instead. They threw it on the backboard instead of going the shot, perhaps just not committed enough to throw the shot on net, or when they did have a shot like that, it was Amphis hitting the crossbar and making Hunter own goal. Yeah, TSM need to find more avenues. They're getting the field position.
I will say this, TSM looked most threatening with some of those solo plays coming from Kaka in particular towards the latter half of that game. That's where it felt like the Chiefs started to scramble a bit, and unfortunately, you had like these weaker defensive touches, but it almost felt like TSM was already playing back for the midfield, expecting the Chiefs to try to bang it back or to try to go something slower back to the other side where they could then win that midfield 50. I think TSM will benefit from playing more around that solo game, maybe trying to shorten up the field a little bit more when on the attack. But if you're the Chiefs as well, I mean, that was a lot of shots. That's a good sign. Maybe more of them go in. I think it's kind of keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah, especially if you're winning games with having less pressure, it probably shows that there's room for improvement. If they can find some more field position, if they can keep the ball in this TSM half, which they have right now off the kickoff, they can find chances on goal as Hunter gets his first shot through. Rozier's might have had a slight opening, no boost, doesn't find the angle. But yeah, this is really good. Looks like Chiefs were able to build off that first game win. The confidence from that just eases their pressure a little bit.
Yeah, every victory, one step closer from going past who you would expect to have been the main rival for the Chiefs coming into this split. That's probably going to change at the end of the day, depending on how this series plays out. As Super Lucky tries to get one past Fiber, instead we go up high. Kaka, first touch is good, has Super Lucky midfield who plays it up. Hunter tries to outrace Amphis, who still manages to stay on the play. Really well done for Amphis, but again, Super Lucky's on the opposite end of the pitch. Kaka has no boost. TSM's just not following up some of these beats.
I think Chiefs are doing well at respecting these TSM touches. Even Amphis finding that extra. No one on the Chiefs bit. They just waited for him to find the touch, had an easy pass, and sure enough, they have found the ball on the attack again. Rozier's beautiful 50 from him. Amphis should better get 2 on this. Doesn't quite get the skim that he was looking for. Super Lucky playing that disruptor role with low boost, but can see how deep this third man is sitting. It's a nice 50 though from Kaka. Amphis is unleashed off this side, while one more to Kaka. He's got low boost. Rozier's underneath. Super Lucky's underneath the ball. Awkward. Amphis has to skim it.
And now I'm seeing a lot of Chiefs players forward. Hunter just got demoed. Rozier's from behind actually saved what would have been an open net right there. Still, the threat is on until Fiber finds the opening. It's up above, gets it around Kaka, not past Super Lucky, but you can see the Chiefs. They're already there. Shots on, saved on the goal line. Fiber again looking to set up Hunter. This time Amphis makes the save. Both teams incredibly disciplined on the TSM net.
Yeah, really just finding the touches, finding the challenges that they need on both sides right now. Still is a stalemate. Not the goal fest we saw in the first. That's a poor touch from Super Lucky. There's a big mistake. Can he find one more? Amphis has to bail him out, but it's actually come off the corner. This is still going to be trouble for TSM. They are low boost, and Fiber's found 100, turned underneath it, but just didn't get the flick off the reset that he wanted.
And these are the little mistakes that we saw from Hunter over the past couple days that, not Hunter, sorry, from Fiber, that is a little uncharacteristic. Granted, Chiefs, they have such a talented roster that when Fiber isn't the Fiber of split number one, or even the last regional, you know, the others are there to help pick him up, but I want to see Fiber connect on those, especially if the Chiefs are going to challenge Wildcard in the future, especially if the Chiefs are going to keep the pressure on TSM in this match right now. Raziers won't get the shot.
That's great speed, though. He found that midfield touch that TSM weren't expecting. Hunter's just looking to work a low 50, play safe. Super Lucky pounces on the touch, gets the reset. Raziers is ready. Amphis stealing boost. That's what I want to see more from these top OCE teams, is just the micromanagement, stealing boost underneath the players, looking for those bumps. You can see Amphis doing just that. That is an enormous reset. Raziers gets bumped. Could be an opening. Fiber there just in case, but TSM, I love that play from them.
Oh, another chance in front of net as well. Hunter's going to clear that one through. I mean, Amphis did so much work on that previous play, just harassing Hunter and harassing the defense. Angle nearly finds his mark, but now Super Lucky over the top. Does he have a teammate? No, he does not. With no one to pass it down to, can't find the goal.
Minute to go here, and still another team able to trouble the scorer. Raziers can't get the 50 around Super Lucky. Fiber launching across. Kaka has to take it back. He has found the mid boost, but he's really giving up ground. This is trouble now for TSM. Got to be careful. Luckily enough, everyone but Hunter is on 0 in the tank. Pass down from Amphis. Transition play. Beautiful extra touch. Raziers ready. Where is everyone coming through? Kaka, can he find the shot? There's these opportunities for him where you're expecting TSM to be quicker on the ball, and they're just not at the moment.
Well, Amphis might have something here, but isn't going to find it. And both of those opportunities, CJ, have been created from Amphis finding a bump or finding her demo or finding pressure after the play gets set up. You're absolutely right, though. We need to see more snap from them, more decisive decision-making. I don't want to say it's a confidence angle, but they need to mix it up, and they need to be more willing to pull that trigger.
5 seconds. Do we get a 0 all overtime after a goal face game one, or a big mistake perhaps? Huge touch there. Fiber almost the hero for the Chiefs. Going 2-0 up would be huge for them in this series, but just as important for TSM to tie it up. They need this overtime.
Here we go. Kickoff is Fiber straight around Kaka as well, who has the boost, but it's still going to be pressured. Gets 150 their way. Hunter slows it down. It's a really delicate shot. That sets up Raziers, who has a chance. Goes backward instead of net. I thought the pressure was there.
Or even an infield pass was the right option. They won on the backboard, but TSM still really sluggish to get this out of net. Big 50 win. Amphis ready. Super Lucky finds himself down line. Fortunate enough for them. Raziers, it's a beautiful catch. Chiefs certainly looking like the better team right now, but as you said, Amphis looks like the X factor for TSM. He's the man that can really create an opening.
Yeah, keep your eyes on Amphis after these first touches. Always looking for bumps. Demo's ball drops down. Raziers underneath. Deep clear, forcing everybody on TSM back. Kaka wins a big 50 and has a lot of green grass in front of him. Over the top, finds Super Lucky and saves his shot. Amphis follow-up straight into Raziers.
Oh, this is trouble down the other end for the counter-attack. Fiver's got all the control. Huge touch from Amphis. TSM should be 1-1. They should have taken that game. Kaka, open net. Does he find the angle? Is anyone back from the Chiefs? It's not in again. It's above the bar. Super Lucky on. Super Lucky misses. TSM, please.
So many opportunities. They're surely due to put one in now, right? A minute 20 into this overtime. It's been a bit more TSM dominated, but you can only get away with so much, CJ. The Chiefs now are going to have a chance themselves. Raziers tries to set up Hunter. Ball a bit too high, and Amphis was there.
You can only get so many chances for me. You can only get so many licks of the ice cream until it dries up, until it runs out. And right now, TSM have wasted opportunities. They've saved their own shots. They've been unfortunate. but they've had opportunities to score to end this game, to win this overtime. Raziers loses a 50. Hunter's going to be low boost. Important touch from him, but there could be a shot coming through. Bang! Another one goal line, and no one's ready to follow up. Please! TSM time and time again.
Oh, that ding is going to haunt their dreams if they can't get this done. So many posters, so many midfield setups. They're just not willing to step forward. Well, maybe now the pass to Amphis, not where it needs to be. Lockie stays midfield. And finally, the Chiefs get to the orange side of the pitch, or do they? Kaka to Lockie, a beautiful intercepting pass, but it's not on target.
Super Lockie, ceiling, reset, pass, Amphis underneath, double 50. Just Hunter now. They're throwing it straight at him. So I feel like they're too fast when they need to be slow, and when they need to be quick, no one's there. Underneath it is Kaka, dusted by Hunter. Chiefs really struggling to find these 100 boosts, really have anything in the tank. But that last man has been clutch time and time again, and sometimes, well, that last man has been a TSM player.
Yeah, it's either Chiefs without boost, TSM without boost, or the post. Let's not discredit the post and the effort it's put in so far in this overtime, which has been, I'd say, 80% TSM on the attack.
It's been all TSM. It has been all TSM outside the first, I guess, the kickoff into this overtime. It has been pinned in the Chiefs' defense. They cannot find a way through. They've set up beautifully. The demos have been huge, but there it is again. The last man from the Chiefs has been low boost, but has found the touch they need, and now they've given themselves a window. TSM set up for the boost, but they forgot about the ball. Raziers finds the 50. Kaka underneath. Hunter keeps pressure, and Fiber says, I don't want this. Get me out of here, Hunter. Help me.
Oh, Kaka goes high, tries to go underneath, but there's no one there yet again. Amphis does draw Fiber out, so now only two defenders, has to beat Hunter, but Hunter gets it straight towards Raziers in the corner. Lockie slows it down. Good challenge out of the German player. Hunter gets around one, but TSM again, they're controlling the midfield. They're staying on the attack. They're thinking surely a matter of time we beat them, but Fiber still goes to the orange side.
How many times do you see this in Rocket League? One team has all the chances, and you feel like maybe one more. Oh, do they get the win? Finally! TSM! Boy, they deserve that OT. It took over 4 minutes, but they finally find the back of the net.
We just went 9 minutes and 2 seconds without a goal, by the way, between these two teams. And regulation, it felt all Chiefs, but in that overtime, all TSM, they were due. They were due for that win. As we take a look at the shots at the end of that one, I mean, good job. They've equalized the series. But if we continue on this where every goal becomes that much more important, the Chiefs have to find better ways to get past the middle of the field.
Gee, that was that. But at the same time, if TSM, if they lost that overtime, if Chiefs just found that one opening, that was heartbreaking, because I've never seen a team more deserved of a game win there. 7 shots for Super Lockie, MVP performance. Didn't find the winning goal. Probably saved one of the winning shots as well from TSM, but as you can see, 13 shots to 8. They had all the pressure. They probably had, they were more dominant than the scoreboard looks, I'd say. And a huge response, and perhaps the floodgates open now.
Yeah, I think the biggest takeaway I have from that game, though, was the overtime of just essentially 3.5 minutes out of 4 of those was TSM shooting. And, you know, getting in their own way, or just being, you know, a moment too late. As long as that went, it does, like, it could have ended 3 or 4 times before it did. And that is a promising sign for TSM. It might be frustrating, you know, you didn't get it done quicker, but the fact they still got it done, if they're able to keep that sort of style moving forwards, I mean, the Chiefs struggled to get anything on the orange side of the field. So I don't know. That's a good win for TSM. It was a dominant win despite the scoreline, just in how they controlled possession. And it really is up to the Chiefs now to respond.
It's all on the healthy Chiefs to wrestle back some momentum. That was the most dominant game we've seen, albeit it went to a 4-minute overtime. But TSM looking like they've found something, looking like they've got the better of Chiefs, at least in field position and dominance across the pitch. And as it started with those bumps, started with those touches, Super Lucky underneath, doesn't get the angle. Parker's going to wait for the 50. But look at the way they've been able to set up here, and the bump almost comes through. Raziers does well to dodge.
Yeah, it does well to take it over the top, as well as Fiber. Raziers trying to set up something with Hunter, collects some full boost. So too does Hunter. The Chiefs set up well for a sustained attack on their own. Razier slows it down, has Fiber underneath, but may go solo instead. Good touch from Fiber. to stop the counter, but it's not a shot on target.
I'd love to see Raziers just fake the air dribble and go for a bump there. It looked too closed off to be able to work their way through, and as you can see, Fiber couldn't get the best touch to follow up. They lose pressure off it. So just want to see perhaps a bit of the TSM attack from Chiefs, looking at what Amphis is doing down the other end with those bumps, just making it awkward. Right now we're not seeing it from the Chiefs, and that's why they're not keeping the pressure on.
Yeah, the Chiefs seem really sort of solo happy at the moment. And I mean, maybe some of that comes from game number 1 where they were able to get away with that solo gameplay because of how far back TSM was playing. But TSM from game 1 feels a couple games back thanks to a 4-minute overtime. And the gameplay has adjusted, so it's time for the Chiefs to do the same as they go on the attack one more time. Hunter tries to chase Super Lucky, but it's Fiber who finds the challenge. Kaka follows through, ball up for grabs, and Raziers cannot get the clear to Hunter.
Approaching 2 minutes gone here. And a go-ahead game for both teams. Hunter off the ceiling, finds the pinch. Does he find the dunk? No, Kaka has to go sidewall. Able to land on it. Just makes that touch a bit more awkward from Raziers than he'd like. Another 50, a team bump as well. Lucky enough, Super Lucky's right there, and Raziers has to back off. Nice little double. Chiefs were ready. Whoa, Hunter's just driven around the ball, and that definitely was not on purpose. Chiefs getting a little bit awkward, and yeah, a few mistakes starting to show.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they've been under attack for nearly 8 minutes straight right now. I can imagine starting to wear on the mind a bit, although an opportunity to take the lead here nonetheless. It will start with Raziers off the roof, reset and in, too clean comes the man from Germany.
That is absolutely gross from Raziers. Just had time, catches it halfway line, and rips the reset over 2 TSM defenders. Half the game gone, and that's the polish, the class we expect from the healthy Chiefs.
Yeah, and the polish and the class we've been seeing from Raziers throughout. Welcome back here in Game 3. Amphis not going to be able to return in kind just yet. TSM, it's been a while since they've been behind in the game. We'll see how they respond. Super Lucky actually has a chance to cook here. Can't get it to the roof because Hunter's in the way.
Amphis catching halfway. That's a good 50. Fiber's very awkward underneath this, but Kaka didn't want to go. It was surprising on that occasion. Here he is now. He tried to catch it and take it up the wall. Instead, he caught it off his boot. And had to work their way around here. Reset from Super Lucky. Amphis right there. Still causing havoc for this Chiefs defense. They do find a way out.
And that they do. Kaka, no boost, no problem. Still gets it all the way back the other way. Amphis goes for a cheeky midfield play. Does keep the Chiefs defense honest as Lucky, well, doesn't really get the follow-up maybe they were hoping for right now. Raziers is able to find Hunter. Communication paying dividends. The Chiefs on the attack. A second goal could put this one away with how few and far between these goals are. They stay on the attack for now, although it does look like TSM has settled.
Yeah, TSM are right on track now, and that's a huge 50 win. And once again, it was the bump. Amphis wreaking havoc. Look at the turn. He saw the space for Super Lucky, made Hunter jump, pushed him out of position. Super Lucky did the rest.
And it feels like that's the first time TSM has successfully played around the pressure Amphis has been giving them. Finally, they're in a position where they were ready to follow it up. Lucky with the boost and the ball, able to just kind of drive that straight through. A 1v1 against Lucky, one of the best 1v1 players in the region. You got to kind of expect Lucky to pull those ones out, and he does. Tie game now, 1 minute to go. Chiefs might have something here. Here comes Fiber, denied by Amphis.
They had a chance, but they probably went for the shot too quick. Amphis going to wait across. Super Lucky looks for a bump. The demo comes through. This time Fiber showing the physicality. Amphis off the respawn, rips it across. Super Lucky not ready. Sidewall double. Won't get to come through. That's a bad double commit from the Chiefs. This is huge for TSM. And a whiff from Raziers. Reset Kaka, no. Fiber finds another demo. He's realized the secret, the key to success is through the demos, and he's found it open down the other end.
This is crazy to me because it looked like TSM was going to do what they were doing more in game 1. We're just sort of sitting in the middle of the field, let the Chiefs get some touches, but keep ourselves on the attack. Yet, because of the demo, because there's no one backing up the middle of the field, all you have to do is get it over the top. And 30 seconds left now, Chiefs with the lead, a chance to go back up in this series. TSM, they've got to pull the trigger now more than ever. They need to get aggressive, but they're already on the back foot. That ball nearly goes in.
And that touch really caught Amphis out as well, the demo. And I think he just expected he had a free ball. Fiber has just turned up the aggression, showing what we expect from him as a quality player, one of the best in the region. 5 seconds. Can TSM find something? Well, it's down the wrong end. Chiefs just want to find the ground, and Amphis won't be able to keep it up. Healthy Chiefs find the series lead back.
Yeah, that is a good turnaround from a team that went 9 minutes without scoring any goals. Yes, they only put on 2 right there, but there were 2 pretty incredible ones. The solo play from Raziers definitely felt like the momentum shifting back in their favor, and we'll see where we go from now. I mean, again, super lucky. The one putting 5 shots on. Amphis, that low score, don't let it fool you. It's because of that sort of demo hunting that he's been doing, but I don't know, CJ, like, it's been real blow for blow in my eyes, but it hasn't felt like one team has like fully settled, yes, here's our winning formula that's going to work 100% of the time. This feels very much like a series that's going to continue to go back and forth.
And surprisingly enough, Formal, we've got a timeout from TSM. Now, I know they are 2-1 down, and I know that they lose another, you're facing triple match point, but I'm not sure about that call. I think TSM have been right in this, if not looking like the better team. That game, once again, had more shots. I think it's looking like a TSM style of play. Amphis is getting active. They just slipped up with that one demo play that caught Amphis out third man. Outside of that, I don't know if they need to really adjust too much.
Yeah, I kind of am in agreement. Like, that's kind of what I was getting at before and why I felt like this one was really going to be one win aside. The TSM strategy of going for those bumps, going for those demos, it wasn't necessarily that being incorrect in those moments. They had just been a little too far back or a little too slow if we go back to game 1 and a lot of the pressure from game 2. The opportunities have always been there, and normally if you're creating opportunities for yourself, you're doing a lot of the steps correctly. So maybe the timeout is something to like regroup, refocus, okay, stay the course, keep the confidence high. I could see that being an angle, but if TSM comes out looking like a completely different team with a completely different approach, I'm going to be worried for them.
Yeah, unless it really works, the new approach. But I still think, it'd be handy to have that timeout up your sleeve, assuming they win this game, then it goes 2-2. Perhaps they win the next and then lose another one. I'd like to have it going into game 5, game 6, rather than this early on in the series, because it still feels like TSM are finding their feet. It feels like they're probably have the ascendancy apart from on that series scoreboard. But we'll see what this timeout does for them.
Let's see what Mock has in store. Coach of TSM, ex-pro player. And that was almost a disaster.
They did not talk about that.
No, I don't think that was the game plan, no, from Mock. But Hunter now going for the reset to the backboard. Lucky has it read.
I was about to say, do not ever call a timeout again. Oh, what is happening? What is that? What has the timeout done to TSM? They've forgotten their thumbs coming into game 4. Chiefs, it looks like they really enjoyed the timeout, though. I've had the early pressure. Having said that, Super Lucky with a chance. Hunter cuts it off. Amphis going to wait for this. He's actually found the touch, and Kaka was ready for that whiff from Hunter. Could have been a goal, but yeah, interesting start here from TSM.
Look, no harm, no foul. Still goose eggs on the board. They haven't given it up yet, but Chiefs definitely looking a little bit more composed at this stage. Amphis will slow it down, has Kaka underneath. They connect to clear space. Raziers has to burn a lot of boost to play keep away, although it doesn't look like there's going to be a challenge from underneath. So Fiber will get the free clear back to the other side, stays on the play, wins the 50. Where's the shot? Where's the shot? It just wasn't there.
Raziers has flipped around the boost. This is huge for Super Lucky to keep pressure on. Still with 0 Raziers, and he's beaten 2 for nothing here and found a demo. This time it's Hunter. Raziers picks up the 100 off the mid. Huge play, low boost there. Amphis pops it up. It's going to be over the top of Fiber, but a free clear for Hunter downfield. Kaka's going to be right there looking for Super Lucky. Doesn't find him. Hunter, Amphis out of position. Fiber's up for the shots. It's a whifty. Amphis does enough to worry him out of it.
And again, Fiber just couldn't quite find that pass. It's a play you'd normally expect the Chiefs to make, but still, Chiefs are the one putting the shots on so far. And this demo from Hunter, one of the rare times we're seeing the Chiefs get physical in this series. It's not going to amount to much this time. They didn't like the setup. Still too many members of TSM on the backboard. both these teams are just giving their opponents so much respect, it feels like, CJ.
I think as the game is playing at such a fast pace that all of them feel like they're rotating all the way back, just in case. Or rotating into those back corner boosts and playing as safe as possible, spreading each other out. That really... Oh, this is... Oh, that was going to be a goal. It still could be. This is real trouble. Look at the open net. Kaka cannot hit the ball. Kaka cannot hit the ball. I need a welfare check on him ever since that timeout. I don't know what happened. Here goes the shot. Saved. Anders helps out as well. He's forgotten which team he's on. It's an open net down the other end, Formal.
There is so much to unpack from what I've seen. Hunter nearly own goaling. Amphis saving their own team shot. Fiverr, full faith that the ball's going to go to the opposite end. Will collect the point right there. This is one of the most dysfunctional timeout buffs I've ever seen. TSM. Grip yourself, find yourselves. You're on the cusp of being pretty much eliminated from major contention.
And they're nearly just, I don't know, overthinking that, getting in each other's way. There's another demo coming through. Chiefs really looking to push forward, capitalize on TSM right now, playing like they are a rattled team, like they're not quite in the game, feeling the pressure. Here is Hunter off the ceiling, doesn't get the reset, but can leave this for Raziers. And as you mentioned, Formal, TSM choosing to back off more often than not, getting caught out.
Yeah, it's just very respectful play, and normally when this happens, it is sort of the bumps and the demos that I feel like kind of break these things open. And I'm surprised that we've seen less of that coming from TSM in this game, because up until this point, they had been the more physical team. Well, now they find the pass, and this time Amphis scores.
They find the opening at last. It's Super Lucky with the pop-up, gets the flick, and just over the top of Raziers, who won't be happy about that challenge. 90 seconds left. It hasn't been the greatest game for TSM, which does mean if they can steal a win, the positives will come through. They can only play better, I'd say, from what we've seen so far.
Well, that's just it. If you have your worst game yet and you come out with the dub, well, then you know what? Doesn't matter. All that matters is the win. All that matters, dare I say, is going to be the next goal in this game. Raziers puts it on. Kaka has to save. Amphis has to follow up. Space up top. Goes backboard down. Where's the defense? Raziers was there and gets the save.
He's up straight away to find the backboard. Super Lucky will have an awkward clear, but he's done really well. Kaka had the pass across. Instead, he threw it on net. Will it work out for them? They've overcommitted here. Super Lucky needs to get a good shot on. Two members of the Chiefs are ready for the save. Kaka goes low. Amphis just says, give it to me, but there's no one ready. Super Lucky has to come in third man, and probably wasn't the play from Amphis right there.
No, a little bit awkward, but again, TSM recovers, and that's kind of been the theme of this game. TSM looking chaotic, looking out of sorts, but still staying in it. Bump attempt, doesn't matter. Lucky is there. 50? Well, it doesn't come from anybody. Lucky just kind of drops it on Raziers. There's a lot of Chiefs underneath the play. Ball bouncing in the middle of the field. Here's the pass. Raziers, backboard, down, saved on the line. It's Kaka.
More mistakes, though, from TSM. Amphis missed an easy clear. You can see the pressure building. Double commit. Could this be for the Chiefs? There's the demo. All they need is the shot now. Backboard. Hunter. Can he snipe? Kaka with a huge block. I think TSM want the ground. They don't have any boost to keep this up. They are looking shaky.
Last overtime went over 4 minutes before TSM put it in, and it was very TSM dominated throughout. Let's see what this one has in store. Amphis, reset, saved by Hunter. Kaka there though, Lucky, middle of the field, presses forward, looking for the top post, but won't get there. Raziers denies.
Kaka's missed again, and that means pressure gone for TSM. Amphis has to come up huge, loses the 50. Fiber wants 2. Chiefs are double committing. The demo was huge though. Super Lucky catches. That time the double commit worked out. Does he find the flick? He finds the bump, but no one there from TSM. Look at him backing off. They're trying to play safe. They want the easy one. I don't think it's going to come for them. Raziers with the shot, just caught by Kaka, but he's lost the ball and boost.
Yeah, more pressure could come Hunter's back, but Raziers is the first one there. Backward, here comes Hunter. There's the shot, it's wide. No follow-up. Fiverr actually had to avoid his teammates, so can only slow down a counter, but with the boost saved, still forces Kaka to make a play. This should work out in the end, well, in favor of TSM. In fact, Logie puts one on. Raziers save off the post.
Yeah, TSM, though, look like they're attacking as individuals at the moment, not playing as a team. Fiverr has to wait on this. Finds a good enough 50. Kaka with space. He takes it up. Does he get one more? Goes to low 50. Nice cover there from Hunter. Secures corner boost. Kaka underneath has to get out. Super Lucky goes back corner, but even there, the pass wasn't quite ready. Hunter, or Kaka on that occasion, have to wait for it. Does find the touch though. Could be a chance. Razier's low. TSM looking to press. Clear comes through. It just looks like TSM are following each other up a little bit better than TSM at the moment.
Yeah, that has been the case, although TSM now actually might have a little something here. Razier's no boost, tries to go high. Awkward touch from Lockie. Hunter gets there. Now it's Fiber midfield who might press forward, especially with the ball water falling down. Had a peek, instead has to play corner instead. Ball stays slow. Razier's though, awkward read on Amphis, so Hunter goes opposite side. Lockie burns the boost. Kaka has to get underneath. Fiber goes for Hunter. They don't quite connect. Hunter didn't have the boost to stay far, and that allowed the interception.
Fiber, huge clear downfield. Is anybody there? Razier has actually found a bump, but it's the worst possible bump. Hunter has to get back in time. They're backwards. Fiber with the 50. TSM had a chance to strike, couldn't find the net on that occasion. Can they keep the ball in? This is where they've chosen to back off more often than not, where we find space like this, a window where Fiber can just turn, find a clear, B2, and now it's just Kaka in net. TSM's positioning all over the place.
Yeah, sometimes it looks fantastic, 5D chess, and then the next you just wonder what is going on, but the result is still the same. Like, despite TSM looking scrambled, Chiefs haven't done a good job on capitalizing it, CJ. Like, they haven't been able to find the goals. They haven't been able to find the counters, so something's working. The bumps are there. Hunter! I don't know how Hunter found the time to get there in time, but still overtime continues.
And that was huge. Not only found the save, but the 50 on the next shot as well, Hunter. But it just goes to show TSM one bump can completely change this game. Fiber has to land on this, and does. Pass back means that Kaka can't grab that corner boost. Fiber can secure it. Huge 50 from Raziers. Double commit TSM, and they both keep committing. They don't call each other off. It's just Kaka last once again. They find a way out, but it is scrappy from both teams.
Again, normally you would expect a team to punish that position, yet somehow, some way, TSM finds ways to make it work. The third member has been bailing them out, whoever it happens to be. And the Chiefs, yeah, they haven't been able to crack it yet. Amphis now should be able to find a teammate. Defense puts pressure on him. Raziers pops it up. It's all on Hunter again to make the save. He misses, yet Raziers recovers in time.
Yeah, Raziers and Fiber there to cover the bumper to be a goal, but Kaka win the touch instead. TSM are finding chances. This game is turning. This overtime is turning. And there's the goal. It's Amphis. TSM tie the series.
It felt so similar to our last overtime, CJ, where TSM, they were creating the opportunities again and again, and eventually something had to break. Eventually, the cohesion, the chaotic cohesion had to connect, and it does. TSM equalized the series after a very strange start for them. I'm curious if the Chiefs call their timeout right now or if they wait till after the next game. I think they're going to hold it. But if you're the Chiefs, you can't help but feel like that one slipped away.
And that game as well, off the timeout. For TSM, the whiff counter was off the charts. The unforced error counter was off the charts. But TSM, or Chiefs on that occasion, could not capitalize. And as soon as TSM found a demo, found a bump, just found an awkward touch, it brought Chiefs into that chaotic level that TSM wanted to play at. And there it was. They found the bump, they found the demo, grabbed the opening at last, and it's all about making the most of your opportunities. TSM, that's huge. They lose that game, they're 3-1 down. It's probably series over. Instead, it is game on.
Yeah, they are still alive, still kicking, and again, this is keeping Riley hopes alive. This is keeping potential Worlds hopes alive for a team like TSM, and they need to win this series a little bit more than the Chiefs do. Not saying that the Chiefs really don't need to win it at all. They can knock out one of their biggest rivals potentially with that win here. 3 more games in the series should we go the distance, at minimum 2 right now. TSM still, the Chiefs still have the timeout in their pocket. They're not using it at this point. They still feel good about their chances despite that being, 2 4-minute overtimes already.
Yeah, two overtimes that have not gone their way either. As we said, they look like they're creating. They look like they're more solid team, but it's just that finishing touch. They're not finding the demo that TSM are finding. They're going for the kill more often than not, which is it's a really OCE series. I feel like, because Chiefs look like they're willing to take more risks, but they can't find the goal. TSM backing off more often than not with more whiffs, but they're taking that one chance when they do get it.
Yeah, and almost feels a little bit opposite from what happened in game one. Fiber reminding us still on the pitch, and Fiber is the player on the Chiefs that I still want to see kind of step up. We've seen Raziers and Hunter have these big moments. Fiber relatively quiet on that Chiefs side. Kaka, though, has not been backboard. No one's underneath.
Super lucky. Might find the fifth that he wanted. Fiber's actually done really well, and the demo from Hunter will completely open it up for the Chiefs to then get it across net. Super lucky doesn't catch. Lucky enough, Hunter is, well, Kaka's there to help out. Super lucky finds a 50, but this is not great here from TSM. They are scrambling, but as they seem to keep doing, Formal, keeping it out of the net for now.
Oh, that should be it. No! Fiber whiffs! Oh, it looked like the angle was there. This angle doesn't look like it's there, and it's not. Raziers misses as well.
What? It's what? Not only has that Psionics posted out, but no, Fiber's missed another open net. But everyone missed the follow-up as well, Formal. No one is reading these bounces, surely. Now it's Amphids with 0 boost. And I think they're out.
Get the magnets out of TSM's net. Something is not right here. Those shots, Chiefs have to make those. I don't know what has happened. It's just ball slowly bouncing in front of the orange goal, refusing to go in. The Chiefs cannot crack this defense for whatever reason. Finally, Fiber gets the 50 that they need.
Oh, they should have scored 18 times in the first minute, 50 seconds, but that is a beautiful play. Raziers just drags it back post onto Fiber's bonnet, and he finds the net at last. I thought he found the net before, but the post said no. All of his teammates said no with the follow-up. They do find the first goal.
Yeah, they do have that early lead, and with how low scoring this series has been, first 2 minutes aside, that's a pretty significant one. Ball makes its way all the way to the backboard. Raziers gets around one, and actually does a pretty good 50 as well to set up Hunter. 3 defenders back, but there was Raziers there. Lockie, though, cuts off the pass before it happens.
Did steal Kaka's boost, so this counter-attack won't be as threatening. Won't have all 3 joining. You can see there Kaka having to just scoop up pads in the midfield. Finds himself awkward. Underneath it is Fiber. Super lucky. It's a fantastic job. There's the flick. The pre-jump to Amphids. Oh, it's a beautiful play from TSM. Stop it. Super lucky to Amphids. The 1-2-1 combo.
I've kind of forgotten what clean goals look like, but yes, the musty Amphids, Lockie, both of them getting involved. Every part of that play decisive and clean. And that's what we want to see a bit more of in this series. Great response from TSM. Cleanest goal we've seen since game number 1, and maybe it's something TSM can build off of. Amphids on the kickoff already has a reset to his name. Sets up Kaka, but Hunter finds the save.
Just finds a save, but this is such a great series. You can see that how close these two teams are, how evenly matched it is, and it's all about who can make the most of their chances, who can take that pressure, turn it into a diamond in that offensive end. Fiber loses to 50, but it's going to work out. Hunter doesn't go for the pass. Fiber's right there. Super lucky was ready. The plays are coming out from both teams.
Yeah, I love that read from Super Lucky. Obviously, that's a tough decision to make. It was made a little bit easier because there were a couple defenders there, but still, Fiber was on point. Pressure still remains in the Chiefs' favor. Fiber, another shot. This one's high. Lucky tries to clear it back, gets a demo on Raziers to maintain possession. Hunter from underneath gets bumped by a respawning Raziers, but still gets there in time.
It's a nice pop. Still more chaos. What we expect from this region. What else would we want? But Raziers has caught himself out. Underneath it is Kaka. Doesn't quite find the 50 that he wants. And doesn't get the boost either. He tried to, but he completely missed it. Still some misplays coming through. Amphids with the 50. Super lucky underneath. Pitches off the bar. Kaka misses the follow-up shot as well. Oh, wowee.
Oh, double commits now into the corner. That just leaves Lockie alone, but with a beautiful touch, trying to set up the demo. Couldn't get it. Couldn't get the double. A bit unfortunate there. Under a minute in regulation to go. Again, feels like next goal probably takes this game. As Hunter tries to eye something up. It's a pass across. That's got to go in. Kaka!
And this all started, Raziz actually stole Fiber's boost. He had 0, then Raziz misses the ball. All his teammates have nothing. He had to get more on it. Hunter is sitting, Duck 1v3, TSM with the lead.
43 seconds. It feels a little unlikely. See what the Chiefs can bring. Off the kickoff, Hunter goes ball, pinch, gets it to the backboard, now tries to bump, but Super Lucky is able to recover. Still, the Chiefs should be in position to set up 1, maybe 2 more attacks on the play with the demo, with the Raziers underneath, can't get past Amphis.
They've got to go now. They've got to strike. This is a huge turnaround in the series. If TSM can hold on for 20 seconds, Raziers is very awkward. Finds a touch across Fiber. Has been that guy downfield. Not on this occasion, though. There's the pop. Here is that man. Fiber beats 1, can't beat 2. Amphis just has to locate, has to find the touch. Kaka's out a few. Huge 50. Keeping the ball in, though, are the Chiefs. Can they find the ground? TSM, Fiber's been 50. Hunter's got no boost. Oh, this is disaster for the Chiefs. The pop-up to Raziers, but he's been dusted. They're too quick. And right now, they're too good. 3-2 TSM.
TSM have bounced back after that sloppy game 4. Looked a lot cleaner game 5. Unfortunately for the healthy Chiefs, too. They've dropped both of those ones, and now it has to be timeout. Timeout, Chiefs, is confirmed. What can they do? How do they take 2 back on TSM? Or has TSM now found a way to essentially, save their season?
Yeah, this has been a complete swing. I think the 2 overtime losses have clearly taken their toll a little bit on the Chiefs, and now we're seeing some more errors come through. And when they are finding chances down the other end, as we saw in the start of that game, Formal, they're not capitalizing. They're feeling the pressure. Where I think the TSM are under the pump. You look at the start of last game; they're coming off a timeout. Their backs are against the wall. Kaka can't hit the ball. It's chaos. All of a sudden, the momentum shifts. It's a funny thing in Rocket League. The pressure shifts, and now now Chiefs, they need an extra 90 seconds. They need to really recompose because they got to win 2 on the bounce.
These last couple regionals in every season are always the best because it is in the nerve start and we get the most chaotic games. And it still blows my mind that we're seeing, TSM versus the Chiefs, arguably 2 of the top 3 lineups going at it in the 5th, 6th round. First match of a Sunday. Normally you'd want to see this towards the end, with the implication being the losing team might miss out on a major, might miss out on their world's opportunity. TSM 1 game away from delivering a near fatal blow to their biggest rival. All they got to do is just put this one out. Chiefs, though, coming into this with the timeout buff.
Timeout buff worked for TSM. It was almost plot armor in the end. After, I can't believe they won the game that they did in that overtime, 4 minutes of rock. But, well, let's see what happens from here. Timeout over. We're off to Neo Tokyo. Funny things happen on this pitch as well. Funny things indeed. Let's see.
I'm not sure this is the Chiefs' favorite map. Just as an org, I feel like it's been a lot of rough matches for the Chiefs here in the past, and that could be a good sign for TSM. This kickoff could be a good sign as well. Saved on the line from Hunter.
Super Lucky finds the 50. Hunter's done really well, actually. It's unleashed. Fiber down the other end. A huge first touch. Amphis has improved as the series going on. He couldn't hit the ball in game 1, and since then he's been fantastic. Looking for the pass, and there it is again. It is the Super Lucky and Amphis combo. Rinse and repeat. That might be their most important one yet.
Yeah, they've hit a couple of these already, but every time they find it, it's a reminder of what TSM is supposed to be. These two, not even 30 seconds in to a potential series-winning game 6. They're already connecting. It's the Chiefs very much on the back foot. How do they recover? Can they recover? Off the kickoff, Fiber doesn't get the spike he's looking for.
Kaka looks for the clear. It's straight to Fiber. Raziz has a chance. Can he find the shot? That one's not even going to be on net. Won't register as a shot this time. Hunter has to back off, and just feel like that connection piece from the Chiefs is not there anymore. They're really doubting themselves, hesitating. The follow-ups aren't there, and as we mentioned in that timeout form, well, this has really shifted. TSM looking like the better team, looking like they're really trusting each other, and those rotations even there from Super Lucky show just that.
Yeah, I mean, it is a case where TSM has constantly been the faster team to the ball whenever it's sort of these 50-50-esque situations or pass plays by the Chiefs. They're not able to connect, and we've seen it before with the solo plays from the Chiefs. They're just not working because the defense has been solid. Lockie and Kaka have just denied everything that the Chiefs have put on. So what do you go in your wheelhouse? What is there left to bring? The demo game hasn't worked. Solo games hasn't worked. Passing plays get intercepted. What do you do?
There's the extra touch this time. It's once again super lucky to Amphis. This combination is looking ridiculous at the moment, and TSM are just making the right touches. They're looking for each other. They're hitting the ball around Chiefs. They know the Chiefs are panicking. They know the Chiefs are going to look to dive in for those 50s. And even just right there with super lucky, they're just finding touches around the defense.
They're just kind of squiggling and squirming their way around. Another good gap, another low boost Chiefs on defense. Raziers does pick up the full moon, however. And with the reset and with Fiber underneath, maybe they can connect. But it's just sort of a straight play into Amphis. Razier still has the beat. Fiber doesn't get the redirect. Lockie again on defense with the save.
Yeah, they've rarely had a free shot, have Chiefs. Every time TSM have put a hand up, they've got something in the way. It makes it so tough. When they do get a chance, they're not really expecting to have that opportunity because TSM have been closing down everything else so far. Amphis doesn't find the touch that he wants. Here is Raziers. Can he keep the ball? He has Hunter right there. Hunter gets too close though. Throws the shot on, blocked. How many times have we seen Super Lockie form will be that guy in the middle just to put a hand on it?
It's been insane. Lockie, again, with a sort of breakout performance. Maybe not the biggest goal scorers, kind of shared those duties with Amphis, but on that defensive side of the ball, in terms of shutting down the Chiefs, it has been a bit of the Lockie show, which is a fine time to return to that Super Lockie form we remember. Again, knowing the stakes for this series for TSM, as long as that defense holds, they move on to take on Wildcard, but more importantly, they knock the Chiefs down a couple pegs.
Yeah, and they keep their season alive, as we mentioned pre-match. Here's Hunter with the clear, but that's not going to work out for them. It's just back into defense. Super Lockie didn't find the touch that he wanted to. Amphis looks for the corner. Hunter with the clear, but just saying that, where's the connection? Even there, it's Fiber throwing himself. He's expecting someone from TSM to be on. He doesn't get the touch that he wanted. That's a nice reset, though. Can Kaki get buffed? He does get demoed. Is this the opening?
No!
Where on earth is Fiber? Well, he's not there to finish yet.
Well, he has a chance here, one-on-one, tries to air dribble bump, but gets bumped himself off the play, pass across Fiber, can't find the gap. Raziers, where are you going? There's no one to bump, and somehow TSM's defense still holds.
Did he just leave the ball? What? Wow, what? How is that the goal? Oh, they found something out of nothing. I think they should have scored before. I'm so confused as to what happened, but the delayed shot from Hunter is enough. 1 minute left. Chiefs clutching up.
Oh, a much-needed goal for the healthy Chiefs. Kickoff, 1 minute. Next goal probably takes this game, regulation or overtime. The position that TSM has taken advantage of so many times already in this series. They're going to be on defense first, though. Shot straight on, saved by Kaka.
Here's Super Lockie. Takes it up. I'm going to leave this one for Kaka. Does he get the scam? He does. You can see the respect that these teams have for each other. Fiber was ready. He does get demoed as a reward for his effort. Bad touch, though, from Fiber. Raziers, huge with 0 boost. Amphis underneath, not ready for it. Fiber just trying to slow it down. Gets the pop. There's the 50. Raziers wants to back off. He's not happy with that situation. Finds the touch, but every free ball feels like it's still going to TSM. Even though Chiefs scored last, they don't have the momentum they'd want. There's another 50. 15 seconds left. Still bumps coming through from TSM. Can Chiefs do it? I feel like this series deserves Game 7. But, well, just because you deserve it doesn't mean you're going to get it. 3 seconds left. We're looking like an overtime. Does Amphis want to keep it up? Kind of. He's rolling it around. He's keeping it safe, but he's giving this up to Raziers. Ball still alive. And finally, we will get OT. This is massive.
I'm confused with that when they let it drop after the double demo. Still another overtime. Amphis backwards, collects their own setup, and now Kaka in a good position. It's just Raziers. Now Fiber on defense as well. Might be needed to make the play underneath. Amphis slows it down. Here comes the first defender. It's Hunter. Tries to set up Fiber. Lockie gets there first. Ball goes across to Raziers. Just get it over the top of one, but Amphis again wins the challenge. TSM off the rip, off the kickoff, they look good.
Yeah, they're second to the ball, but that means they're getting the dunks that they need. And as we mentioned in the last overtime, it's all about chances. It's not about overall pressure. It's who's going to make the most of their moment. Could it be Kaka's moment right here? Beautiful 50 from Fiber. Underneath it is Amphis. Has thrown the ball away, but that's not the best catch from Hunter. He's lost control of it. Raziers, can he find the touch that he wants? He does get the 50. Super lucky underneath. He's accidentally pinched it. Think he was looking for the dribble. You can see the slight mistakes coming through. Kaka's just got to be a little bit careful of that going in his own net. A minute going into this overtime, and it's nearly next mistake loses.
Yeah, and it just, again, it's looking a little sketchier on that blue side of the field. The Chiefs, they're always the ones lower on boost, a little bit slower to the ball. It feels like they're dancing on the cliff's edge, just waiting to fall. TSM trying to find that push, yet it's Raziers keeping them stable. Now here comes Hunter. Can he find the attacker in Fiber? Yes, he can. We're going to Champs Field.
Would we want to be anywhere else right now? Champ Field is coming, and Hunter finds the perfect pass. TSM with no one in net, no one waiting, everyone wanting to push out. And Super Lucky left to his lonesome on the backboard, can't find the touch. Chiefs force 7, double timeout buff confirmed. Game on.
Could this series go anywhere else, though, CJ? I mean, knowing the stakes, knowing the history with all the players who are kind of on the field right now and the sort of expectation of both of these teams to be that team to join Wildcard, going to majors, going to worlds, to have it come down to Champions Field, maybe not in a regional final that some people would like, having it happen in the 5th, 6th round is a very oceanic thing. However, the result will still remain the same. One of these two rivals will advance. The other could be seeing their major. If it's TSM, pretty much will be seeing their major go up in smoke.
Yeah, this is why you play, though, to get into these moments where you can, the pressure, the sweat, the adrenaline, everything kicking in. This is exhilarating for both teams, but who's going to be able to step up? We say it every time, Game 7, it's all about moments. It's not been about who's the best team through the series. There's no, oh, but we looked really good and we won all the stats. No, it's all about who can make the most of their opportunity when they get it. Who's going to be the person to step up? Who's going to be the player to take this game by the scruff of the neck? We're about to find out. Game 7, Champ Field. I love it.
If history tells us anything, eyes should be on TSM. Super Lucky has been that guy. Amphis has been that guy. In recent years, though, Fiber has been growing into that guy. Raziers was brought to this country to be that guy. Who has the dog in them to make the moment count in a series where every goal is important, as well as we are on Champions Field now, CJ? I feel like that first goal, that statement goal, it was going to mean more so than any other goal this season.
You said it perfectly. So many players on this pitch have had their moment on this very map, and that was nearly Hunter's. Oh, another shot. TSM under the pump early. Chiefs throwing it at him. Kaka, though, will be able to find the clear. Not the best decision there from Fiber. Raziers, well, he made it Raziers Field a couple weeks ago in that semi-final reverse sweep. Can he do it again? Fiber off the ceiling. One more to Hunter. There's the catch. There's the shot. It's off the backboard. A double quit. A double whip. Oh, it's trouble right now. Can Raziers find the shot? No.
It's going to be a clear back the other way, and it's another situation where the chaos falls in TSM's favor. Nearly sneaking one through. Kaka almost kind of got the Chiefs napping right there. Hunter fakes the touch, but Locky ready for it. Avoids the bump, and again goes opposite side where Fiber gets the free play forward.
And it gone. No trouble for either team just yet, but it has looked like a Chief style of game, which, if that tells us anything formal, I reckon TSM are going to score first. Here is Raziers, corner. Super Lucky. Can he get one more over the top? Fiber doesn't find the best touch. Amphis is looking for the bump. Here's Kaka. Here's the shot. Almost on cue, TSM.
Hunter, right place, right time, and Raziers will find the space required. It's left for Kaka to go around the corner, but off the demo, it's a pass. Hunter shot underneath Amphis. Another key save for TSM.
This time Raziers was getting bumped, so he's not ready to keep the ball in. Kaka downfield. Amphis has been that guy to almost look like he's rotating with the Chiefs. As he finds the redirect, Fiber scoops up the mid boost. Have to catch the ball. Keep it close enough. Amphis looking for the 50. He's actually found a clean win, but could have almost had the shot. Luckily enough, Raziers found the bump. Both teams just looking to work out what exactly they want to bite off. When do you push forward? When do you stay? How safe do you play in this situation? Still figuring it out on both ends.
Razier's backboard tries to slow it down. The midfield sort of power strike's not really working yet. And now nearly gets a pinch pass across to Hunter. Flocky has it read. Now going forward himself. Air dribble bump. No, denied by Razier's. What a save.
Amphis up. Amphis with the air dribble. Does he get one more? The dunk was huge. The block was huge. Super Lucky whiffs. Just Kaka back. And he goes into the corner. That's where the safety is. Amphis importantly leaves a boost for him as well. Still doing the team things, even when the pressure's at its highest. Super Lucky low boost. He's lost possession. They're both up the wall. There's another crucial demo from Amphis. Can he work the ball downfield over the top? Fiber with the clear.
Lucky has to race back to kind of stop the counter, yet Razier's is already there. 3 minutes into this game, still no goal. Change it now. Fiber can't get it around. Lucky on defense again with the timely save. Gets the beat on Hunter as well, who recovers in time to bump Lucky off the play.
Fiber v Kaka. Fiber's gone over the top. Kaka doesn't find the touch he wants. Razier's doesn't get it. Super Lucky has been that guy to intercept time and time again. Hunter off the ceiling to himself. He can't find the second touch. Fiber looks to keep it in. All the pressure right now for the Chiefs. There's another dunk. Hunter's got 100 boost. Can he get it around one? Does. As Amphis just looks to slow it down. He's getting bumped off the ball. Razier's around one. Razier's almost around two. Look who's downfield. Still Amphis lurking.
Amphis still looking downfield. Locky still finding miracle saves. TSM, they're looking more composed, and yet they cannot find that big season-saving touch. Fiber now is going to have the chance to clear it out. Actually goes back to Hunter. That's a good pass. Hunter slows it down, forces Amphis up, gets a line to the backboard. Kaka was waiting. 1 minute to go. This game is flying, CJ. Still a few saves on the board.
I wouldn't mind seeing the pass back there, but it's all about those little decisions. Woulda, shoulda, coulda. There's another huge demo. This time it's Kaka. It's not Amphis. He does have 0 boost, but he has that man in support. Just Super Lucky last. Momentary 1v3. The Chiefs look to capitalize. Razier's with the fake. Kaka's been caught out. Amphis with the save. Is anybody there? Fiber, but Super Lucky. I don't know how many hands he's got, but they keep getting in the way of this Chiefs attack.
Fantastic play. 30 seconds of regulation. Razier's great catch. Now down to Fiber, who tries to slow it up. Amphis has none of it. Super Lucky instead, who might start the play. Tishes into Kaka, going backward. Razier slows it down. Lucky has to wait midfield. Should get the challenge. Gets bumped instead. 12 seconds left. A chance. Fiber doesn't want it. TSM says thank you. Kaka might lead the charge. Final play in regulation. Through the corner we go. TSM, do they let it drop? Do they go for the goal? It's Lucky keeping it alive opposite side. This game won't end.
It will not end, and Kaka's got no boost. Amphis is going to take it. Does he find two? Can Super Lucky create a solo play, create magic? It's over to Kaka, reset backboard. No. Game 7 OT. And we got to say it one more time, Formal. This is season on the line. This is everything.
This is for it all, and Lucky wants to end it right away. Diving save for Razier's. On the line, comes through in the clutch, but they're not out of danger yet. Amphis tries to find a teammate. Razier's gets in the way, safety of the corner, but nothing is settled yet.
There's another reset, another 51. TSM looking to push forward, and Amphis goes bang! TSM keep their season alive. Chiefs out in top 6.
What a play from Kaka to muscle that 50 in his favor. Amphis follows it up. We asked who had the dog in them. I'm giving it to both of Kaka and Amphis in the end. That duo coming through. Crazy series, CJ. Crazy series.
Wowee. That was something right there, Formal. What a series. We go the distance. It was screaming game 7 off the bat. It was chaos. It was a pure OCE game. There were mistakes, but it was entertainment at its finest. And the clutch, you mentioned it, Amphis. He's been that guy before, and he finds the all-important one-goal win. I mean, a one-goal game there in game 7, the lone goal, and the all-important one.
I think if you ever want to introduce some of your international friends out there to what is OCE Rocket League like, why should you follow this region? Show them this series. I think this is the one.
Yep.
I think this is what OCE Rocket League is all about.
absolute chaos. And that was our first series of the day, which is even more insane. As you said, usually these guys are playing off in, if it's not a final, it's a second semi-final. It's, a penultimate series on a Champ Sunday. Instead, we get a top 6 matchup. It's absolute chaos, but we're already running late, so we need to go to a break. Maybe we'll bring Mr. Yummy Cheese Man back after this break. If he cares at all about OCE Rocket League, we'll see you very shortly.
We can put the alternative in another image altogether. And I will call this not the ceramic image, the fully automatic image, but the dramatic image. Consider the world as a drop.
Welcome back to the final day of Open number 5 here in OCE Raleigh Split, Raleigh Major Edition. And speaking of the Major, we just had potentially one of the series to decide just that. Well, at least for TSM, not only the Major, but to decide their season, and they got the job done. Yummy Cheese Man joins us, who he didn't care about OCE Rocket League, but suddenly we have a crazy series. He's like, "Oh, bring me back in, guys! I want to do it now." So, welcome back.
Anybody remember how CJ's missed every second broadcast for like the entire year? So, anyone? What do you do? What are you doing when you're doing those broadcasts? You preparing for your Shopify Rebellion ones? Is that what's going on?
Yeah, I'm just studying.
How'd that go last night?
I've got the notes. Well, actually, didn't get to do last night because they didn't make it to last night. So, going well on that front. Yeah. But it's good to come back to OCE Yummy and get reminded just how insane. I mean, that series pretty much summed up OCE. It was so entertaining. Formal. We covered it. There were whiffs. There were crazy goals, there were own goals, open net misses, and all went down to one final decider on Champ Field.
Yeah, 0-0 overtime to determine it. What more could you want? So congratulations to TSM keeping their season alive. The Chiefs, not the worst position to be in if Wildcard wins out, which is kind of what we're expecting, but Yummy, we do have to move on. All the excitement behind us. We got to look ahead right now and see.
Yeah, but in terms of looking ahead, that actually has major ramifications to everyone. The fact that Chiefs now only get 6 points, it really opens it up for everybody. So it's not just a big boon for TSM, but for Team Power as well, who we're about to see. They're going to be absolutely licking their lips.
Yeah, those guys will be absolutely pumped. And so a couple of other teams that might see themselves right back in the game is I'm Fine in the West and Scrims World, which will be our next series coming up right here. This is game on. I'm Fine in the West. I know they did lose the Wildcard yesterday. It was in 6th, though. They do have a win over Chiefs in the group stage as well, Formal. This is a team that can really put their hand up as a major contender now.
Yeah, and you also have to remember, too, Laxon, first split, actually did get a win with the now Power lineup taking out the whole regional. So, one of the 3 players not on Wildcard to do so. Expectation for this team, despite a rough, regional prior to this one, they can still get right back in that hunt. If they make it to the finals this time around, that could potentially lead to a 4-way tie for second place.
Laxon's there to prove himself. Fine in the West. They've had the results in Swiss stages both weeks. They took down Wildcard in this event. This is their chance to at least get the ball rolling. It's a great start to actually get themselves some momentum, to get themselves that confidence as they head towards the semifinals as well.
Well, we're all pretty confident I'm Fine in the West, or maybe we're casting curse to them. Who knows? It's Scrims World. They're clearly the underdogs going into this one based on what we think. Maybe we're very wrong, though. We'll have to find out. Another best of 7 coming right up. Can I'm Fine in the West get the job done, or will we see another chaotic Game 7? Boys, take it away.
Let's head down to the pitch. Scrims World versus Fine in the West. And they're just having a little bit of a jump around to start off the game. So a little bit of a delay. You can see Scrub connecting and disconnecting in order to just delay the beginning. And in fact, we are getting a pause. There was a bit of a tech issue for Fine in the West. CJ, bring back CJ, quick. He's run off, hasn't he? It's like yesterday all over again.
I think he's gone. All right,
he's disconnected from Discord. That's how much he's sick of me.
Wow. Like the second the Orgless team show up, CJ just gone, just out of here.
That I will, a little insight into what CJ said before we went live is that what was I going to watch? Serrani getting knocked out? Or who cares about that? He literally said that. I'm not even making it up. No, I'm like, you only care about watching. That's why he's not doing this game, because Scrims World aren't in contention for the major. That's the only that's the reason he's not here right there in this series.
I don't know if Yummy is lagging out or if I am right now.
Listen,
just all right, cool. I can't hear Yummy on Discord, so I have no audio to Yummy right now.
Awesome.
That's fun.
All right, well, I'm going to go and solo this one. I'm also having issues inside Rocket League, so I thought it was me because I could not ready up for the next game. So everything falling apart a little bit here. Maybe CJ did leave at the right time in order to get this one sorted out. But we are going to be heading into the game shortly. They're just going to be testing the new server anyway. So we got a little bit of time potentially to see how this goes. Oh my goodness, my game is ruined. Formal, can you hear me? He can't hear me. Oh no, this is a disaster. I can't even spectate. I can't spectate, ladies and gentlemen. Oh no, I'm gonna have to go off vMix, which is what the producers send to us. So let's have a look at how we are heading in this lower bracket match. How we doing now, Formal? He still can't hear me. It's over. Everything's over.
Please. All right. I think we are having a little bit of internet funsies, but trust me, I've been here the entire time. All right. That's what I want to tell you all. I would never abandon you, OCE, Yummy, and CJ. Kind of bounce back and forth, but we are here with our next match. I have no idea of what has been said, but we are doing a little solo cast in right now. Blue side, as mentioned before, Scrims World. We'll see what they can bring into this one. I know before coming into this matchup, we all did decide to predict I'm fine in the West, and the question was proposed that, maybe, maybe they know, people who are picking Scrims World know something that we don't. Well, I still think it is an objectively incorrect choice for the team that didn't make top 8 last time. Hello, CJ.
So this is what happens. Yummy pretends that he wants to come back. He pretends that, I love this region. Look at me. I only missed one series. And then he intentionally pulls his Ethernet cable out of its port. Or I think he just pulled it halfway out. So it half worked, it half didn't. He just showed his face, and now he's gone again. I thought I was on a break. I thought I was going to be able to get some food in, but instead, here we are, and we've got another cracking matchup here, Formal. I can't wait. Let's do it.
Yeah, the match that... I feel like I'm the only one, CJ, who wanted to watch this match, all right? I'm the only one who was like,
I was happy to watch.
Scrims.
Yummy took my spot in the lobby, said, get out, I want to flame CJ. And then he gaslit me, and he said that I was saying all these things before the stream even started, Formal, which is a complete lie. He wasn't here before the stream started. I am furious with this man, but I'm glad to be here, and I wish he wouldn't kick me off these games ever again.
Look, all I'm saying, OCE, faithful, I've been here the whole time, unless security has kicked me out of the building I happen to be in. But other than that, I have been here the whole time with you. Fortunately, no goals scored. Nothing really has happened yet. A couple of close calls from Hawk, but I appreciate the players waiting for us to get sorted before they start scoring.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it as well. Halfway going into game 1, and no damage done, as we do see a little double commit through the halfway line there from Rez. Colbo finds a decent enough 50 on this occasion. As we said, it's been a bit of a stalemate. No one really finding too much pressure. This is a great chance for Hawk, though. Doesn't quite put that one across on that occasion. More pressure coming through. Can Scrims World their way through, or will this man lax and get to work? Look at the high-flying plays. He loves being right up there on the ceiling, on the roof. Big misplay, though. Last man. Is this a chance? Perhaps? No.
Yeah, not able to find that one, but I do like how you're calling out Laxon, because again, if I'm finding the West is going to be a team to make a deep run today, we're going to need some big performances from Laxon. That said, if we go back yesterday against Wildcard, it was actually Scrub, I feel like, who's kind of been the MVP on this team, a name that has been a little bit behind this, not quite where he used to be back on those Pioneers days. However, this could be the team that puts it together. Laxon, though, tries to remind us who he is, and it's Scrub who seals the deal.
Yeah, Laxon, this is ridiculous. Look at this, off the roof, and just somehow gets that ball right around Creed, and Colbo tried his mightiest to get the ball off the goal line, but it is wedged in. Scrub says thank you for the free goal. 90 seconds left. 1-0 for the West boys.
Quick start for West, and by quick, I mean, well, at least they got the first goal. Scrub backboard, now looking for something behind with the demo, though. No shot will come from Rez. It'll be Laxon instead. As we take a look, I want to take another quick look at this Scrims team as well, because obviously you have Hawk, who has been at the top of OCE before, getting an equalizing shot right now. Do you think he still has old Hawk in him to make deep runs?
I think he does. I think he's always got the potential. He's always showing up. He kind of hangs with anyone. I feel like he steps up or sometimes even steps down depending on his opponent, but he's got it in him to take this series, and that's an important equalizer there for Scrims World.
Yeah, they're going to be able to tie this game through. 1 minute remaining. Surely we don't go straight from like a series with 4 overtimes, the game 7 overtime, CJ to an overtime to start this one off as well. We're going to be the region of golden goals at this rate as Scrub tries to play around the corner. Could set up Rez, but Creed's in the way.
Hawk, he's going to leave this one on that occasion. Creed with a shot off the backboard. Blocked out this time. Laxon has to get up in time. Cobbo going to rip that one off the backboard, but that's not going to work as Laxon is finding himself downfield. He goes to low 50. Trouble here for Cobbo if he finds the bump. A low boost. Scrims World as West can't quite get that one to work. Off the sidewall this time. Hawk going to throw it across. Cobbo in space. Laxon doesn't get the touches. This is a bit of late heroics here. Almost that time. Scrims World looking for a chance. He's that man Hawk that you want, that you're calling for to step up. Can't quite get it to work, and we will get overtime game 1.
Yeah, this is a big overtime. Again, finding the West, they're in that unique position of being, again, a 5th, 6th place team in the last regional. If they want to go to the Riley Major, they pretty much need to make a finals this and the next regional, or even win one, if at all possible. It's a series they can't afford to lose, similar to the likes of TSM coming into this one, and an overtime loss would be a little bit disastrous for them. They're coming in as heavy favorites as well. Rez with Laxon as lead blocker won't get the block, will lose possession as well. Ball slowly bouncing towards the net. Hawk makes the save.
It's a save just in time, Creed. That's a really crucial touch there. 40 seconds gone in OT. Scrub, can he make a solo play work? He's gone to fake this time. Cobbo's ready. Laxon with a shot and a beautiful bump. You've got to be worried about Scrub when he's rotating out of your net. He finds the bump. Laxon sets up both goals, scores the second. It's going to be West taking game 1.
Yeah, and I love seeing that again. Laxon with the shot. Scrub, though, still being that team player, finds the pressure required to keep the door open for them. Fine in the West, fine in game 1. They take it. And, well, I mean, it's the start that we're looking to see. And I'm glad, CJ, at least someone was with me to see this start, because I would have been lonely otherwise.
He would have been lonely, but I'm happy to be here, and I think Yummy's ready as well. Maybe do we want him back though, or maybe I just keep going. You know, maybe us Twitch chat.
No,
does anyone really want Yummy back? You know,
I feel like with both of you making runners, maybe I should be the one to disappear this time, right? Maybe it's my turn to just.
No, we like you.
Dip
no,
on
I like.
Okay.
No, I think we can keep it around. I think we can. Nah, someone said no. Okay, so yeah, all right. Looks like we'll keep him on the sidelines because, as we said, he clearly doesn't care about us.
Okay.
So we'll keep him. We'll keep him there. Keep him on the sidelines.
Yeah, if there's anything Yummy Cheese Man and the Yummy Cheese Man legacy should be, is not caring about OCE. It's not.
The trio cast, maybe. We had the grand final trio cast. Tricast.
Yeah, for half a game.
For half a game. And that was good fun. So we might be able to bring that back later on. But, you know, as the great Yummy Cheese Man says, he actually tried to say I said this, but clearly this applies to him. He only shows up for the big games. So this top 6 match isn't what he wants. He said, give me the grand final only. He's a grand finals caster, he told us. So we might see him later on today, formal. But until then, we'll see if Fine in the West can continue on their winning ways.
Yep. I mean, momentum in their favor currently after that overtime win. We'll see if they're going to be able to find another one straight after it. However, I mean, look, this Scrims team I feel like is going to be a sticky one. They should have that resiliency. It's a bit unfortunate for them as a whole, not even making top 8 last regional, which kind of killed this lineup's chances before it realistically got started. I feel a team with Cabo and Hawk should always be a contender in some facet.
Yeah, I mean, Cabo, credit to his consistency as well. Obviously been around for quite a while now in the OCE scene, but a real, as you said, a staple of the top 8, no matter where we are, no matter what season here in the RLCS and OCE. But as you said, for now, hasn't been the best start. On the other side of things, the top 6 wasn't too bad for Fine in the West, and now with Chiefs getting out top 6, could certainly be a major spot up for grabs for them. They did take down the Chiefs in the group stage. Let's see if they can pick up or find some of that form. Here is Rez. Gonna take it off the ceiling. One more would be huge off the backboard. A good shot, could be a goal. Nice save from Cobbo.
Yeah, and I mean, taking that series out the Chiefs really did kind of save I'm Fine in the West season, because not only did it knock the Chiefs in sort of the awkward spot where they wound up getting eliminated today, but it also ensured that they'd be on the opposite end of the bracket of Wildcard, which is, you know, the big team you want to avoid. Yes, they had to play them yesterday, but win or lose, they're going to be on the wrong side of the bracket from them. Realistically, their expectation should be able to beat a team like Scrims. It's going to be that matchup against Power, where they should be able to capitalize on the opportunity they gave themselves. Obviously, they have to make it there first. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. But if I'm Fine in the West wanted to make a recovery from the last regional, beating the Chiefs was the catalyst for it.
Certainly confidence goes a long way, particularly in OCE. Here's a nice reset chance. The fake was opted for instead by Laxon, who's certainly been that guy so far for this team. We'll see a lot made of the big transfer, the big change off formerly Scrims World lineup, now Team Power. And he set up that first goal in game 1, scored the winner, scored the second. It's a nice chance, goes across, Scrub with a 50. That's right there, doesn't find the touch that he'd like. Can see Scrims World looking like they're matching Fine in the West for now.
Doing a good job, and honestly, arguably maybe better than some people would have given them credit for. I mean, neither team, I'm going to say it, CJ, has really wowed me on the offensive side of the pitch so far. It's been a little bit cookie cutter. We haven't seen the big plays yet, and maybe it's because we were spoiled that last series based on sort of like how aggressive and how chaotic at times things were, where both of these two teams feel a lot more measured. However, with names like Hawk and Laxon, I'm kind of ready for those big mechy moments.
I think they'll, well, if the first series is anything to go by, the quality will only improve as the games get on, as the series prolongs. Series Laxon, he hasn't caught that one. That's a bit of a misplay. There are openings for both teams if they can just recognise and they're ready to strike. Saw Scrub down the other end miss one. He's got a good chance here with a reset. This time doesn't work. They've run in the corner, front post, should I say, for Scrims World. Can Laxon find the air dribble bump? He's landed the bump, and then he set it up once again. Rez says, thank you very much, Laxon. I'll get the first goal.
I love this setup, and the bump on Creed, absolutely disgusting. And even then, it's not like Rez had the easiest shot in the world. Pressure from Hawk from up above, still had to find enough power to strike it through. Well done to Fine in the West, and I'm loving seeing the team plays and the communication coming through from this team, because when you're sort of just on the outside looking in, those little team play moments can be the X factor that takes you to that next level.
Some aggression being shown by Hawk. Trying to turn the momentum, shift things around here for Scrims World. It's now Laxon. He gets space. He's just a guy that you don't want to give space at all to. You want to see someone instantly up in the air, kind of show what Super Locky was doing to Chiefs in the previous series. Just always getting a hand up. Always worrying the solo plays out. There's a big mistake though. Cobbo's been caught. Rez has found his second.
Oh boy, another quick goal. Scrub again leads the charge, but Alvarez does this time really is put it on target. The defense just a little bit out of position that time around. First real positional mistake it feels like coming from either of these teams that's gotten properly punished. Good job to the Fine in the West side, and with the 2-goal lead, 1 minute remaining, it's looking more and more likely there'll be 2 games up as well.
That's a beautiful play there from Scrub. Laxon just going to throw this one forward. Wasn't happy with the touch he was going to be able to get on it with the reset. Rez and Scrub off the wall. And he find 1-2. Oh, Scrub's doing it all himself. 3 goals to Fine in the West. They are humming right now.
This is what I was hinting at before. Scrub, for whatever reason, this regional is starting to look more and more like the Scrub of a couple years ago. Big time play around the corner, fast, efficient. Also was the catalyst for a couple of the other goals we've seen as well. Scrub showing up in game number 2. And I'm starting to think right now, 30 seconds or so remaining. If you are looking on that Scrim side, it could be time to call the timeout.
Certainly, this is starting to look like one-way traffic as Laxon's going for the lowest air dribble I've ever seen. 20 seconds left. This could be a clean sheet, which could be worrying now for Scrims World. Maybe some late momentum, but as you said, I'd expect a timeout here. 13 seconds left. Backboard, this should be a goal, should be the shot. Cobo goes low and slow instead, and well, he's nearly done the right thing. It was probably too slow in the end. Don't know how it hasn't gone in. Maybe one last chance for Cobo. At the sideball, Laxon looks for the clear. Ball will eventually find the ground, and this has been really impressive so far for Finding the West.
Yeah, Finding the West going to go ahead and walk away with a nice Game 2 victory. I think the most important thing, though, is 2 shutouts now in a row for Finding the West. Scrims immediately take the timeout, and so they're going to have to find a way to crack this Finding the West defense, something that, you know, Wildcard struggled with at times, even the Chiefs struggled with as well.
Yeah, it's timeout buff's been looking pretty good. Timeout buff has been looking pretty good though, if you're looking at that side of things. But I think I'm Finding the West are probably just looking like a better team at the moment on paper. Certainly, when you're probably doing your power rankings as well, coming into this split formal, they're that kind of 4-5 team around there, just outside your clear top 3. So yeah, whereas probably Scrims World is on the cusp of the top 8. So I think that's why we all predicted them, and that win over Chiefs shows their quality.
Yeah, so far as well, those kind of early season predictions seem to be bearing fruit. Again, a little surprised we haven't seen Hawk have, you know, a couple certified Hawk moments. It's really felt like Cabo being the one to kind of keep Scrims as in it as possible thus far. But with the timeout buff, we'll see.
Yeah.
Obviously don't want to count Scrims out yet, but yeah.
Well, as you said, they're not quite online. I think we're seeing a few mistakes. I think Cobo can certainly elevate his game. As you mentioned, Hawk hasn't quite been as active as we expect from him. And obviously Creed as well can show his colours when it's his time to shine. So it'd be worse, you know, I always say, if you're playing perfectly and you're saying, wow, we're playing incredibly and you're losing, that's when you're in trouble. But I think there's certainly a case that Scrims World can elevate their game far higher than where they are right now and get themselves back into this one.
Yeah, we will see. I mean, for a lot of reasons, though, the big one being the current game score line. Game number 3 feels must win for the Scrims World team. They need to recover this one because as fun as reverse sweeps has been, a reverse sweep of Scrims World over Finding the West would be, I think, the craziest one yet of this region this year. We'll see, though, how it plays out. So must win for the blue side. Orange side, though, if they continue this sort of measured, controlled, and almost suffocating approach, they're going to be quite happy with themselves. Game 3 kicks off.
This decides a lot this game. If we do see West take it, it's probably going to be a quick best of 7, but maybe some aggression. I like seeing that from Hawk. Just trying to mix things up a little bit. Can spark what we need to see from this Scrims World lineup. Hawk now. Going to catch this one across. Beautiful double, actually. This is okay. I like seeing that. Formal. You want to see him online.
Yep.
More touches like that will help.
Yeah, exactly. Giving Hawk space is still just as dangerous, I feel like, as it used to be. It's not as if, you know, the skill this guy had has completely evaporated over the couple-year hiatus that we saw from Hawk. However, it should be worth noting we still haven't seen Hawk reach the same level of hype or the same level of sort of performance and results that, you know, used to be expected of him. As we see Rez right now play keep away, driving shot down to Cabo, who will stay behind it. Scrub gets the next 50. I just want to see Hawk get one last run on one of those big 4 or big 3 lineups just to see what he can do.
This is where he needs to show that he's deserved of a spot in one of those top teams. Let's see what he can do here. Cobbo backboard. Does what a dodge attempt, but he's missed the ball. He's got to worry about the ball first. Got around the man, but gives Scrub the first.
And again, it's Scrub in the right place at the right time. I don't know what it has been with Scrub, but the game IQ has risen so much throughout this split in particular. Another fine goal for Scrub for finding the West. And unfortunately for Scrims, I mean, this is now 5 unanswered against them.
What you want to see if you are a Scrims World supporter. That touch won't be the best for Rez. Here's the space that you want to see from Hawk. This time chooses to take a 50. That's a nice interception from Cobbo, but no one really there. They're not quite linking up, but the bump is huge.
Ooh.
This time Laxon is back in time. You can see little moments where they are showing some impressive gameplay, but it's not sustainable at the moment.
No, it's just been these little pop-off surprise times, key moments, but yeah, nothing that's really turned into a legitimate threat. I think, 12 minutes into this series of gameplay, and outside of the one foible on the goal line where realistically I think we're both in agreement that probably should have gone through, there hasn't been a threatening touch, at least until now. Maybe Hawk second sets up Cobbo, and in it goes. Scrims finally gets on the board.
Well, that's more like it. You can just see the space and a really smart touch there from Hawk. He finds 2, and Cobbo cuts across front post, but started with Hawk there in the midfield. He saw the gap, and instead of trying to shoot on net, he just played the long game, throws it to the sidewall, gets the follow-up. They find their first.
Yeah, and it's a key first one as well, an equalizing play, possibly to keep this series alive. And now Hawk with space. Put the first touch too far in front, unable to stay with it. As we see Cobbo try to get underneath, ground pinch. No, not there. Bit of traffic in the goal. Creed sits back. Now tries to create something, but can't go too much further with it.
I just would have loved to see Creed get the first touch he wanted and go for the solo play there. Instead, he kind of just toe poked it along the ground. Sideball 50, Creed's right there, over to Cobbo. This is a nice play. They've spread the field. They've got them on the ropes here, finding the West, but Rez finds a pretty important 50. They're still low boost. Scrub has to come up huge. Finds Rez on the outlet, and there's a clear downfield. They did well to defend, but I'm liking this. This is better from Scrims World.
Yeah, this is, a little bit more solid, although
Double grip.
that approach a little more awkward, but that's okay. Double commit means, you've got a partner as you drive it out the pitch, not like Hawk needs it. 2-1 lead off the flick.
Yeah, Cork says enough of that nonsense. I'll just take it down myself, and that's a pretty handy boost grab off the spawn there. Beautiful flick over Laxon, who was low boost, caught out of position. All of a sudden, Scrims World, they've got the lead, and they've got some momentum.
Yeah, and this is turnaround that I think Scrims desperately needed. Again, did feel like after going shut out first 2 games, must-win game for them to keep their series hope alive. As we try to come through the corner, it is going to be Cobbo with the first touch. Not quite able to find the second just yet, as midfield challenge sees Scrub now looking a bit more centered. Air dribble bump, not quite. Hawk back for the save.
He's Creed low boost. Still finds a nice 50. He's actually lost it in a great spot to Hawk, but Creed just couldn't find the bump. Sideball double attempted. Read by Laxon, who's got 2 over the top, and it's the Scrub, but he just caught himself underneath the ball. That could have been a beautiful set play. Now down the other end, Hawk's found a pre-flip. This is really awkward. Can Creed get there? No, he found himself way too close to the ball. Scrimswell could have found their third. Hawk is looking active.
Yeah, Hawk has really come alive in this third game, taking advantage of the timeout buff. I'm glad to see it. And a rare, mistake from Scrub so far from the form that we've seen. Those could be the winning combos to keep Scrims World on top. Through the corner, Rez gets a bump on Hawk, but there's nobody from finding the West there to immediately pounce on it. Laxon has to make a touch without boost. Does stay on the play briefly, but the 50, a bit of a disaster for Scrub. Rez avoids 1. Now with a chance to get to the net, there is no bump.
I love the controlled touches there, but we'll try and make it work. Laxon with the 50. There's a setup. You can see they're getting desperate here finding the West. They've double committed for no reason. Rez wants back corner. Creed's ready. They've given up that boost, though, which might mean one last attack coming up for them finding the West. They're looking settled. There's the low 50. They're losing it perfectly, though. Back for Scrims World. Hawk has found the demo and boost. 10 seconds left. Laxon, what do you got for us? He goes the pre-flip. Hawk finds the pinch. One last play. Scrub low, though. You get one more. This timeout buff in OCE is looking ridiculous at the moment. Scrims World out of nowhere. Unless something crazy can happen for them. Ball down. They find their first game.
And we got ourselves a series, CJ. Scrims World brings it back. It is Hawk leading the charge. welcome back, Hawk, to, Championship Sunday, as it were. And it's a good performance for him. Keeps Scrims' hope alive. That said, I mean, it still was only a 1-goal game. For me, the biggest striking difference was the shot differential. Fine in the West only put 3 shots on.
Yeah, that's a real big turnaround. I'm not sure what happened in that timeout, but they have found a way to find themselves, well, right back into this game. I'm just wondering, does Scrims have a coach? There's unlisted on Wikipedia. Just trying to work out where this came from. Is it Cobo showing the leadership?
Cobo, is it Cobo? Is it Creed as well? Could he be one? Is it Hawk? I don't really know. Maybe Scar. Maybe Scarlo, team owner, getting in there.
A little pep talk.
Giving the team the pep talk. Yeah.
I like it.
Not sure where it's coming from, but wherever it was coming from, it definitely worked out for them back in this series. I would argue game 4 is just as much as a must win as game 3 was, but hey, I mean, they now believe in themselves. They know they can do it. Hawk has come online. Pressure back on Fine in the West. I mean, from their eyes, this is the golden opportunity. They're on the opposite side of Wildcard. This is their chance to get right back in the major hunt. They cannot afford to let it go to waste.
Well, they've done something here, or as Cobo's mum said in chat, maybe it is just the Mother's Day mojo. Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers, all the Rocket League mums out there. Hopefully you had a fantastic Sunday. And, well, for you, Cobo's mum, let's see if he can provide a nice little prezi with a win here. Oh, he's done a great save. There's the first one. A bit of heroics from him. Laxton's going the low 50. Rez looking to turn straight on this one. Cobo's found another important dunk. Laxton with the shot. Creed there. Scrims World stepping up the defense. This is much better from the first 2 games.
There's been a few moms in RLCS OCE chats I've noticed throughout the past. I'm trying to remember, it's either Scrub's mom or Rez's mom who came in their match against the Chiefs and was just like talking the team up and, throwing a little bit of shade. It was very brief when they actually got that win over, which I love, by the way. I think it's fantastic. So I want to see all the moms in chat.
Shout out the moms
on Mother's Day. Exactly.
Couldn't do it without them. And it's your day. So, Cobo, as soon as this tournament finishes, I expect you to be cooking dinner or doing something. I'll have to get word from Cobo's mum to see what kind of performance he's put in on her day. Let's see what they can do right here on the pitch, though. Laxton throws this one across. Hawk with the low 50. Maybe Scrub first on it. Takes it up. This is a great position to be in. There's the shot on. That's great positioning in defense, though, from Creed. And as Laxton finds one extra, and Creed's keeping it close enough. All 3 members of Scrims World have really stepped up since those first 2 games where they look shabby, and the defense. I say that it is an absolute catastrophe. Rez has just ping-ponged his way to the first goal.
You cannot say that is not a mom buff right now. I see Shoraz's mom in chat say hi, and immediately the most chaotic goal of the series thus far underneath Rez's name to take the lead, Fight in the West with the go-ahead. That was cosmic, that one was.
That was another just OCE moment where I think the Hawk has just been made to put the ball into his own net. There's not much he can do about that one. Rez really just shot it into it. He said, hey, have this. And the Hawk said, I don't want it, but I guess it's in the back of the net. 1-0 for West. Important goal as well. They did lose the momentum off that game 3, but since then it has been pure blue half dominance.
Okay, Scrub. That was a little awkward right there, but fortunately no boost on the Scrims World side, so it's just going to quickly right itself as, again, Reds leads the charge.
Yeah, it's a couple of moments. This is why you always need to be on your toes in these games. You never know if someone's just going to drive past the ball. Hawk throws that one down the line, straight to Laxton. You get one more. Cobo finds a nice 50, a safe 50 into that corner, out of trouble. And there is Hawk cutting across. This is really nice transition, actually, from Scrims World out of defense. Off the corner, double for Cobo. Not on target.
Not on target, but that's okay. Hawk still stays behind the plate. Now tries to cross up to Cabo. Ball put up in the air, but no one really willing to commit for it just yet. 1:50 to go. Demo's in front of net, yet it's Rez who tries to get the flick over the top of Hawk. Could have been an opening. Instead, Laxon has to help bang it through. 100 seconds to go in this game. Pressure on Scrims right now, though. They need the equalizer.
Got to go right now. On that occasion, though, Scrub tries to get one over the top. Creed with a nice dunk. Laxon's just going to leave this one for Rez. Did catch Scrimswood out for the moment, but when Hawk gets space, you want to be scared if you are West. Here's Laxon downfield. Creed to the wall. More midfield 50s coming through. He's going to be able to assert their dominance. Rez is trying to do just that. He's got a nice 50 and stolen the boost. Straight down the other end the ball goes.
Yeah, to the other end where Laxon will collect off the backboard. Deep dribble now. Oh my goodness, he's going all the way, but couldn't quite seal the deal. The reset didn't get the angle they were looking for. Could have been the dagger in this game. Scrim stay alive.
Scrub just trying to get one around Colbo, who goes to the 50 instead. Was the right play. Laxon doesn't find the touch that he wants. Doesn't quite wedge it off that side wall. Here is Hawk with the flick. Had Colbo right there in support. Hawk steals that boost. Looks like Scrimswood are pretty well set up to try and launch an attack. You can see their boost is pretty healthy at the moment, and that's a big whiff. There's space for Hawk to work with. He's going straight for the bump. He's trying to roll through everyone there. Colbo comes in as well. 20 seconds left. It's now or never.
Yeah, as they put one last shot on, I imagine that with Laxon not finding it, should be seeing the Westies rotate back, especially with Hawk putting pressure on, but there's low boosts. Still high and wide. Can't put it on target. Cabo looks for Creed, setting up Hawk one more time. It's down, it's not in. Straight to Laxon.
Oh, he just jumped a bit early there, Hawk, and that meant he only had one angle, which was the left side of the net. If he waited, if he hesitated a touch, perhaps he can set up a better shot, but they had a chance. They didn't take it. And finding the West move on to triple match point.
This is looking very good for Fine in the West. Again, timeout buff, it is law in OCE, so I guess you're always going to concede one. No such thing as the perfect 4-0. However, to bounce right back, find that win, 3-game match point, I'm Fine in the West. It's an interesting one for me, CJ, because like they're winning the games, they're looking controlled. I don't think the score lines are incredibly reflective of how Fine in the West just seems to be consistently a little bit paced ahead of Scrims World.
Yeah, I think they have looked like the better team over that. Maybe just the OCE timeout buff is ridiculous, but so far it has been a lot of that sort of offensive half dominance from Fine in the West. And it's funny, their first goal is just an absolute schmozzle. It's not quite coming as clean as they'd like. We haven't really seen Laxon provide that clear opening since what we saw in the first couple of games, but importantly, they don't let the series equalise. They take their 3-1 lead and now are really in the box seat.
Can I just say, I love how chat just starts to fully calm down and become more respectful than it ever is as soon as the moms show up.
Yeah. It's
that universal thing of like, mom's here. All right, best behavior, everybody. I appreciate it. This is why they need to stay.
Exactly.
Give them moderator perms.
Give them the keys to the kingdom. Give them the keys to the Twitch channel as well. Can we get a wall of happy Mother's Days in chat, please? We'd love to see it. Here is Rez, though. And a big game coming up for Scrimswood if they want to stay alive in this tournament. If they want to stay alive for the major as well. Don't forget about them. Finding the West with the top 6 in the first event. But we know what Scrimswood did. Not the same roster, but the organisation last split. If you can pull out an event win, you're right back in the hunt.
Well, I mean, yeah, if anybody knows that, it's Fine in the West. Again, Laxon on that Scrims World team that pulled it off, beating Wildcard twice in the same regional. Laxon this time won't get the play on to Creed as Scrub looks to set up Rez. Shot is on. Creed diving save.
Keeping themselves in it. Laxon looks to the side, but Zed throws it straight at Creed. Here is Scrub. Keeps the ball as close as possible. Rez fakes the touch. Takes it up now. Has been 50. This is really awkward, actually. Scrub has caught himself in a terrible spot. Scrimswood had a momentary chance, but Laxon says, no, thank you. We're going down the other end.
Yeah, end to end we go, but it's Rez who starts to push forward. Nonetheless, can't get the pinch down underneath. Hawk will be the one who tries to play around the corner instead. Laxon Comes up, bump from behind. Cabo tries to create space. Now here comes Hawk looking for the goal. Might have Creed, might have Cabo, might go solo, does neither of the three, and winds up giving possession back.
Laxton low boost right side, still able to beat Creed to the ball. It's a nice catch from Hawk if he can find two. No scrub too quick. Laxton underneath, loves to use the ceiling just to pass it to himself. The reset doesn't quite come off for him. Another low scoring affair. It's an interesting game so far, interesting series. Here's Rez, looks at the redirect. It's just not quite finding the touches they want, but it's still awkward enough for Scrims, and they are low boost in defense. It's Hawk, looks to carry it out, but he's been caught straight away.
Got caught straight away and able to do too much more with it. Halfway through this game, CJ, and they're about still no goals. Only 2 shots on the board for Scrims World, though. It has been very much, well, until this shot right here, a pretty, heavy Westies favored match. I'd like to see them try to get that one more through. Laxton underneath actually misreads it. Red's in a little bit of an awkward spot. Hawk, though, unable to recover. As we continue to go back and forth, it's just been a low shot series.
It's been a low aggression series as well. I feel like both sides have really not, they haven't discovered the demo mechanic for a lot of it. You see the Scrub trying to chase one there, but even before, Laxton had a perfect chance to bump Cobo and just completely take the last man out of the game. Instead, he went for a touch on the ball. They're trying to play perfect Rocket League here. I think sometimes you just need to get a little bit messy, get your hands dirty, and just secure an easier win than perhaps what Fine in the West are doing right now.
If TSM and Chiefs are willing to embrace the chaos, there's no excuse for any other team in this region to not go for it. Here comes Rez, though, open net, and that was the lightest touch you could have possibly found in that situation.
Yeah, he certainly made sure it was on net, but perhaps it was the wrong man to go for it. There was a 3 on none, really, and it was the last guy to get in to get the shot, and in the end, that just bought enough time to Creed to get back, and minute 18, this is very similar to the last game. This ball is just pinned in the blue half. Another 50. More awkward touches. Oh, they've been completely bamboozled. Creed and Hawk and Cobo in net are in all sorts.
Yeah, and it's Rez who's going to be the one to put it through, but no boost, pure panic mechanics. Nothing, unfortunately, that Scrims could do to stop that from coming in. A minute 8 remaining. A chance for the miracle run for Scrims. It's reliant on a last-minute goal, but possession starts off in favor of the Westies.
And Laxton's found a really nice 50. Over to Rez. That's a good first touch too. No one on the backboard either. Could this be the shot? Everyone's in bump, but the ball won't roll in the back of the net. 52 seconds left. All they need to do is hold on, but that could have been game over if they scored.
Could have been, but instead we continue on. Rez tries to take it down low. Cabo plays keep away. To the backboard we go. Laxton keeps it in a dangerous spot, but just to get the dunk on Hawk. I don't even know where the creativity from that one comes from. Super well played from Laxton. Alleviates some pressure. Not all of it. Play continues on.
Laxton just cuts straight across just to keep the pressure off as much as possible. Scrims World pushing forward, looking for the catch. That's a bad dunk though. Hawk just lets the ball get behind him. Finds it back to Cobo. More chances here. Finding the West really looking content with hanging on. They're certainly parking the bus at the moment, except for this man Laxton, who keeps surging forward, keeps looking for the touches. He's faked everyone, but no one's ready for Finding the West. They just want the ball down. Scrub doesn't want to be here. He says, get me out. Get me into the semi-final, and that's exactly where he'll go. Finding the West, 4-1.
A solid series for Fight in the West. Again, anything less, I feel like, would have been a disappointment for a team still looking to keep their major hopes alive. For Scrims World, I mean, look, in some ways, it's another top 6 for Cabo. It's another top 6 for Hawk. Still keeping their roster relevant, but yeah, they're still not there yet where they're challenging, I feel, that best 5. Yummy, I believe, is back with us.
Oh, is he? Interesting.
Yeah, hopefully it's working now.
See, interesting. It's top 4 time, and Yummy Cheese Man's back. Oh, Mr. Grand Finals. Here he is.
Hey, well, it ended up being really good because I forgot Mother's Day, and Twitch chat reminded me, so I was able to get a call off before I got my head chopped off. But great series. Fine in the West as well. Going to be really happy they're on the side of the bracket with power, rather than having Wildcard on that side. So they actually have a really good chance. This is shaping up to be a very interesting round 2. Because last split, we kind of had most of the teams completely knocked out of contention at this point in time, and it became a 2-horse race for the second spot. But it is still wide open right now.
It's a great spot to be in for people fighting the West. And not only that, their way through for a player like Laxton to maybe do it against the old lineup that he was a part of in Power. That's a lot of fun. Power with their expectations. And even before then, CJ, though, we still have to see if Wildcard is still going to be that top team.
Yeah, I think for the sake of, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but I guess for the sake of competition, I would like to see Wildcard just win and secure that first spot and then just have this second spot completely blown open. I mean, Chiefs
What do you
right
mean?
now.
I reckon lose, have them come 3rd, 4th, and that's even more open. Yeah,
True.
If they do win this event, I don't know if people know, but if they win this event, they're qualified for both Raleigh and Worlds if they win today. So they have their opportunity in their hands, and we're actually going to go to that match right after this. Wildcard versus TSM up next.
Let's try this again. Welcome back to OCE Open number 5. We're here, the three of us. I'm hosting once again. And it is top 4 time, guys. We've had a couple of best of 7s here on Championship Sunday. Yummy Cheese Man, welcome back. Top 4, you decided to plug your Ethernet cable back in this time?
We're just like the OCE players, you know. It's always the same faces, just shuffling around a little bit, left, right, and center. I was there a second ago, now I'm back here.
That's what we love.
Hopefully no technical issues this time. I think we're all sorted.
I think we are. I think we're all good formal. That was a little bit of a cruisier best of 7 that we saw in the first series of the day that did go all the way to overtime Champions Field. But it is semi-final time, and speaking of some top teams, since now Yummy Cheese Man's back, we do have the best team in OCE coming up for our first semi-final. It's going to be Wildcard taking on TSM. Form, what are your thoughts?
I mean, we kind of hinted at it before going into the break and at the start of the show, but Wildcard right now in position to not only go to the Riley Major, but to go to Worlds on top of that as well. Today could be a very monumental day for this org, for this team that has been dominant for nearly 2 years. Now, it can be 2 years at the end of today, and my thoughts are I would hate to be against them right now.
Yeah, not the right situation to be in, especially given they do have 2 shots, so there's a lot less nerves. We know how good a Wildcard can be when they're playing that aggressive, risky, balls to the wall, banana head going for everything playstyle that they love, and how effective that's been over the last year and a half. But I will say I've been very impressed with TSM, and in that last series, I think that was some of the best, or the best we saw of TSM, at least at the very end. Not in the first 4 games.
Yeah, I think to that as well, Amphis was huge. I think he's getting back to his just absolute complete nuisance role of first man, cherry picker, getting demos, and just he worried Chiefs out of it for a lot of the time and stuff that their chemistry. You can see the predictions there. We're going Wildcard across the board. But I will say for TSM, I think now the pressure's off them a little bit. They've got a step ahead of Chiefs. They're right there, so they can play even better, I'd say, in this series.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have to agree with that assessment right now, Yummy, as we get into this one, because for them, getting that win, keeping themselves alive, I feel would be priority number 1. If they can get the win over Wildcard, that's icing on the cake in a lot of ways. So I'm also hoping they didn't, emotionally drain themselves as we kick this one off, because that was a huge Game 7 overtime, and Banana Head's already up by 1.
Could be certainly draining. Wildcard haven't had that long series to get themselves in here. Then again, you also argue about warm-ups and how that may affect. But if TSM would win, not only does it knock down Wildcard in terms of their standings, they'd still be the number 1 team on points towards the Raleigh Major, but it would also make it even more wide open for the likes of Power and TSM, who came top 4 last week.
Yeah, exactly. Power, TSM, and even I'm fine in the West, making a little bit of a recovery play after the 5th, 6th, before, depending on how they go against Power. So a lot of ways this region can go. Correct me if my math is wrong, though, but if Wildcard goes on to win this one, fine in the West, makes it to the finals, we could have a 4-way tie going into the last regional.
I think that would be ideal. It's always the best when we have situations where you're just winning in the final event, but we'll have to wait and see exactly where that lies. In terms of how it is, I still think it's just as open, even if they wouldn't have 4 tied teams if Wildcard were to lose here as well. So lots of stakes for both sides of the bracket here, as both teams send players flying past the ball. Banana Head almost made up for it. A little bit shaky start, I'd say, especially for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, again, we're just kind of seeing what form they're going to be in. They had the shaky start against the Chiefs as well. It didn't wind up hurting them by the end of the series. However, Wildcard's a different beast than the Healthy Chiefs. They don't really give up momentum as easily as the other teams in the region. Fever can't muscle it past Amphis just yet.
It was interesting to see Wildcard double commit, but they're not afraid to do that, and especially when Banana Head is involved. They'll be willing to go very aggressive. Still being able to keep pressure off it regardless because of good touches. Oh no! Banana Head side flipped, and that was trouble in paradise. Wildcard have let one through.
Oh, just a lobber from Amphis, but yeah, Banana. A rare mechanical mistake from one of the best mechanical players in the region. Awkward moment and capitalized on beautifully. TSM right back in this, and maybe any of those early pregame jitters should be starting to settle now.
Yesterday we talked about Super Lucky and maybe not quite having the level of impact that he could. Maybe today he'll be the one to step up for this TSM roster. Somebody needs to go to that next level in order to take down a team like Wildcard. Or maybe you just need a few mistakes like we just saw. But at the moment, TSM getting an attacking chance themselves. Kaka gets beaten out by Torsos, who has the support of Fever, but a little too far back in the touch. Not good enough to get it past Kaka.
I mean, we've seen hits already from Super Lucky in that series against the Chiefs, particularly on the defensive side of the ball, where he was the thorn in the side and helping just keep the TSM side ahead.
I still painted on. Fever gets a freebie, and it was Amphis this time, living up to the regional reputation. Oh, buddy. Little pats on the head for Amphis, guys. He needs them.
I rarely get made speechless. That one got me right there. Awkward from Amphis, but still 2 minutes left. Time to recover for sure. Super Lucky takes to the skies. A reset, a drop down, a pitch, and it's in. Super Lucky.
Love that from Super Lucky. This is what we said yesterday. He's so good at end-to-end stuff. If he can get some room at the back half. What a 50 at the end to finish it off. Crazy angle. And that goes top bins. Well, TSM keep going slightly behind, but are reeling it right back in.
I think only a handful of players in this region can hit that 50 coming from the angle, and even less can do it off of Fever, of all defenders as well. Like, everything about that play was fantastic stuff, and exactly what TSM needs to stay alive. Good recovery from the misstep before. Kakan now leading the charge. 100 seconds left. I actually am pleasantly surprised at how well TSM has responded to every goal Wildcard has thrown at them. They are not letting themselves get intimidated by the moment.
I don't know if you guys saw Amphis completely spin him out there. Maybe some bad signs early on. At the other end, Banana Head with his side flip. Amphis also with the own goal. So maybe you just still need a little bit more of a warm-up, these two teams. And if that does happen, we're in for a very spicy series. At the moment, we've got 1 minute left. Next goal could potentially just win out this game. And Banana Head, brilliant first touch. What's he going to do with it? Well, Amphis shuts him down.
And that's something that TSM's been so good at, is just shutting down the start of the plays coming up against them. Defensively, they have been quite strong so far today. However, they still need that one more touch going the other way. And how long can you realistically keep Wildcard out of the net? Kaka, a bit awkward on the read off the side. Does set up Super Lucky, but they're not able to get the dunk. It's Amphis who rotates back now through the corner. It's off Torsos, setting up Banana Head. Can't keep it straight, goes corner instead. Ball up for grabs. Fever, not able to get the double. Torsos, not able to get there in time.
Oh, here we
Banana
go.
Head, it's open, and it's a miss. And it's another miss. And it's shambles for Wildcard.
Oh, it's a tough angle, but of all teams, Wildcard and Banana Head in particular, our MVP of last year, it's getting contagious, folks. Put on your masks. Do not go outside, or you may just be missing the ball as well. Oh!
Where does this pitch come from, Yummy? 0 seconds, and Wildcard ends with authority. What a shot. It wasn't even a pitch.
No,
Power from Banana Head.
I was just surprised that Super Lucky wasn't just going for the ball there, but he had no boost. Wildcard find a little miracle on 0 seconds, And at this point, it just seems unfair, Formal. They could just win from anywhere. They've got the first game. I thought they were a little bit toast with the mechanics not quite being there, but I guess they get the advantage of an own goal and gifted a 0-second run as well.
Yeah, something about Banana Head and rising to moments. I mean, CGA and I had that talk about it before of like which players can rise to the moments in the big time matches. And the reason why Banana Head got a lot of those MVPs and the credentials before is his ability to rise to the moments, at least domestically thus far. As we see it again here. Game number 1, 0-second goal, TSM. Gonna be a little bit frustrated, I'm sure, letting that one slip behind. We'll see how they look going forward to game number 2. What I find interesting, Amphis 7 saves.
Yeah, I loved the save farming. FIBA had 6. Amphis had 7. So MVP points, they both got over 700 points in the game. I don't know if that's really reflective of the true effort that those two managed to put in, especially with the own goal being one outside of those 7 saves.
I mean, look, that was a pretty spectacular own goal, if nothing else. And hey, that's how the last series started when TSM was playing. Granted, it was the Chiefs who put it in their own net. We'll see if the own goal is a good omen or not. Game number 2 getting ready to go, although won't take too long before we kick this one off. TSM still feels competitive, at least. It wasn't the wild card wash.
Oh, no. Everything's contagious as well. My issues also affecting one of the players, so we might be having a little bit of a pause again for another technical issue this time. Yeah, as I said, with one of the teams, and so we get to sit back and watch. Now, Formal, I have to ask you. Yesterday, you said Fine in the West are going to win the entire event today. They're going to lose yesterday and come back and win the entire thing. The way that things are going, do you think that's going to still shape up to be true?
I mean, am I going to go back on what I said yesterday? No. Am I more nervous after that first series? Yeah, a little bit. Just because the attacking pressure really wasn't there. They didn't feel as dynamic before. They felt a little lackadaisical. I don't know if that was the case of the matchup or not, but I'm sticking with what I said, Yummy. I still think they're going to come alive. They're going to rise to the moment against Power, and we'll see what they can do. Why? Do you not believe in Laxid to win another region?
I just really liked Power yesterday, so I think you and I are going to be butting heads later on today. But you know, when it comes to this series, it's just felt like, I mean, Wildcard have been the team. Nobody's been able to beat them throughout. And we've seen some improvements from TSM, but also a lot of shocking moments. And I feel like unless you're playing your absolute best, you're not taking down Wildcard.
No, you're not. And I mean, that has been the reoccurring theme, I feel, throughout, this roster's entire run, even going back to last year. They so rarely lose throughout an entire series. Yes, some games get close. Some series might go 4, 5, or 6 games. But the thing is, they always find ways to come through in the end. I think the 0-second goal from Banana Head was a perfect encapsulation of that. You think you have them staggered, you think you have them down, and then they'll just find something that will catch you off guard. So yeah, pressure again on the TSM side. We'll see if they can bounce back. Going 2 games down against Wildcard, always a difficult place to be.
I don't think they'll be expected to make it in Game 7. I think you have to kind of go earlier than that. We saw a reverse sweep from Wildcard last week. And as I said yesterday, I'm expecting pretty much every team in the 2 weeks. I should stop saying last week, but last time we were on, last weekend we were on, I was expecting a lot of teams to really focus on how they close out a series with the number of reverse sweeps we had, and even like semi-reverse sweeps that we had. It was a problem, and I don't expect that to be the same anymore.
On one hand, I want to agree with you if the teams have been able to address it and find the solutions, but it didn't feel like TSM closed out. Like, they got the win in the series, so they got that win. Congratulations. But it wasn't the cleanest series against the Chiefs. They certainly didn't close it out the way how they would like it. Went back and forth to the end, and they almost did give it up. So I'm going to push back against that. I think, it's just the nature of this region. I mean, we go back and forth. We have our chaos. and even Wildcard falls victims to it. We saw little hints of it in this first game as well, the banana head side flip. So we'll see how it plays off. Game number 2, we are back, we are live. This is real Tech Puzzle.
It is in here to game number 2. And as we've talked about a lot, even Wildcard at their worst have been able to get victories throughout the last year. They've still been able to win entire regionals, and they've been able to come back throughout an event, have one bad series, one bad game, and then still figure it out later on. But as the teams get better and as the teams start to meld together a little bit more, I was super lucky, I saw that. I'm expecting it to not be true that you can make mistakes and still win.
Yeah, that is the big thing, though, is I feel we should be seeing less and less mistakes, obviously, as we go forward. Kaka shot does not hit its mark, especially from the remaining teams in this event. All of the top 4 teams all have major aspirations, all know what's at stake, and you want to see them hit their peak about now in terms of the season. This is when you should be at your best form.
And when you look at the TSM roster, and not only do they have aspirations, they almost should have been a guaranteed or at least a shoe-in for the top 2 for the last major, especially given how well they looked in the off-season. Memphis has been international so many times. He was the MVP so many times. Super Lucky was the MVP as well 2 seasons ago, and yet they haven't been able to string it together just yet. And Formal, we talk about this all the time. You only get 2 splits now. You can't really go for the 3rd split, and it's a breakaway for Banana Head. First goal again for Wildcard.
Yeah, I really want to bring back the 3rd split. I feel like there's so little room for error.
Come on, Epic Games. Give us a 3rd split. Put a 3 in chat if you want a 3rd split. They should just put it in right now. I'm sick of 2 splits and it ending halfway through the year, and then you have to wait till January again for OCE. Like, it's fine. It's exciting to have a world championship somewhere in there. OCE is the real Rocket League.
I mean, I'd give everybody 3 splits and then have worlds, and then, the season never ends. Let's keep it going. But I do agree, OCE is real Rocket League. This is what Rocket League should be about. Again, I'd like to reiterate, if you have friends and family who don't know or are overseas fans and they want to learn about OCE Rocket League, that Chiefs TSM series right now would be the one to show them. Who knows? This one could get there. Super Lucky to the corner. We'll be able to take it around.
Just being kind of glued into this back left corner for Wildcard. Banana Head with a weird miss. Rare to see him miss off the back wall there. And this has still been in that back left corner for quite a while. The boost starting to run low. Fever getting multiple touches, but still not enough to get it past Amphis as Super Lucky tries to get in, can't get it across to Kaka, who steals the boost. And it goes back to the back left corner. They're home.
Yeah, just nestle in right there. The eggs that got their tickets definitely getting their money's worth as we try to push our way through again. One left to the other left, and dare I see another left side corner? Well, it's an attacking left, still Amphis. With the slower touch, a lot of space being given to both sides right now, it feels like. I mean, they're each just shooting lob shots at each other as Banana Head finally puts one on target. Lucky has the save.
Now, shoes on the other foot. Wildcard will get a chance to build that pressure, but it doesn't last very long. Breakout shot! Please!
That's going to be one. Super Lucky Watts back. The net looked mostly open, and you talked about it at the start of this game. Those little mistakes, you can't afford them against Wildcard. You can't afford them at this stage of the season. You don't know when you're going to get another opportunity like that against this Wildcard team.
I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. The novelty wears off after a while. It's been all day. I wasn't even casting, and I'm sick of it. We've had maybe 50 of those, it feels like, today. And I guess it just goes to show as well the pressure that is on these players. How much they're trying to play as fast as they possibly can. Get any kind of advantage. In that case, maybe a shot bottom right corner. But he's got to score that. And he's found himself still a goal behind, a game behind. TSM had every right to be in a tight position. They put all the work in and just couldn't finish it off.
I mean, game Game number 1, awkward own goal. Game number 2, that missed opportunity. And both of these have been 1-goal games. This is a series of moments. Once again, Amphis tries to create his own. 30 seconds to go. Ball all the way back to Super Lucky. We will keep it low with no boost. Has to follow it up. Torsos also with no boost. Just low resources all around as we hit our final 15 seconds of regulation.
Wasn't too odd to see Torsos on low boost. He'd been beaten to the boost multiple times by Kaka, but he did so well with 0 boost, and will he be able to do more as he's left alone with the shot right in front of net? No one there to finish it off. TSM at 0 seconds.
There was the opportunity as well. I think it was Torsos who just came through and whiffed the ball, probably because he saw, hey, nobody from TSM is here to threaten me. May as well let it ride, and ride they do. Wildcard now up 2-0 in this series, forcing the timeout from TSM. I think it's needed because they are so close to putting it together, Yummy, but it's little moments holding them back.
I would hate to have my permanent Twitch name right now to be TSM #1 fan, because it would be so frustrating watching this. There was another opportunity. Torsos was last back. He was in an awkward position. He was just trying to buy some time for Banana Head to join him in the defense, and yet TSM, with a few seconds left, didn't recognize it. They didn't go for the throat. There was no aggression. It's been surprising to see. Wildcard didn't even get as many shots on as TSM, and yet they still take the game.
Yeah, it was a little bit wild for sure, and unfortunately TSM, we said it at the start of the series, and I don't mean to keep beating that same drum, but it's a game of moments, limited opportunities, and TSM are creating those opportunities. And I think that's what makes it doubly frustrating, because it feels like TSM has had more opportunities than their opponents, but can't capitalize on them the same way everyone else seems to. And now it's hurting them a lot more than in that series against the Chiefs, because the Wildcard are a faster team, a more decisive team, and they keep getting the small victories in their favor. 2-0 up.
TSM have called the timeout, though last time we saw TSM call a timeout, they came out in the weirdest way possible. They were in that series, that first series against Chiefs, they were playing so close, they were tight games, and when they called the timeout, they tried to change too much. They eventually got that game under control and sorted it out in the second half, but I do worry that maybe again they'll try too much. They were very aggressive in defense and we're missing balls quite a lot because of that. And hopefully we don't see that, because I don't think Wildcard, if they get a first couple of goals, will give them any space back in.
No, that definitely would be the case. And I always worry when you kind of win a game that you probably should lose if the team winds up learning the wrong lessons from it. Amphis goes for the reset, doesn't get that goal. And I mean, so far, look, already we didn't get a plethora of unforced errors off the kickoff. In fact, it's TSM putting the pressure on. This timeout buff looks a lot more effective than what we saw before.
Well, they've managed to be in attack. You know, last time they were kind of caught out in the defensive end a few times, and there we go. Amphis, split reset off the roof. You love to see it. Banana Head was the one to set him up. But look at that from Amphis, and even Fever surprised.
Yeah, that was so smooth from Amphis, who again seems to be having one of those return to form tournaments right now. Was this player to step up before against the Chiefs, has been the player stepping up for the most part against Wildcard as well. Big time goal, first lead we've seen TSM have, and they nearly get the second off Kaka's touch.
There's so many players you just think about, you know, what would it be like if they were playing in their prime. Amphis was MVP of OCE for 2 years or 2 seasons back to back in the kind of, oh my goodness, in the RLCS 9 era. Fever has been one of those players as well, and look at how he got it away from that back corner. He dribbled it on the roof.
That was disgusting from Fever. Again, TSM's defense not knowing how to react, not expecting the touch. Awkward play, and this looks a little awkward as well. Kaka just puts a free one on net. Torsos has to dive and save.
Well, after Torsos struggled to get points in the first game, he's now farming saves. Good on him. He's already getting close to matching those first game points here in the first minute and a half. As he actually gets another save, and now he has matched his points from game one.
Well, that's good. I'm glad to see everybody getting more and more involved right now as Torsos will get driving touch to the opposite side. Fever looking to throw it down to Banana Head, and that's going to go in. 2-1 lead. Wildcard. They haven't lost pace yet.
Well, Fever's been really great with his touches away from the backboard. A little surprising there, maybe a miscommunication between Super Locky and Amphis on who would cover which side of the net. And that left that right hand wide open and well placed in the end.
As Banana Head just throws it straight into Kaka, and in the end, Torsos also tries to take a play, but can't go too much further with it. A lot of time in this game. A must-win game for TSM, though, realistically, after the timeout buff going 3 down against Wildcard. We know how the last semifinals went, and we called those game 3s must-win as well. But if you want to believe in Yummy's point from before, even more so, this is must-win for the TSM side.
Well, Wildcard were the team that did the reverse sweep, so I guess maybe they aren't thinking about that too much. But also, of all teams, I would expect that Wildcard would be the one team that are almost impossible to reverse sweep. The way that they play such a risky strategy almost, or an aggressive strategy, they certainly create their own luck, and I'd expect them to be able to win 1 out of 4. Or 1 out of 4.
I mean, that would be the expectation. You can ask the Chiefs. They got close, but not quite there still. It would be nice for TSM to get the goal here. Super Lucky too far forward. Amphis, he gets it a little too far back. Good 50 from Torsos, cut off by Locky, and that should have been in. But it's post and out again.
Yeah, the pure focus there at the start of his aerial was speed. He had to race to win that one. This one should be in, though. Super Lucky stays at back post and gives Kako the option.
Now that was well played. Kaka driving pass, and Super Lucky, I mean, nobody had him marked up. Nobody was expecting the cut from that angle. Or if they were, Wildcard was at least thinking they would have the speed to intercept it. Either way, tie game. Fever kickoff. Puts it on target, but Lucky was waiting.
Getting some grade A copium in the chat already. Every single semi-final has been a reverse sweep. Does that mean that it's set up here for TSM to continue the stats of reverse sweeping a semi-final? We will see. At the moment, tied game in what we believe is a very crucial one, a must-win for TSM if they want to stay alive in this bracket. Now, if they did lose Formal, they'd still have a good opportunity to make it to Raleigh, but it would make it a lot harder.
Yeah, it would definitely put them in that awkward spot. Meanwhile, Wildcard, I mean, even if they were to drop this one out, they'd still be in control of their own destiny when it comes to making to that major, when it comes to making it to Worlds as well. Points do reset in the third, fourth. I mean, they're not ideal. And Wildcard knows they have a job to do. I thought Amphis and Locky would connect. Instead, we go the other way. Here comes Fever, denied by Kaka.
I'm starting to feel bad for TSM right now, because also this happened against the Chiefs. They were hitting the crossbar, the post, the dings were coming out left, right, and center. And then just another one will stab in the heart to potentially see the end of them. That if they end up losing this game, they'll think back to that moment. They do have the opportunity right now. Amphis can't quite get the full flick as Kaka collects and Torsos gets involved. It's caught in this back corner. An opportunity if Super Lucky can beat him, but it just goes too far.
Yeah, Banana Head does a good job playing off the post, and Wildcard might actually try to force something here. Locky keeps it to the blue side, but with a good setup from Torsos, Amphis would be right to down. It leaves it for Kaka instead. Has to go over Banana Head. Maybe Locky makes something happen here. Good dribble, gets too far in front, and we go to overtime.
He almost got back underneath that one, and the defender was not in the best position to challenge it, so that could have been it right there. Fever missing also could have been it. No one else had boost, but they didn't expect that someone as good as Fever would miss. Oh, no! Oh, no! Oh!
Nobody can hit anything today, Yummy. It's whiffs all around Fever. doesn't get the dunk. Torsos again can't get it around Amphis. Defense continues to hold. OCE is too contagious for its own good.
Oh, somebody call the hospital. Oh my goodness, Torsos! Oh! This is unreal. This is a nightmare. Look, there's been many OCE moments in my life. I've been doing this for 8 years. But this has got to be the most OCE overtime of all time.
The region that always delivers. Two of our best teams, by the way, can't hit the open net to end this one in overtime. Kaka just muscles Torsos out of the way. Fever does what he can. Banana Head now wants Fever. Now he don't take the shot.
Oh, you know what? You also look. You start thinking about Razier's last split and joining the OCE. He's all of a sudden become one of the least OCEs again, and it's not from his own doing. It's from everybody else catching up. The meta of hitting posts, of own goals, has just become absolutely brutal. The missed open nets has been absolutely wild, and we're still in a 2-all overtime despite it.
Yeah, again, this is still must win for TSM. They need this goal. They've been on the back foot for the past minute. Super Lucky wants to put an end to this one, but it's Torsos with the beat. Will take it into the corner as well. Kaka has to get around Banana Head. Does not double touch to end.
Oh, no.
It's open, and it's no one there. There's just no shot.
I'm starting to understand how CJ managed to be relevant in this region. And it's just on point right now. The number of misses, but Arnhead, he tried to put one on again. Torsos goes for the down pass. It's still not going to go in. Oh, he's landed on it, but he can't follow it up. He has no boost.
Super Lucky does have boost, though, and this empty moons mostly for the side of Wildcard. Torsos goes midfield, leaves it for Banana Head, doesn't get the touch. Now the other way, Fever denies Kaka. Banana Head doesn't get the touch again. Super Lucky now. A lot of defenders in front, tries to center it. Here we go. 1v1 Fever has the save.
He got up nice and early, seeing the bump coming in, but oh no, another miss in front of net. Kaka has to turn back though. He has to cover the defense. He has to help Super Lucky, who manages to just get a bit of a touch and make sure that the net's still nice and safe.
Nice and safe for now. 3 minutes into this overtime. Another long one. Torsos just faked out by Super Lucky. Fever lets it ride. Amphis now. Two defenders in front. Can't get past the first. Torsos has a chance. One defender. There's the flick. Kaka save.
Didn't have boost, so couldn't do too much against Kaka. And now Super Lucky. Ooh, tried to get the shot on net. Torsos was rushing back. A little win here for Wildcard, but Fever misses this time. They're trying to play too fast. They're missing everything, including the defense. Now Amphis, he's got so much room on the ball, couldn't get the flip reset to work.
With the way how this overtime's been going, it feels like every touch towards the net feels like a threat right now with how chaotic it's been, and I feel like someone needs to slow it down and just take a bit of control on this one. Kaka throwing it up to Amphis.
Here we go!
Now here's a chance. Oh! And it's posted again! It's posted again!
Unreal! How is this possible? I was thinking that what was the perfect way to call this goal. It was how everybody saw the goal happening. It was coming a mile away, and they still managed to flub it.
Can we get the Chiefs back? Are they allowed back into the semi-final?
Where's Trippe when we need him? He never missed a shot. There we go! It's a miracle, ladies and gentlemen. Christmas has come early.
Amphis puts an end to the misery that was this overtime. Keeps TSM in a competitive spot. And if I am on Wildcard, I'm calling the timeout. I'm calling it after that. I don't care if that's only one game. You gotta regroup after that one.
If this wasn't a 3-2 game, I would have believed you if you said that was the first ever goal that we've scored in this region. The number of open net misses. We had 12, 17 shots for TSM and another 18 shots. We had 35 shots in that game. I swear 30 of them were in against open nets and none of them went in.
Yeah, You could try and, play it smart, say it's the nerves of the moment. It's everything coming together, accumulating into this big series wildcard with the worlds looming over them. TSM still fighting for a chance at that major, but at the end of the day, hit ball straight. Chaotic overtime, and no timeouts taken. We're going straight into game number 4. TSM's back is still against the wall. They have to regroup and keep looking forward, but that was an overtime of the ages.
At this point in time, you just got to shut off, ignore that game, take a step back, just reset your mental, and hope that it doesn't happen again. But I'll tell you what, I wouldn't be surprised if it did.
Yeah, unfortunately now that's kind of become the expectation of this series, right? Every time we see an open net, a ball rolling towards, it's like, that's coming off the post. Don't need to worry too much. Amphis, the one to break that curse, still probably the biggest threat. It's looking like on the TSM side. Lockie wants to add their name to the equation, sets up Kaka, saved by Banana Head from above.
That's so good from Banana Head. Super Lockie had that ball on a string, and still, despite the awkward positioning, they managed to make up for it. Banana Head again coming out of nowhere to make the save. Torsos goes for a long touch. That makes it a little awkward here for Amphis, and too awkward to make the save.
Fever reminding us all how it's done, driving it through. Yeah, Amphis wanting to get on that back one, I think, a little bit sooner. Wasn't able to fully recover. Always a tough ask from that position. It would have taken a Herculean effort. As it stands, Wildcard not letting the overtime phase them. They get the first goal.
Oh, Banana Head hasn't got that on target. He's almost bumped into that little flick on net. Could have been an early 2-goal lead, something that Wildcard haven't been able to accomplish in this series. It's been very back and forth in terms of the scoring. Fever has got a good pass up to Torsos. So much speed there. Back to Fever. Fakes it underneath. Gets an extra touch. Oh no! Luck is against TSM right now. Maybe it's all with Wildcard. It's in the name. Fever lands on it.
Fever and even Torsos had a moment right there. Just faithful findings, each landing on the ball, working it towards, and TSM, they're doing the right things. They're getting themselves in the right spots, but that wildcard effect, finding ways, 2-goal lead. We haven't seen the 2-goal lead yet from them. Again, after that overtime to bounce back, get 2 goals in the first minute and a half, start things off well. Here's a chance, though, for TSM. They equalize.
Wildcard might have all the luck, but Amphis doesn't need to worry about it. It's a strong 50, actually. I didn't see Banana Head do that. Maybe it's a bit of luck for both sides.
Yeah, chaos rolling on, perhaps in different forms after that one, which is, hey, what we want to see, I suppose, fans of the region. Eating well tonight. Fever, kickoff, go into the waterfall. Nope, just the backboard. Ball still might waterfall down. Lockie has to go up for it. Banana Head swings and misses. Torsos misses. Fever does not.
It's a chance here for TSM. Amphis, who's been pretty much their spearhead in terms of the attack, has been able to break the wildcard defense too much in this game. Kaka out of defense, gets beaten up here by Banana Head. Torsos getting chased by Kaka as Super Lockie has time on the ball, but he didn't have boost and he touches it away.
Off the roof, 50 goes against them. Banana Head staying behind. See people rotate back. Kaka puts it up, but Banana Head's already there. As we go side to side, let's see what Fever can bring. Backboard, good. Torsos, still not the shot quite there looking for. Defense looking a lot more consistent right now for TSM. But they're still unable to clear past that halfway point. Fever with no boost, still finds the touch. Here comes Torsos. Buying time for the team to recover. Pace slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, looks like they're sick of kind of just missing the ball. They're just being a little bit more patient now instead of rushing too much, and is leading maybe into Wildcard's favour as the game does come less chaotic. They're the ones with that 1-goal lead they can hold on to. Being said, TSM, a sustained attack here. Super Lockie tries to catch up with it, does. It's right in front of net. Oh no! They've saved it themselves. It is going to finish. Kaka thankfully comes from in front, but Super Lockie out to Amphis. Kaka was about to score. Amphis takes it away from him.
Yeah, chaos in front of the net. Now TSM gets their proper equalizer and sitting 2-all. Still with a chance in this one. A minute 50 to go. 2 unanswered. Banana Head doesn't get the reset. There was a chance had they been able to get the power from that late flick. That's okay. We go back the other way. Kaka into Torsos. Doesn't do too much more after that. Fever's going to clear back to the other side.
As you can see, willing to take the ball high in the air. Everybody's having to use all their boosters for a first challenge. Ooh, Fever, thought you had that extra touch. Didn't quite get to it. Banana Head out there for the pass. Gets beaten as well, but Fever can keep that pinned in. Now Kaka with his own opportunity at the other end. TSM trying to open that one up. Fever had to avoid a bump. He's actually been bumped away by Super Locky, and it almost slowed down Super Locky on his way back to the save.
That said, I mean, we're seeing more shots towards the net coming from Wildcard so far back, and it's really forcing a lot of diving saves, then slowing it down. Fever nearly gets the reset over Kaka. Good save, but the pressure, it's still there. Banana Head with authority gives Wildcard the lead.
Yeah, 3 really good touches here. Torsos getting the first with, well, 2, like an extra touch to go up the wall. Out here to Fever as well with a flip reset. So good in 3-man play from Wildcard. And 50 seconds left to go now. The ball is in TSM's court.
What can TSM bring back? Down by 1, 44 seconds. They've got to go the distance of the pitch as well. Super Lucky will be the first one on it. Flips it up to Amphis and around a couple defenders with speed. Amphis with a threatening touch, but it's Banana Head there for the save.
Really expect him to get that flip reset. Tried to immediately execute it, but ends up going past the ball. Could have been a golden opportunity for TSM to tie up the game. Instead, they find themselves in the defense, just needing to hold out when they need to be at the other end. 15 seconds remaining. TSM, maybe that's the opportunity. A miss from Banana Head. Feeder, though, gets a good 50. Now Super Lucky has the pass up. The last play, and they miss it.
Oh, they just let that one right away, but still Super Lucky kept it alive momentarily. Wildcard get the win. Match point now. 3 games in the back pocket to help it along. TSM, and it's another 1-goal game against them.
Well, it was a cleaner game than last one. Not that we're setting a very high bar there, but I think halfway through that game, once both teams realized they were just doing too much, we finally saw them relax a little bit. And, well, maybe it'd be a little too late here for TSM, but maybe not. Maybe they can get this next 3 in a row if they can just keep their hands steady and not make those mistakes.
That's what they have to try to do. But I mean, even this game, it was cleaner, yes, but I still wouldn't call it the cleanest game either. Still some awkward touches, still awkward challenges on both sides of the ball. Neither team really feeling settled. Wildcard should be feeling more nerves though at this stage, not just because, you know, being 1 game away from another grand final appearance, but considering what they are playing for in a lot of senses. I feel we could be seeing more sloppy play from their side. It's TSM that has to find a way to dig deep and control and measure themselves as we get geared up for Game 5.
It looks like we are heading to Game 5 shortly. I'm just trying to think about what the implications truly are for TSM if they end up coming 3rd, 4th twice in a row. Wildcard being ahead of them is not the end of the world, but then you think on the other side of the bracket, Power could easily leapfrog them if they cannot win this. And once that happens, it might be very, very difficult to make it to the major. And they haven't made it easy for themselves at all. I'm not sure what Kaka was thinking, how he didn't expect that he was going to get dunked.
Yeah, Fever in the blind spot. I'm not too sure what's come through, but hey, fair enough. That's going to be a go-ahead lead for Wildcard. But to continue on with those implications, if you're a TSM fan and they can't win this series, you become a fan of both Wildcard and Best in the West. They're the 2 teams you're rooting for. You just want anyone who can possibly to sort of take down Power moving forwards right now, because they become the biggest threat to themselves. So Power finds a way to win this regional, things get crazy. Even going into the finals would put Power in that 2nd place spot. But I mean, TSM, the best solution, the best thing to do as a TSM fan is win the next 3 in a row. That's still on the cards, even though they're a goal down.
The Westies could also, they could technically win both the semi-final and the grand final and put themselves in the driver's seat as well for Raleigh. So they'd probably be pretty excited for Wildcard to be able to take down this win. And from a team that could not hit the simplest of angles, we now go to a team that has hit this angle.
Fever, I feel like after the overtime has come back a lot more in form. Does seem to be right now looking like the most consistent member of the Wildcard team. A shot that we're used to seeing from him. Very nice goal. 2 points up, 1 minute into this final. TSM, they've come out looking flat right now in this 5th game.
It's not been the best start. And realistically, it was all off the kickoff. Kaka, wow, there was some real danger there, so it was a good thing that he was able to get the demo. Now Super Lucky, he could bring it back to 1 early on. It's still 3 minutes 40 remaining. There's still a couple of believers in the chat. I don't know if too many people are expecting this comeback from TSM, especially given the 2-0 start here for Wildcard. Fever trying to make that 3-0. Banana Head down in front, but they're not going to push the issue too much. They've got the 2-goal lead already.
Yeah, exactly. And while be it far from Wildcard's nature to typically just sort of sit on a lead and hold it down, given the way how this series has gone, I'm not too surprised maybe that they start a little bit more of a conservative approach. My question then becomes, what does TSM do about it? Do they start, trying to fill the gaps with cars themselves? Are they starting to shorten the field, or do they just try to force the unforced error in another way? I'm not too sure. Right now, though, it's Wildcard again on the attacking half.
The one thing you can't afford to do is to give TSM those sustained attacks that they have been able to score off. So it's very important for Wildcard at least to keep some aggression here. TSM, all they need to do is maybe just find a little bit of space. Just one good demo. Oh no! Oh no! Is it happening again, ladies and gentlemen? The luck is it's not fair. Look at that! It's come back of Kaka. Is it fair that Wildcard get to play a 4v3 because they've got God on their side?
It's rough. It is rough. I mean, you say God, I see the profile pictures. I say it's anime coming through this time. Cinematic moments for the likes of Wildcard, and of course it would be none other than Torsos benefiting from the anime in that situation. Still 2:18 remaining. Another goal could ice it here, Yummy. Banana Head leading the charge, bumps Amphis. Torsos was there, but Lucky gets the clear.
TSM need to find some kind of grace soon. 2 minutes left. We haven't really got any goal scoring opportunities just yet. They've had 2 shots on the board. Maybe make that 3 right there. Make it 4. They've finally done it. It took them 5 shots, but they get it in.
Yeah, the post almost with the clutch save one last time, but Amphis plays patiently, waits for the members of Wildcard to overextend, and will tap that one through on the board. Under 2 minutes to go. Still 2 goals needed to stay alive in this one. TSM, the pressure, it might be there, but they're as calm as possible. Banana Head too far back. Everyone misses the ball.
Maybe not too calm. Maybe not too calm, therefore.
Well, either not too calm or way too calm. Either way you want to look at it, ball's on the blue side of the field.
Well, it's worked out at least that TSM have not been scored on. May even get a chance there as Kaka. Does he have the flip? Oh, he still gets beaten to it. I expected that he would have that chance to go. But he mustn't have had the flip in the end.
It is still going to be Kaka playing the corridor. Fever gets there first, looks to connect to Torsos from underneath. Wall to wall we go. Banana Head pushes out. Amphis, that's a nice dunk. Has space, has boost. Maybe has something cooking here. But misses the ball on Fever. Demos as well. Miss from Torsos, an opening, but no one there.
Kaka has a minute now. And he gets straight ripped of the opportunity from Fever. Amphis may get to pick up where he left off as Torsos. He's popped that straight back in front, but nobody expected that from him. Always the least expected touch, even if it looks like it might be a dangerous one. Ends up working out.
Kaka wants to go back quarter. Torsos gets there first. Doesn't stay with it for too long. 30 seconds remaining, 2 goals. I mean, this needs to be a goal for TSM right here, right now. It just goes straight back the other way. Torsos shot on, 25 seconds left.
Well, it's not looking so good. I kept my hopes up that TSM might be able to do it for a good 3 minutes. It's getting harder and harder to maintain that position despite some misses here from Wildcard, despite them being in attack. And there we go, it's still not in this. Super lucky wide!
Oh, script writers, you do us so well. We eat so good. What a better way to end it than one last ball off the post. Wildcard goes to the grand final.
I don't even know if we could make fun of CJ much anymore because I think his crown has finally been taken by
Six
at least
players.
all of TSM.
By six players. That's what it's been taken by. Can we go back to that overtime? Like that what happened in that game? Like what was Yummy nearly couldn't speak. That actually probably was the oh no, it's probably short-term memory to say, Yummy, but that was the most insane game of Rocket League I've ever witnessed.
I will give it the crown. I actually can't think of something. There's been moments, many OCE moments, but that one, the number of times in overtime in particular that it happened, it was just too much.
Yeah, I struggle. I'm struggling as well. I definitely do remember, like, there's been some series that's gotten close to that for sure. But I mean, if we want to take the crown for one of the more chaotic series, especially from top teams, that was a special series, CJ. That really was.
It's nice to know that we just can't change as well. Like, I think you guys were screaming for someone to just slow the ball down, take that extra half a second, that extra millisecond perhaps to line something up. But we physically cannot slow down as a region. We have to keep going faster and faster. We have to keep whiffing, and we'll just see what happens. But Wildcard, it's a recipe for success for them in OCE. They make it to another grand final. They do it fairly comfortably in 5 games. And yeah, we've got another semi-final coming up. So we'll just go to a break now and give ourselves time to breathe, to regroup, and get back for a couple more series.
with Wildcard going through and TSM and the Chiefs now out, the door for that second spot has still been left open. Yummy, CJ, who's going to take it? Power, finding the West, and more importantly, I think we've all learned that we don't need reverse sweeps to keep the semifinals interesting.
Yeah, I think. Although I think I'd probably prefer a reverse sweep over what we just had. But Formal, you and I have already almost had our argument about Power versus Fine in the West. So CJ, I'm interested to hear about your opinion.
Yeah, a little bit of a grudge match coming up, isn't it? I tend to like the fact that
he's coming up with his opinion. I hear the hamster wheel.
Okay, listen. I'm looking at the two rosters. I'm leaning Team Power. Look, I love what Adam Baguette's bringing. I love the Baguette Bowl, the coaching, the timeout buff. I love what Scrims World did last split, and I don't like that Laxon left. So I'm going to lean Team Power. I think they've got more of a structure. And I think that's going to, well, apparently structure didn't matter in the other semi-final, but I think it will matter here in this one. So I'm leaning that way. Sneaky prediction already.
See, for me, I actually showed up yesterday, so I got to see how good Power could be. They looked so good. That was actually the best I've ever seen them. And CJ, they managed to keep offensive pressure without overcommitting.
You're joking. You're joking.
Yeah, they didn't make random mistakes. They looked completely in control in their series against TSM.
Well,
and I think that continues on.
Pretty sure offensive pressure just means 3 in their net. I don't know how that's possible to have it without sending the house. But yeah, no, I love it. I love what they're doing over there. They've got rid of Laxon. They said, all right, then off you go. See you later. But they're still, they've kept the ball rolling, kept the train going. And 4-1 over TSM is big, jumping into this potential top 2 spot.
I just don't understand how you both could be saying like, oh, they got rid of Laxon, that's a mistake, Laxon's so good. Laxon's on the other team right now, guys. He's the one going up against them, and if you really feel Laxon is that big driving force, shouldn't you be picking I'm Fine in the West? Shouldn't this be where, hey, he's showing Power the mistake that they made?
I don't know if that really connects so well. It's more that they'd won a regional and then made a roster change, and I don't know if that's the right play. CJ?
No, it's not. It can't be. I mean, when we're trying to take down... How many times do we see the OCE washing machine? When we're trying to take down the number 1 team in the region, and then we just go back through the washing machine when you've finally done it? When you finally won an event, taking down the big dogs in a I don't know.
I actually have a challenge for you, CJ.
Yep.
Can you name two players in the top 3 teams that haven't played with each other?
Oh, can I name? Can I?
Well,
Kaka,
Raziz is
Kaka
cheating, by the
and
way. We can't use Raziz.
Torsos and Kaka.
Yeah, Kaka and Torsos have done.
Thank you. Good from me.
Kaka Fever as well.
Fever,
right?
I guess Wildcard's made less moves. Banana Head hasn't, but Fever and Torsos, they've had.
It's still a little daunting to think about because the washing machine has had many spin cycles at this point in time.
Your idea. It certainly has, but we have our second semi-final getting underway right now, and Mr. Yummy Cheese Man, it is hopefully going to be more of a structured affair.
I'm expecting so, especially based on what we saw from Power yesterday, but that was one series, CJ. I was so impressed with them in that one series against a top team. The question for me is going to be, is that possible against all the other teams? Is somebody like in the West going to be able to break out of those offensive plays that they were able to do? Are they even going to get into offense in the first place because they've already been scored on? In the West, get the first goal.
Yeah, forget about what you're saying. That was just a beautiful 50. And look at the catch from Laxon. Everyone is learning this, Yummy. It's the Zen catch in the air. You turn backwards, you catch it off your bonnet. Fiber actually posted a little highlight clip of him hitting that in Scrims. I love it. He just gets so much control, and that's a great play. This is Laxon's game.
Yeah, if anyone in OCE you expected to pick up a mechanic nice and quickly and execute it on an RLCS game day, it's got to be Laxon. He's been known for his mechanics, but they have left their net wide open again. No, It's not scored, and that one, is it going to continue on? No, we do finally see Gus enter the goal.
Yeah, just a nice little bottom middle finish when it is wide open. That's what I like to see from Gus. Honestly, that was probably the right call, not that it didn't go in. Having that shot on target, because it just set up, scrub dives across, sets up a free goal, and they can answer back. That's a nice settler for team power.
You know, everybody says that, you know, like when you get a triple flip reset or whatever, that's a Mechie goal. But I'll tell you what, being able to hit the ball in the middle of the net, that's got to be a Mechie goal too in OCE.
Oh my, Caleb, if you can get a bump here, this is fantastic.
Ooh.
Almost, Gus was there. He pre-jumped the clear and completely caught the ball into an air dribble, but no, I'm with you. The hardest mech in OCE is the open net. Laxon's in trouble. The bump's coming through. Gus is going to be late, but ever since that first goal from Laxon, you did mention the offense, the structure that these guys can put on. It has been the team power play style.
The Scrubs started to have some good performances in recent times, in particular today earlier on, so potential chance for him to make a big difference for Fine in the West. We've known Laxon to be a top performer for them. And Rez, CJ, you and I were super impressed with him last split. So they've got the individuals right now to make it to their first grand final of the season. And a little bit of confusion in front of that, but they work it out.
Yeah, you mentioned that, but on the other side of things, I was so impressed with Scrims World last split, and I know that they have got rid of Laxon and obviously added Gus to the lineup, but I still think it's there. The play style, it just didn't feel like I was watching OCE when we were seeing them at their top, and I thought, hang on a minute, is this the new era for OCE gameplay? And maybe it is, because they don't need him. 2-1, Luna gets the lead.
Keep it simple, Luna. Gus just keeps that in the air for so long, fakes out the last player. Scrub not sure whether Gus is going to get the extra touch across or not. And well, power in the lead again.
What I do like about this now team power lineup and the way they play is it feels like they always play at their own pace. As we are, I believe, yep, I'm going to get a pause quickly coming through. Luna spamming P's in the chat.
Yeah, he's got one of those little red indicators flashing next to his name, so kind of makes sense, just maybe having a little bit of a internet issue. And you need Luna, CJ. He's the rock on that team. I say it all the time. He's the consistent player. He may not always bring out the flashiest plays. That's not his job.
No, he doesn't need to. And I think what I was saying about, Luna in particular on this team, because I feel like if we look before, going into last season, Luna, he was kind of just there. He was, the, what do you call it? It was the glue. Just the glue. But ever since joining, ever since being on the Scrims World team, bringing Adam to coach as well, I just love that they play their own style. Everyone else plays, they play Wildcard, and oh my God, Wildcard is so quick. We'll play quick as well, as we saw in the last series of TSM. It's like, okay, you're fast, but I want to be faster than you. But I feel like this now power lineup, even without Laxon, just play at their own pace, and they're happy to just pick holes and not really overcommit. And that's why I think it sets themselves apart from other teams.
I think that makes sense, because you have Luna, who actually, despite maybe what you think about him and his YouTube personality, he's quite a grounded player in RLCS. He likes to keep the ball on the ground. Gus likes to take it off the wall a lot. Caleb, a 1v1 player. So they're all players who are used to scenarios where they would be able to slow the play down, where they'd be able to speed it up if they need to in the air. So maybe that's shouldn't be so surprising.
Yeah, and I just think maybe the experience will hold strong as well. Obviously, Luna's been around for a while, and when you do get that first big win, that first regional victory, it's kind of, I feel like it's just they've been unlocked as a team. They know the recipe to success, and a lot of teams, since Wildcard have been so dominant. If you're not winning and really beating the best, you're probably questioning your own play style, and then you resort back to just, okay, let's play like Wildcard. But these guys haven't. They've got the win.
I will also say, CJ, I wasn't surprised to see them win the second regional and then bomb out on the third, because it felt like in the second regional they were playing kind of with free chips at that point, that every win was just a little bit of a bonus. And now that they've had a little bit more experience knowing that they can be the best, maybe, as you said, they've figured out the winning strategy. And 2-goal lead has put Power in very good stead.
We were just talking about Luna, and that was fantastic. He took off, he power slid on the ground, perfect takeoff, and found a dream pass for the easiest goal for Caleb. And he said 3-1. Since Laxon, at the start of their game might have hinted at it just being a Laxon sort of series, he was going to take over. Surely enough, Team Power right back on top.
Laxon doesn't tend to take over an entire series, but he can certainly be a match winner by taking over individual games. Do need all three in the West to be able to take down this roster. Fine in the West. Still finding a little bit of struggle here on the offensive side. Laxon may be able to get it past this last to set up a goal, but it's once again blocked out from Gus, who goes for the bump but doesn't quite connect.
Laxon just throws that one on. Actually, it's been a miss, but Luna was ready. It's Gus gets a reset, doesn't catch, has to get back in front of the ball or back behind the ball. Now Laxon. He looked for the perfect catch, and in that time, he ripped it too high off the ceiling for Rez. Straight to Caleb. You can see the Team Power guys looking good in their power decals. And looking like they're in uniform, which is nice, but that's not going to help if they're removed from the pitch. Scrub gets one back.
And that's what we wanted to see. Laxon outpacing Gus. And maybe showing why they should not have dropped him in the first place. He set up Scrub perfectly here. 56 seconds. And well and truly a chance here for Fine in the West.
Right back in it, but that kickoff won't help. It's a good bump. Laxon gets removed as Rez has to go sideball straight to Luna. He fakes the double. That's perfect for Caleb. Laxon that time was ready, perhaps up to knowing his old team's strategies there. So Luna's just going to take some sting out of this, or perhaps find the perfect pass across to Gus, who, unfortunately for him, has 0 boost.
Turn around here for Fine in the West, but not the boost for Rez to be able to catch up with it. He's actually even going to back off and dash his way out to maybe have a second go, but has stopped that attack from continuing on. Rez still never found even that full boost pad on his way back, and that's really slowed them down. Stuck in defense when they need to be at the other end. Scrub has nothing. Shut down by Gus. Laxon is only going to be able to take this to the side wall, and I don't think they have a chance here to get in a single goal. Power take goal a game one.
Pretty dominant win, I'd say. I know it did get back to a 1-goal game, but I think Laxon kind of caught them napping early on, and since then it did look like a Team Power style of series, style of match. Led by Luna as well. Really impressive MVP performance from him. 565 points on the board, and really setting up. Well, he was involved in every single goal from Team Power.
That's why he's my boy. Most improved player in OCE.
He's not your boy. You can't have that many boys.
Well, Misty's gone.
That's true, actually. Yeah, you can have him.
Most improved player of the season, in my opinion. I think you wouldn't argue with that.
Yeah.
From last season to now, or from retirement to now, actually. But yes, definitely from last season, or his last season that he did play until this one. He's been just so consistently solid throughout. And that's something that I always value here, because we have series like the last series, and I think with a player like Luna, we're going to have less series like that.
We do need to put an asterisk on that retirement. It was an OCE retirement, of course. You are watching OCE, so that's never official. That's just don't think I've got a team at the moment, but we'll see what happens. And
can't be bothered finding a team. Oh, a team has found me. I'm back in.
Oh my goodness, here he is. No more OCE retirements. He's looking like the best player in the region.
Oh my goodness. Get him on the highlight reel. He's managed that after I made fun of him a little bit for his mechanics in the past. His grounded gameplay has turned into something more. Luna could not have given them a better start.
That is absolutely ridiculous, and Rez answers right back off the kickoff. Sidewall, look at the space he gets. They completely fall apart, and Caleb has been dusted.
Yeah, Rez just too fast. He Well, if Luna was all about the mechs, he was all about the no-fuss gameplay right now. The defense could not get into position in time.
Oh, well, what an action-packed start of game 2. Have another goal. How about one more? It's 2-1. Luna's got 2 in 17 seconds. This is a goal fest.
It's a new type of chaos. It's no longer missed open nets. It's somehow the opposite. Every single net is being hit and there's no one there.
They're all just, I guess they're cloping, but
17 seconds.
They've just punched a hole through every single goal so far. Nearly another one coming up. Scrub gets a beautiful catch as Gus nearly pinches that in. Here is Laxon, straight down the line to Caleb. And yeah, well, this is the definition of the floodgates opening.
A good 15 seconds of peace here. I never thought we'd see it. The goals have stopped for a brief second. Luna tried to just crunch that with a 50 in towards the net. Wasn't able to get it past the last defender. Now it's sinking in the midfield. Laxon up against the top corner. Rez gets a really brilliant pass across, but it was almost too hard to get, so no one expected it.
Yeah, they said, well, I didn't realise it was going to be that good. Rez has caught himself out, though. Luna's got the bump. That's perfect from Power. That's how you play on 2-on-1. And they hit the open net.
And more impressively, both Caleb and Luna just didn't have anything in the tank, and they did not care. They still played as 2 players on the same team, with the bump, with the extra little touch around. Brilliant team play coming out from Power, and I think that shows a little bit of what we saw yesterday for you, CJ.
Yeah. I mean, they look so in sync. Like, there was no hesitation there. That's a big save from Gus. And that one was a clopen net, but perhaps after watching TSM and Wildcard, Yummy, that was a bit safe of a shot, bottom middle.
Yeah, they probably could have gone for the one that's near the post, and as we all know,
it's scary over there, though.
There's an awesome sound that comes out that terrifies everybody, or at least in this region is probably the scariest thing. It used to be Fever when he had time on the ball, and now it is that sound.
Yeah, it's still trouble, though, down the other end, perhaps.
It's also top 8, so
yeah, it's
a little bit too scary.
It's a bit scary. Round 5 of Swiss is incredibly scary. It's nice to get...
That's home. That's home for us.
That's just the
Give me a good round 5 of Swiss.
I don't want to leave. They say, I don't want to leave. Why would I leave round 5 of the Swiss? There's a couple of chances have gone begging here for finding the West, but let's see if they do punish, or perhaps Power can extend this lead, which very quickly got out to a 3-1.
There hasn't been too many opportunities now that things have settled. A lot of balls going high in the midfield, and yet, unlike the last game, it's not really feeling like it's a race to those balls. They're kind of just willing to have a bit of patience, let the ball come towards them. If somebody does want to rush, then they can wait for what happens after that touch. So you see Laxon just trying to keep him pinned in. It's not really what we've seen too much from these folks, and oh my goodness, that's another beauty from Gus.
Yeah, that's 2 in a row. Saved them, kept them at a 2-goal buffer. As Gus now finds a bump down the other end. It's just got to be one left. Scrub has to pre-jump, saves the flip for the save. Gus keeps the ball in, though. Just one thing I've noticed already,
wow.
Apart from there being a 4th goal on the board, is the ball just moves so much slower. I love how just jarring it is for this Finding the West team. They want to play quickie, Yummy, but Power keeps slowing it down and catching them out.
And maybe we can also talk about a little bit of fortune there as the ball just completely landed on top of Gus's car to sort of enable a pass out to Luna. But that has been the story all the time of any team to kind of, as you say, take control of the ball in the offense. Sometimes when you're close to your opponent's wall, you're going to get that favourable bounce, and it's going to lead to a goal. This time, we took 2 players. They actually managed to both get a save. That's a brilliant strategy for farming points.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was looking for when everyone had all their eyes on the Octane ratings. Not so much anymore. Could have been an opening if Scrub landed on it. The bump was coming through on Luna, but he did recover in time. Now it's just over a minute left to find 3. This game, and perhaps series, could be getting away from Finding the West. Certainly Power style of event. And there's another opening. What is this in OCE? Hitting these little pockets? When?
It's surprising. And it was even Clopen because Scrub was there. He flipped probably the wrong way, maybe expecting that the ball would be slowed down. But the straight shot is all it takes. And now Gus and Luna both have 2 goals on the board. But Luna has assisted or has been a part of every single goal. He's either scored or assisted every single one.
Yeah, and this is time to hit the panic button, time to pull the ripcord, I think, on the timeout after this. Still 4 goals. I dare say, at the risk of casting cursing, there's no way they can come back from here with 40 seconds left. But yeah, this has been fantastic gameplay from Power. They are all over them and have another one. There it is. Oh, it doesn't matter. Even when they miss, they follow up and score.
I've just realised something, so you can get it on the follow-up as well. So that's an interesting strategy here, because normally in the last series, the second one would go against the crossbar. This time,
crossbar down off the ground and up into the roof. It's hard
Luna has his hat-trick and his playmaker and 800 points.
Wow.
Just wanted to let you know that he might be the best player, not just in OCE, but in the entire world.
Yeah, that we've ever seen. I'm starting to think that as well. Right on cue, out of retirement. And into, well, he was always in your heart, but now he's at the top of the scoreboard.
Many say that Kronovi was inspired because he saw into the future and saw what Luna would one day achieve, and then became a man of Oz.
Wow. What is that shooting? It's off the ground. He has ripped this top corner. Have you seen a man play? He's got no boost. What is that?
That's unfair. I can't believe Luna's doing it. He's about to get 1,000 points. He needs 40 points in the next 5 seconds. Somebody give it to him. Gus is going to have that chance to set up Luna for the 1,000 points.
Here he goes. Oh. Well, they
Never
did.
been more disappointed in a 6-1 victory in my life.
They did. No, Brazil. It was a 7 in the end. So they secure the Brazil. The chat is certainly happy with that. You've got to call a timeout there. And I know the series isn't over yet, but if this isn't justification for getting rid of Laxon, so far I don't know what is. They have dominated.
I'm just trying to think now. This is getting a little... I'm trying to think if Luna could win this by himself 1v3 the way that he's playing. He's set up all 7 goals. He's got a couple of saves on the board as well. I thought he couldn't get any better than the first game, but apparently he can.
Yeah, I'll give some... I know it has been a Luna show, but I want to give some credit to Gus right there with him. Nearly 800 points in that game and saved 2 what I thought were certain goals where he basically saved 2 penalty shots in front of his net where it was just, here's the whole net, have a shot at me, and he somehow saved both, which were really important. If they scored either of those, would have been back to a 1-goal game. Could have been game on. Instead, Power push ahead and Brazil them.
Maybe a little bit of a tough one for Laxon too over on the other side, not getting any space on the ball, which is a little surprising, as you said kind of in that series, that Power are willing to slow the ball down. Yep. They are willing to take their time, and that does mean that when you have the ball near you, you usually don't have somebody immediately challenging. So a little surprising that Laxon hasn't found that room.
Yeah, it just hasn't been his game, but perhaps, you know, as former teammates on the other side, they read him like a book. They know exactly what he wants and where he is comfortable, and right now he's not looking as comfortable on the pitch. His team Power are making the most of every opportunity. I just love the way they're looking for bumps. I think they probably find the space on the pitch better than anyone I've seen, at least so far today. And they're not just trying to play at 110%, at a million miles an hour, which is a real...
breath of fresh air.
It is, yeah, and also it just seems like it's really hard to do for any other team.
They've managed to make this work, and it's given them so much more control today and in the series yesterday. This is why I've kind of been big on Power. Despite me, I did predict TSM to win yesterday, but they convinced me that hard that I'm very much backing Power against probably anyone but Wildcard, because I think if one team can just seem to make everyone rush, it's Wildcard.
Yeah, you're still predicting them. It's just the Champ Sunday buff. Same with a Carmine Corp, same with an NRG. They're just a few teams that seem to take over their region. And
I do notice a conspicuous absence of its team Shopify Rebellion.
Look, they do look strong in the open qualifier stage of the tournament.
And many say that that's the most important part of the tournament.
Yeah, getting into the top 16. You can't win the event if you're not in the top 16, I guess. So step one is very locked in for Shopify Rebellion. Unfortunately, outside of that, it is looking terrible. But let's see. Timeout buff has been... Has it been 100%? Did TSM win their game off the timeout?
If I recall, I can't remember. So.
You cannot start a sentence with if I recall. If I recall, I am not recalling. But the first two I do know. The top 6 matches were 2 timeout buffs confirmed. No, that's someone said no. They got 4-1. The timeout buff did nothing. We're just talking about the individual game timeout buff, which Toby says they did. So I think we're 3 from 3. So I'm expecting a win for Fine in the West.
We all get dementia eventually, and I'm just a little bit further on, unfortunately. But it's already been 2 minutes and no goals scored after we saw the flurry in the last game in the first few seconds. It's a little bit more tidied up and nobody truly getting control. Couple of shots for each team so far, but mostly just heading around the net, trying to maybe just get a little inkling of where that opening could be. That's a good bump. That might be the opening. I couldn't believe that Caleb almost found the angle as well with no boost off the backboard.
Still in control. Team Power locking it down. That's not the best touch though from Luna. Fine in the West kind of just throwing the ball away. They're not sustaining the offense as easy as Team Power are right here. Nice 50 from Luna, low boost. Gus says, well, I'll have it then. Straight off the wall to himself. Ceiling, how about one more? Tries to get the pass across. Caleb didn't quite trust him with that play, so he leaves it for Luna. He doesn't get the reset at all.
Doesn't get too much on it. Looked for that flip reset. Instead going to be going away of Gus. Just been able to set up a few early goals. Laxton getting bumped around, still manages to recover. Now Luna keeps it into the mix. It's going to sit in this back right corner for a while now, it seems, as Rez hasn't been able to do too much. He's never getting enough boost to actually have too much of an effect on the ball. Gus has Luna in support. Going to just take it in himself up the right wing and manages to beat out one. Caleb into centre. Luna puts the shot on and Laxton was there.
Yeah, Luna just took a bit off that. He went for precision over power and in the end just couldn't quite get that hard enough on net. 90 seconds. This is a huge... Considering they conceded 7 goals in the previous, this has been a big turnaround so far for Fine in the West. Can they secure perhaps a cheeky little 1-0 win to get themselves back into it?
Maybe that's what their strategy is after their timeout, is they just kind of want to hold it to a low-scoring game and just wait for that little opening, wait for maybe a mistake that comes out from Power. There was the flick, but maybe not early enough. I think when you have 2 players right behind you in a 1v1, going for an early flick, even if it's going to smash the backboard, could have been a good play. A miss there in defense, almost costly, but Power get to follow up on that one, turn it around, and Rez shuts it down.
It's going to work though for Team Power. Luna was struggling to get boost. He gets back corner with a free possession. He can take it across as Scrubs found a nice 50 on the pre-jump, drops it underneath. Laxton wasn't there. Luna found the bump on him and they're out down the other end. How has he done that? Luna's doing everything.
He's been very impactful throughout this series, but not being able to score the goals or set them up like he was in the last game. Has to make a bit of a save here. All he can do is touch against the backboard, but that gave Gus a little bit more time to recover and get up to it. Now a big win from Laxton, but it's not going to be following to any teammates. Awkward for Rez. It's right in front, and he's done brilliantly off the back.
And I know from personal experience that is so tempting to own goal. You just want to double that thing home. Not much time left now. Do we get overtime? Caleb, reset. The bumps are coming in and they land! Power! They just miraculously find a way on 0.
Luna air dribbles it. He gets bumped completely off the play. It does not matter because they have a third player on the team. They were all guns forward. They took the risk with just a couple of seconds remaining and it paid off.
They slowed the ball down enough as well to land the demo. They didn't throw the shot straight away. They made it so difficult in net and now they're all in each other's way here, Fine in the West. They can't keep it up. Timeout buff, forget about it. This is a 3-0 and they are staring down a sweep.
You know it's a problem when even the timeout buffer is not enough to reverse the favors here. It's now 3 from 4 on the day, something that I always keep very good mental tab of. And I think that makes the reverse sweep impossible. We had the reverse sweeps in the last event. They all came out off timeouts.
Well. This is, I'd say, not only for that history on the timeout, Yummy, but also just the way that Team Power are playing. I think that's the one that breaks Fine in the West, that game. Off the timeout, we thought maybe they'll pinch a little 1-0 game, but then to lose it, in that way, with a 3-man play, nearly 0 seconds, stealing it with a bump on the line, it's going to be very tough now, just mentally, to come back.
I've just loved watching Power this event. The last 2 days, they have just been the teamiest team. And obviously we set a low bar when we've had some of the performances we've had today, but even this goal that we got, the last goal, or the only goal that was scored in that game, required such precise teamwork. It required 3 players who knew each other really well. And that's surprising to me, CJ, just because they did make that roster change, bringing in Gus for this split.
Yeah, and all 3 players, as you said, knew exactly what they were doing. I mentioned it before about Team Power. They're the most impressive at hitting the ball where the opponents aren't. And right there was so much space in the midfield. And Scrub was all the way back in net, so they do a close touch to the middle. And then even the follow-up, immediately going for a demo. You might think your teammate's going to throw it on the backboard, but no, he knew that he was going to catch it with a reset. Buy enough time to find the demo. Everyone just locked in, as you said, the teamiest team.
Now, I'm not going to bring this up after the series because that's the cool actually. I'll put a pause on that one. Rez finding the angle, and maybe this is the little gap that they needed. They finally placed some pressure on the first touch from Power, and that made it difficult to get a good one.
And that's just making the most of every touch right there. He doesn't throw it on net or go for a double. He just puts it on the head of his teammate. Even though he had 0 boost, it was a perfect pass, great finish. And that's much better from Fine in the West. They need more of that.
I was going to say as well, before this series is over, I just wanted to say it'd be pretty embarrassing to have predicted Fine in the West to not just win this series, but to win the entire event, and then for them to lose 4-0. So we'll keep tabs on that for you, Formal. See how your predictions go after this one, but it's not looking good.
I was secretly really hoping that Scrub hit that double, as you were saying, mate. They launch a reverse sweep, come back in this, but not to be. Still a 1-goal lead. We'll see if Power can shut this one out, or if Fine in the West can find some sort of momentum, which they've really struggled to get. I don't know if they've really had the lead outside of Laxon in the first game, in the first 10 seconds.
It's quite surprising to see Caleb chasing the bump that hard, and he chased them into the corner and all the way around, and something we're usually expecting from him, but it's part of this sort of team play style. Try and make it. This one's somewhat open. I think a better shot from Gus is a goal there.
Yeah, Gus completely flubbed it, didn't he? He just tried to really line it up and maybe try to hit it too hard in the end off the side of his boot, as Scrub has to backtrack, and backtrack he does all the way to Laxon, who, well, he's not too happy to get the ball either. Low in the tank, gets bumped off it. Gus with the reset off the sidewall. Caleb's going to pop. Does release Shores, but they're not keeping the ball. Leader, hang on a second. They're not keeping the ball. That's a huge... Oh, we're back!
It didn't take too long, but OCE is back, baby. Adam's back with a vengeance. It should be 2-0. I can't see them winning this game for me, even though they're in the lead. After that, surely it comes back as karma.
Oh, that was tough to watch, that one. That was the first one off the post, but the second one was just so far wide. Half the game to go. Still a 1-goal lead. And as you said, that's not looking promising to hold it if they can't score there.
You just know that when something like that happens, that it's kind of destiny that you end up losing from there, despite their 1-goal lead. Good pass here from Luna. Does the double tap happen? No. Caleb, he got a really good first touch, but his car's momentum was still off to the side.
Like the idea for the double, but that time Gus was ready. Caleb, perfect touch with a reset, has Luna on the left and wants to use him if he can find the bump. Luna there. Knew there was a touch in, but Gus is going to be slow. And in the end, Luna's done well to recover and get back in time so they can reset, reload. There's still plenty of time left. And I wouldn't want to see Fine in the West take the foot off the gas just yet. I don't think you're playing defense for 100 seconds against this team.
I mean, they managed to have 7 shots to 2 from power, which is showing a clear turnaround that they have managed in this game. We've seen them have so much possession of the ball. Probably could have had another goal or 2 if they really wanted, but it's taking it easy, it seems like. Laxon, can he get this one past the defender? No. Caleb trying to block out Scrub, and no boosts here. Caleb is the last one with anything in the tank for the team. Tries to take it himself, but it's completely counter to what we normally see from Power. This is bad. This is really bad for Rez. He was in an awkward position, and Luna saw it from the beginning.
And even Scrub just gives that up for absolutely nothing. Rez wasn't ready for the follow when he just handed the ball to Luna. In saying that, you're expecting Rez to make the touch there. It was a tough read, but a costly mistake. Exactly a minute left, and they're right back in it. And well, that's not what you want to do against Team Power. Don't want to give them confidence. They're trying to shut this out 4-0.
It was just a little bit of a curse. After they missed that shot earlier, they could have been 2-0 in the lead. They could have started that reverse sweep. Now they need another goal. Something that's been difficult for Fine in the West in the last 3 games. Have been low scoring on their side. Rez is not going to be scoring from there, but maybe he can set something up. No, it's straight out to Luna. Luna and Caleb. Caleb's chasing the demos again. Wasn't even going for the goalkeeper, who's trying to get the person in the corner.
Nice touch. A nice block from Lax and Rez. Early flick. By Gus. Scrub's won the 50. Just Luna, and he's trying to dodge some demos at the moment. He's in a bit of a tricky spot, but Scrub doesn't have much boost. Oh, please don't overcommit again. Oh, Fine in the West. What are we doing? They've completely bottled it. That was the most defendable transition I've ever seen, and Luna has just rolled it into the net.
Luna didn't even really have any ability to get power on that ball, and yet they still score. They did not see it coming. I'm not sure what's going on in the Fine in the West camp, but it looks like their campaign is over. Power through to their first grand final.
Fine in the West must be late for their Mother's Day dinner or something. They need to get out of here. They have completely bottled that. I thought it was going to be a 1-0 first game win on the board, but Team Power, too good, make the most of their chances. They weren't missing open nets, and they take the series in a convincing sweep formal.
Yeah, I mean, I'm Fine in the West. You know, I thought the slow play yesterday was a sign of them being the more controlled team in the region. Turns out they're just kind of slow, I guess. Overall, Power outpaced them and put them in awkward spots, especially at the end right there. I'm still, you know, reeling from the fact we don't get reverse sweeps today, but it is what it is, at least not in the semifinals.
I think Luna was the MVP of every single game throughout that series. He had a ridiculous one. He must have averaged about 800 points.
He took over. He absolutely took over. We were asking about Luna, saying he's come out of retirement, the OCE retirement. You know, last season he was the glue, and now he's the MVP. He's now Laxon. He's become the Laxon of the team. It's fantastic to watch. He's really put in the work, and he's earned it.
Lunar stocks just keep rising, it feels, with each and every year and each and every regional that seems to be coming through right now, which is kind of, I know, talk about a player who's completely changed, I think, in terms of like growing as a player, reputation wise, and just results as of late. Big time moment. And now Power, not only are they in this regional finals, guys, but if they beat Wildcard, they are almost looking like, yeah, they're securing that major spot.
They're the only players who have managed to take down Wildcard, winning the second event of last split. So they are certainly a team with a possibility, but I do have to ask, Formal, how's your Fine in the West prediction going that they were going to win the entire event?
It went about as well as Finding the West did in that last game in those final 10 seconds, I think, you know. It shot right in to the own goal. Just living up to Oceanic traditions. Look, yeah.
What is with you just love predicting like a 6-7 sort of team, and then you just ride or die them and think they're going to take over the tournament?
Because, look, I see things from them that I like. And again, I saw that Chiefs series before in the playoff stages, and like realistically, they are the 5th team because they beat the Chiefs. Now they made that, you know, semifinals. I think they may have passed them either way. Look, we have a grand final to get to. We can rail on my Brad predictions all you like, but it's all about this next series coming up. Wildcard faces a new challenger in the grand finals, the best looking power we've seen in a while. It's going to be a fun one when we come back.
It's grand final time, baby. We've seen these two teams at it before. Just a couple of events ago, we managed to see Power, then Scrims World, take down Wildcard for the first and only time in the last year. Boys, is it going to be possible for them to do it again?
Possibility is always there, Yummy. You never know what can happen, especially with the form that Power was just saw. Clean sweep over I'm Fine in the West. This is the best this Power lineup has looked since coming together like this, since maybe, CJ, they won that event. So I think there's a lot of reason to be high on Power right now.
Yeah, but at the same time, we all know how this goes. We've seen this time and time again. It doesn't matter who's looking the best going in. It's Champ Sunday. It's Carmine Corp. It's NRG. And it's Wildcard slash Power slash whatever they used to be. I mean, these guys just win on, in grand finals. However,
yeah,
I'm feeling something.
Oh,
I'm feeling something about today. I'm liking what I'm seeing from Power. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 7,000 times, underdog against this Wildcard lineup. But I'll just keep going back to the well, baby. Give me Team Power. I think they can do it. They can do it. I believe.
The problem is I've done this before, CJ, and I was tempted to do it today, but Wildcard have proven me wrong way too many times that I'm just so afraid to pick against them.
They're
my
again.
nightmare.
I don't care. I'll keep predicting the team that looks better on the day in that semi-final. I will keep doing it, and I believe that Power are the better team right now.
I mean, that's the big thing, though, right now. I don't know if they are going to be the same team when they go up against Wildcard, though. When they have a team that's in their face, putting the pressure, is playing faster than them, potentially. I'm finding the West felt a little bit more reactive. Wildcard is proactive, and they're going to have to change.
Well, TSM weren't able to do it. That was the question I had, is maybe Power would... crumble against one team. TSM weren't able to do it. Fine in the West weren't able to do it. But if anyone can stop them from playing that slow down, controlled game plan, it has to be Wildcard. So that's going to be the biggest advantage, I guess, against the team looking so good.
But this can either go one of two ways. This is a 4-0 for Wildcard, or it's a Game 7. And I think it's either way. I don't think it's just a Game 7 and Power win. I think the Wildcard could win in 7, or it's a 4-0. But I'm feeling a Game 7 Team Power win. The way they're playing, has anyone seen Luna play this well? Even on, we're looking last split to Scrims World when they did win. Come on, guys. They're gonna do it, surely.
To be fair, I felt like Luna was the MVP of that series, even though Laxon
Field
absolutely smashed out Game 7. He became Laxon Field. But for me, Luna has been the best player on that team. He just took it to a next level in that last series.
Well, I believe, Max. I believe.
I'm glad you believe. I'm really glad you do. But I
wanted
to try to true.
This is a guy that predicted Fine in the West, and he's like, yeah, I'm glad you believe in anyone, but obviously it's Wildcard. You had Fine in the West winning this event. Don't try and downplay my Team Power prediction in the grand final.
And how good did Fine in the West look against Scrims World, okay? They looked just as good as Power did against Fine in the West, and then look what happened that next series.
What? Wait... Yeah, they looked really good against a team that you thought were going to win the event, which is why I'm predicting them to win the event, because they're beating your favorite team and they're going to do it right here. But look, it's going to be tough. I concede Wildcard are pretty good.
He does make a good point. If Fine in the West is so good that they should win the event and they get 4-0'd, surely the team that beat them is even better than the best. Your crazy logic.
I'm just saying it as a lesson in falling for the hype of a team that looks good. That's all I'm trying to say. The team looks good, they get a big win, and then what happens in the next series, they just don't show up against Power.
I think the only lesson we can take is that Formal will never learn a lesson in his entire history in RLCS. So let's get the grand final underway. It is Power versus Wildcard.
Here we go. An absolute banger coming up. Hopefully we get Champ Field. I see people in chat saying, give us Game 7. OCE, can you please deliver for us? Two teams in form. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're hoping to see, especially... after some of the last series that we got out of, Wildcard as well. I'm hoping Wildcard plays a little bit more, I don't want to say controlled, because I think they're best when they're fast and furious, but the post shots have to stop. No more post shots, no more crazy overtimes that go way too long. They need to kind of stamp that authority and get these only goals in their favor. On that power side, again, I mean, we're already seeing it. Wildcard in their face, a lot of aggressive challenges. Power, though, to their credit, they've responded well.
We know how quick Wildcard can play, so we'll take a bit of time to adjust to the style, as that one's just going to go in for them all. They've caught them napping end to end. Gus has sniped the first goal.
Yeah, just a touch towards the net, and we've been seeing so many of these today get close, both against Wildcard and even kind of in against I'm Fine in the West. We saw Power kind of put those touches on. I'm a little surprised Wildcard gets caught off guard by that. First goal goes to Power.
Just before they did score, I was going to mention the defense has been really impressive, particularly in that last series for Power. So I wonder if that will catch a Wildcard team out. They have been prone to overcommitting in the past. Whether they've learnt from that, we'll find out. But so far, has been advantage to Team Power, albeit it's looked like a Wildcard style of game with this pressure.
Yeah, that said, Torch also shot going a little bit wide to the right, not quite where they wanted it to go. Now Gus with a chance, bumped off the double. Caleb's there, and it's 2 early goals for Power.
Yeah, here we go. Look at the catch. It started with Luna leaving the ball for Gus. He gets one more over the top. Torsos can't get there. And Caleb finds the second goal. They don't need time in offense. They just need quality time.
And I love seeing this from Gus as well. Again, Luna and Caleb, they got their regional win last split. They were able to do it. Gus, the new addition to the team, still looking for his first. And for a lot of players within OCE, they feel like Gus's emergence is a long time coming. This Power lineup, it looks like the best chance he's ever had. And already the composure from him in this grand final match is pretty strong.
Even Luna there had no boost in the corner, but he just waited. He found 250s on Fever and Torsos. Here is Phoebes. He might get that one to work, but he has worried 2 out of it. Could be an open shot. It was the pass instead from Banana Head. Well, the shot was the better option there. The bumps are still coming through. Torsos has an open. He can't get there. He's faked everyone out, and Fever should score. And there we go. The striking's on.
Yeah, with authority, Fever finally gets a point on the board for Wildcard, and it's more of that pressure, just the position of the ball, even looking right behind Fever as well, seeing where Banana Head is making that cut. Wildcard has no intention to give up pretty much any space on the pitch if possible. Despite being down 2 goals, the aggression remains, and that's what you want to see if you're a Wildcard fan.
It's a nice play from Banana Head. Down, good block too coming through. Caleb has to catch. Instead he goes to touch. Luna, as we mentioned before, has been pretty glowing about it. It's been the MVP so far. Fever had another open net. That one was wide, or was at least partially open, but doesn't find the shot. Can Gus find the shot? No, he's gone high. Fever has to wait down. He was expecting it. Dropped down to Caleb, blocked out Luna. No, his striking's good. He's got the pass instead. The 3-man play cut off just by Fever.
Oh, Power just showing off the trust they have in their teammates as well. So many times we see that turn into the solo play, maybe looking for the double touch, but instead every play was a pass, just trying to bait the defense out of position, waiting for the last possible moment to strike. I know it didn't turn into a goal, CJ, but it's, again, the confidence in the teammates, the confidence in themselves. They're relying on each other, and they're playing a very good rock right now in game number 1.
Yeah, whereas the other side, it looks like Wildcard probably more relying on their speed and individual ability. Banana Head just trying to outplay, out-mech these guys, but not to be so far. Gus underneath. Banana Head throws himself. Luna's been doing a lot of work with low boost. Caleb had to be careful right there. He has caught out Banana Head with 0, but he's thrown the ball away. You can see Gus just eats the bump. Low boost for everyone on Wildcard except for Torsos, and he's been caught underneath. That one was almost another pass play that didn't come off.
Caleb, though, still going to stay on it through the corner. Fever was able to get around Gus, but actually got bumped. That might set something up here for Power. The 50 goes heavily, though, in Wildcard's favor. Oh! Whoa! Oh, no!
Whoa. We don't see this too often from Team Power. We certainly didn't see it in the semi-final, but that is a huge blunder from Gus. He had 0 boost, but he's just double jumped straight past the ball.
And for somebody who was looking so composed for the first 3 minutes of this game, CJ, it's a little bit of a worrying moment, but those were those little moments that Wildcard was able to find against the TSM team. Now they're finding it against Power as well. fortune is very much on Wildcard's side, and at least in terms of making their enemies make unforced mistakes.
Caleb, his low boost. I mean, really good so far, Wildcard, at just sniping the guy who's 0 boost, removing him from the pitch. As Caleb throws that one straight to Torsos. Luna actually been doing a lot of great work with the limited boost he's had. There's the infield pass. Fever was ready for it. Gus was quicker though. Torsos, he's going to be worried about this land. He's thrown the ball away. It's going to be a free shot. Banana Head, no. Had to worry about the shot, but Fever in the end got across. He has given it up. It's Luna on the backboard. Can he drop it down? He has dropped it to Gus. Torsos just gets it out. Wildcard getting pressed right now.
30 seconds remaining in regulation, looking more and more like an overtime angle, and we've already had so many of those ones tonight. Torsos leads the charge side wall. Fever too far forward. Where is that? There it is, that green purpley thing from Banana Head. Not able to find the touch they wanted. 10 seconds to go, CJ.
Fever's been caught out. Still trouble here for Power. Have to play defense for the last play. Caleb misses the touch. He's going to leave it actually for Gus. He gets one more. Banana Head's going to go the clear. Torsos is waiting downfield. Yeah, Luna had to be careful of where he dropped it, but we get overtime in game 1.
Oh, this bodes well for that Game 7 prediction, CJ. It bodes very well indeed. Kickoff does favor... Oh, I thought it favored Wildcard, but Torsos just drove past the ball, finds a demo, maybe saves the counter. There could have been an opening there for Wildcard. There still might be. As you can see, Gus, an awkward touch, gets taken advantage of. Banana Head and Torsos leaves it for the vet. And it's a Game 1 Wildcard angle.
This is just grand final pressure. It's a bad overcommit. Gus with another poor pass in the middle. Trying to just force Caleb to make a challenge that he lost. Wildcard dominating the midfield and have taken Game 1 in overtime.
Great showing from the Wildcard side. Down early, able to bring it back. Again, it's why you can never count this Wildcard team out. And you go back to the unforced mistakes, those little moments that Wildcard always seems to take advantage of. And even though Power came out looking like the more composed team, at the end of the game, they only put 3 shots on target, CJ.
Yeah, it was quality over quantity for them, but I just think they were really struggling to get the ball through the midfield. And once they got it up there, it was that guessing game of do I commit, do I not? But look, I can see Yummy Cheeseman still on the call. I'd love to see what he thinks of this first game, because it looked like Yummy Power were panicking a touch.
I will point out Torsos may have had his moments, but he didn't only score 8 points for the entire game. He scored a lot more than that. A little bit of an oopsie-doopsie there. He was their top scorer, 447 with the 2 goals. Just thought I'd correct that one before we moved on. But that was really interesting, especially because Power brought out a couple of mistakes, especially that big miss at the end, the third goal. It was not something we saw at all from them in the previous series. It was something that we were talking about every other team having these collapses and having these weird moments. It wasn't happening to Power. And I guess that somewhat shows the fact that Wildcard have so much ability to pressure and set the pace.
Yeah, well, I think one of the reasons why Power looked a bit shaky and did in that semi-final is because Formal he had that negative energy about him, about Team Power. Yeah. So I want him to get out of here for this game if we could. I just need some positivity. Yummy, you stay in the call for me, because I don't like what Formal was putting out for Team Power. It made Gus miss, and I just need them to reset here in Game 2 to give us a series.
I think Game 2 is going to be the series decider almost. The way that Power could bring this one back would be very telling. We also saw some mistakes from Wildcard in Game 1, but Game 2 continues on. Power with the first.
Well, look what happens. We get Formal out, we get rid of the negative energy, and Caleb strikes true. We're only 6 seconds in, and Team Power are back.
He's the best player in New Zealand, Caleb. He has moved to Australia at some point, but he's still the best New Zealand player. And he has proven himself once again. Fever almost through the shot, but who is it? It's Caleb again with the save.
Production is certain that first game was just a warm-up. They're not going to give them the point there for Wildcard, and I'm with them. I think that was just a warm-up for this Team Power lineup, the underdogs. But Wildcard looking to strike here. Fever has to take the 50 instead. Luna throwing himself forward. Wildcard certainly looking like a quicker team than what they had to face in the semi-final, Team Power, Yummy, and I think they've just had to take a little bit to adjust.
managed to do so, though Banana Head's going to keep this aggression going forward. Fever has the opportunity to do the same. Torsos, who's usually been so quick in the air, actually gets outpaced from Gus. And oh, that was risky, Banana Head. You're welcome for managing to get that off the post.
That was so close. I think it's still going to be a goal here. No, Torsos zero boost with a beautiful save, and Fever with the speed. They're actually out all of a sudden if Torsos can land on it. He does find the 50, but Luna, even in that first game, I was really impressed. Obviously the MVP of that semi-final, but his defense has been fantastic so far, Yummy.
Would love to see if Luna could have gotten the musty flick a bit more as a pass into centre, but he didn't really have the angle and ability to do that. Even still, that was the start of this aggression. You can still see, CJ, how much they're willing to slow the ball down against Wildcard in the attack. Hasn't quite worked out as well as it has against other teams, but even still, hold on to the 1-goal lead. That might end very shortly as Torsos, he's found the opening of the pass from Fever.
Oh, this was so smart. Even down the other end, you mentioned Gus slowing the ball down, Yummy, but this is what Wildcard do. This is why they're such a top quality team, is as soon as he slowed it down, Banana Head just went for a bump on the second guy in the midfield. He demoed the follow-up, and they had nothing in the offense. They completely lose pressure, and then they punish down the other end.
Maybe that's the weakness of this slow down play style that makes second man and even third man just a little bit more easy and tempting to go for the demo on. And Banana Head, as you said, capitalized on that last time. Now a breakout from Gus. Well, Torsos, as I said, too quick in the air, stops the breakout from happening. Gus goes to the pass back. It's too awkward for Caleb, and it almost was costly. Fortunately, Luna was back.
And Luna's actually flipped over the top of the boost. We'll see how costly that'll be. You can see he's low in the tank. Torsos able to steal it off him. As Gus has missed another touch there, but Luna's been thrown into the ball. Caleb has to be careful briefly to stop the shot. Torsos showing his speed. That one not going to be too much trouble where I thought it was going to be, but they're still very awkward. The speed from Wildcard is really troubling Power.
It's made a couple of moments where Power, who used to be so good with their touches, they always seemed so intentional. They were able to put them in positions where their opponents couldn't get to the ball first. And now, because they're rushing, they're almost just trying to get any touch they possibly can. And it's not working out as well. Still going to be fine as it is a 1-1 game. Banana Head has to win. That is missed. Luna puts that shot on. It is a whiffy to go into a Power lead.
It was Banana Head who whiffed in that TSM overtime win in the previous series as well. That time, I guess the one downside of the Wildcard playstyle is sometimes you're too fast for your own good. That time, he really tried to get a deft touch and he's missed.
I mean, Gus has been quite fast in the air. He's beaten Torsos a couple of times in the air, and I think Banana Head really felt that he could outpace him, and of course he did, but he also outpaced the ball at the same time.
And that's great. Caleb's been caught out. It's just got to scrape in as well. Fever strikes true, and this is what we talk about. You demoed the second guy following, and it's causing all kinds of problems for the last man.
Because you also saw Caleb, he was wanting to stay up in that forward half, just really trusting his teammates. That is what Power like to do, with that trust, with that team synergy. And yet that's what has allowed Banana Head now twice in this game to open up the net, open up the field for Wildcard. So it stays a tied game, a bit of a miss. And an awkward one from Fever that has left them in a little bit of trouble. So Banana Head coming to the rescue, very important, may even lead to a goal.
I just love this play style clash here. I mean, it's, as you mentioned, Team Power kind of playing the teamiest Team Rocket League, and Wildcard on the other side of things, they play so quick that they make a lot more mistakes than Power, but they're so fast in their rotations that they can cover for each other, and they kind of just accept that they're going to make mistakes playing this quick, but just back themselves to be fast enough to recover.
And back that they'll make their opponents awkward. Nobody ever looks as good against Wildcard as they do against anyone else, and that is because of that pace you talked about. 40 seconds remaining. We do have a tied game, so nobody should be too stressed out just yet, even though this is a grand final, and, well, Raleigh and Worlds on the line for both of these teams. Fever with a shot on. Luna up to the task this time. Torsos tried to take it himself, but doesn't get too far.
Fantastic save from Luna, and a real quality shot as well from Fever, as Gus just trying to keep it close. This is huge for Power just to get themselves back in. And Caleb, even with 0 boost, is ready to follow up. Luna now has stolen that mid-100. Got it off the wall around Fever as well. Torsos 0 boost, throws it to the sidewall. Gus has caught it. Can we see some late magic? He's found one more. This is the play. Banana Head this time won't be making a similar mistake. Keeps it, well, still out of trouble as Torsos hits the ground. Another overtime.
I think that moment really epitomizes what Banana Head's all about. Despite the fact that Caleb had pre-jumped, Banana Head still wins the race to the ball. Oh, there's Gus out of nowhere. 3-2, an overtime victory. Luna, all he had to do was beat Fever.
Wow.
It was a little awkward as Caleb gets a second touch to center it.
Look what happens. Formal leaves, the negative energy gone for Team Power, and they lock in for Game 2. It's 2 overtimes so far in a grand final that we're all hoping for. And that was a fantastic play. Luna with the flick, Caleb with a beautiful corner double, puts it on a silver platter for Gus. And they get the win. And Formal, they tie it up.
Yeah, they tied it up. Look, sorry, I had to go away, had to go find the Wildcard logo for everybody to put that back up. And what I miss, apparently, yeah, Power decided to show up. That's good of them. Great overtime victory. Gus looks fantastic on that last goal, but no, it was a good game. I got to give it to them. They responded after some foibles in game 1.
Well, as soon as Luna's back on top of the scoreboard, you know it's going to be a Power victory. You know, he managed to farm the saves, of course, but that's important against Wildcard, who, you know, you got the likes of Fever and Banana Head in particular, who have been known to break open defenses. So being able to get saves against them is incredibly valuable.
Yeah, it was just I mentioned it at the end of that game. It's just I love the play style clash. You know, it's not just two teams going crazy like kind of we saw in the TSM Wildcard semi-final. You've got the Wildcard speed versus kind of the team play of Power and more of a defensive style at trying to keep the ball away from Wildcard. And so far, it's pretty hard to split which one's better right now. We've had 2 overtimes and 2 wins going either way. So, you know, I thought maybe Formal was the curse. I think we'll bring you back in for this one, Yummy, just to see.
And you know what, CJ? I'm sick of you.
What?
I've heard your voice way too much today. I think it is time for me and Formal to get underway with game number 3. And, well, it will be the go-ahead game.
Just got to get rid of the non-believer after Power gets 1 overtime goal. CJ starts to feel, you know, a little too high and up himself.
Too big for his britches.
Exactly. Needs to take a step back and kind of watch how the series might play out. Although I will say this, again, Power bouncing back, jokes aside, big time win, back-to-back overtimes as well for this series. These two teams looking very evenly matched, the clash in play styles. I'm just surprised we're seeing a team, again, with like players like Gus and Caleb, who before have always been just these chaotic forces of energies on the teams they're on, put together composed plays like this.
This is 3 games in a row where Power have scored a really early goal. It is such a massive advantage to get that early kickoff goal, to give yourselves that confidence early. And as you said, it's about Gus and Caleb, have been on a team forever, came up together on the Physicists, who were a team that took down what would become this wildcard roster in the first place way back when, multiple years ago, and now they're seeming to finally find the fruits of their labor.
Yeah, and I think for a player like Caleb to finally be getting kind of the recognition that maybe Gus found a year prior has been fantastic. Taking that regional earlier in the year, I think, has been very satisfying for a player of their caliber. Lunar as well. Again, just being the glue, kind of reuniting this team, and to see them now vying not just for this major victory, but like this regional victory, but looking to get themselves to the major as well. Crazy stuff. And again, outside a couple little mistakes in game number 1, maybe nerves getting to them as Lunar lets that one fall for Banana Head. They have looked like the more composed team. They have looked like the more controlled team, and that in itself is a testament to just good things happening in the Power camp.
I think there's a lot of people here in the OCE community who would love to see Power. They've actually done it. I was going to say, they'd love to see them make it to their first major. Gus, Caleb, Luna have not reached a single one before, and yet they look one step closer right now with that second goal.
Every single one of these goals, every single step closer, just putting more and more of the gap that they've earned for themselves in front of teams as Gus gets another.
Hang on. The belief?
Oh, it's coming. I think it's starting. Where is Wildcard's kickoff game gone, though?
Yeah, I don't know. Wildcard used to have the best kickoff, but apparently it's nothing against, well, their old org in power. Oh, actually, just kidding. They've shown that they still have the kickoffs.
I found it. It's right there. Okay, back to business as usual then as Wildcard returns, but I guess to really go back to the point I was trying to go for before, I don't know. I kind of lost it. I lost it with the kickoff goals. We're gone. I'm sorry. It was something about majors and players making it for the first time, getting that chance. Fantastic stuff, but...
Well, I think the big advantage that we have here, outside of the story for Power, is that Wildcard, even if they lose this series, are all but guaranteed for the major.
Yes.
They aren't guaranteed, but realistically, they should perform well enough in the next event to still make it. So they have a lot less pressure on them here in terms of potential nerves that could come out, but I guess that doesn't matter. They're still going to make the mistakes. What's this?
Normally, this should
Torsos.
be, Torsos gets this in his sleep. Why is he backwards?
Drive downwards. You didn't need to go backwards, mate.
You had all the time in the world to write the card the correct way and yet opts to go for it in reverse. The point I was trying to get at before, which is looking more and more likely, Power wins this. It forces teams like TSM to have to win the next regional. A second place wouldn't be good enough for a tie break. It puts all the pressure on those chasing should Power come out on top, and they are looking in like they're going to do it.
Be instrumental for them to do that, yeah. Especially with the likes of Chiefs falling in 5th, 6th in this event, and TSM not being able to get into the top 2 as well. There's a huge points gap between 2nd and 3rd place for those at home who do not know the points distribution. It is a massive advantage from 12 to 18 points, and 6 points is the entirety of what Chiefs earned for coming 6th place. So you can see how big of a gap that is. 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Still not seeing too much out of Wildcard thus far.
No, I mean, outside of the one kickoff goal and maybe a dangerous touch from Fever that was saved by Lunar, it has been the Power show. Lights out again. Gus playing on another level.
Yeah, everyone's on the Gus bus. They're heading into town, and, well, the matinee is on, and it's Gus, main performer. 4 goals from 4 shots. He's also got 2 saves to back that up, and I don't think he's done, ladies and gentlemen.
I don't want to say he's just warming up. Definitely feeling warm now, but it's how much fuel is into that tank and Power. I mean, look, it's in the name. I think there's going to be a fair bit of it. Save made off the back line. Lunar's going to bring it up. Caleb kind of stalking Banana Head. Goes to the roof. Misses the play, but that's okay. It forces the ball off, and now Gus to Caleb. Down. Lunar. No, doesn't take the shot.
Well, Luna has been the MVP throughout the series, but as we've seen in so many grand finals before, that it can just be one player that completely takes over. So far, that's been Gus. Power have been good at taking turns in the past, but at the moment they don't need to. Gus is continuing the attack. They've still got a 4-goal lead, still shutting out the offensive chances, and once more, Luna this time being the one to shut down the goal.
4 goals up, 1 minute remaining. This will be 2 losses in a row for Wildcard should it continue. That's a timeout angle. That's a regroup angle. That's a figure out what is going wrong right now, because Power just all the momentum, all the plays going their way. As we see Torsos maybe try to get something to push towards the end of the match, but not going to find it there. More Power control.
Luna is going to keep this one pinned in. 30 seconds. It seems impossible here for Wildcard. Well, CJ called earlier that it's either going to be a 4-0 for Wildcard or a crazy game 7. 4-0's obviously off the card, but still 4-1 is possible. 3 goals left if they get a few kickoffs. Well, it's not the greatest goal, but it is a goal nonetheless.
I mean, these kickoffs have been fascinating, so I'm just kind of curious to see where this one might go, and I'll go straight to Caleb this time. Banana Head was enough to challenge it and force it towards Lunar. Torsauce will keep away 15 seconds. Not the kickoff goal Wildcard needed. It will be a Power victory, and Yummy, this is Power looking just as good now as they did in that semifinal. This is looking like the Power that wants to be going to the States.
Not quite the teamwork, not quite the teamiest team that we've seen, but a different type of Power that is just as strong, one that has involved Gus scoring 4 goals, getting 900 points, getting 3 saves. Luna was still quite impactful in that game as well, but most importantly, stopping Wildcard. You know, I thought that it was the curse of Formal that let Wildcard win. I don't think that's the case. Let's bring CJ back in, because you know, Formal's okay in our books.
Yeah, I think we know where the problem is, Yummy. I think we know who's been around when Power's been getting their wins, who's called both of those games.
Oh, Yummy is the Yummy buff.
So you don't like Power getting the wins, huh?
Wildcard. I was a Wildcard prediction with you.
That's fine.
Well, I'm just saying.
Doesn't mean I want Wildcard to win. It means that I'm predicting it. But there's a few mistakes there, CJ, that I noticed. Did you see too much out from Wildcard that you think could change in the next game?
I just think it's interesting they've called a timeout. I know that was a dominant Power win, but this is Wildcard we're talking about. A team that doesn't really like to use their timeout. Maybe they want to, you know, they kind of like, oh, it's fine. Like, you know, come on, we're Wildcard. We'll win another game. So it's just interesting that they've called it there, but they're not. I think they're trying to force it way too much. I mean, we're seeing a lot of double commits in offense where they're just like, oh, let's just go. Like, we should be beating them. And I'm seeing the frustration start to creep in. So I think they just need to, you know, just settle a little bit. That game kind of got away from them. And yeah, I think they're really trying to jam a square into a circle hole at the moment.
Well, at the same token, too, I mean, you say they don't like to use their timeouts, but we also don't usually see them lose 2 games in a row, especially a second one, 5-1 as well. It's just kind of been the direction it's gone for them. So, yeah, I like the regroup timeout. I do expect they'll bring it back. Yeah. The kickoff game, the opening seconds of all 3 of these games have seen Power off to a lightning fast start. I imagine that's got to be an area that they're focusing on during this break.
Well, look, an impressive performance, but that's tired me out. I think I'm going to have to take a bit of a break. So how about we head into game number 4?
Look, we got to keep the series interesting, okay? Whenever he's there, Power wins. We want it tied, CJ. We want the game 7. No, he's not taking it.
It's crazy.
Not a break.
That's crazy. I mean, what is he saying? He's starting to have memory loss. What did he say? He's dementia. And I actually noticed earlier, he said he was going to go cast some cricket and play Rocket League later. And I thought, well, that doesn't make sense to me. But that's all right. We've got to give him his break. He's getting, you know, quite weary in his wisdom of ages. So we'll let him go for one. Let's see what happens here, though, in this game. Can Power really assert themselves off this timeout? Will the timeout buff work for Wildcard? We're about to find out.
I mean, arguably, Wildcard historically has had one of the strongest timeout buffs in the region, if not the strongest, with Jimma at the helm, so we will see. I mean, already improvement, CJ. It's been 45 seconds. Power hasn't scored yet, so looking better than the first 3 games.
Yeah, it's been a little bit. We do see this off the timeout, though. Usually the game, we don't know which way it's going to go, but you can quickly sort of tighten up a little bit straight off the timeout as both teams are kind of thinking, well, what did they talk about? What did they think about? Well, I tell you what, Fever's doing. He's put one in the back of Power's net.
Yeah, that was a good, decisive strike from Fever right there. Steals the boost, sees the opportunity, hard cut. Torsauce was there due to make sure nothing goes wrong, but realistically, this is Wildcard kind of more returning to form, tight rotations, quick shots, and well, a kickoff that initially goes against their way. That's kind of been the Wildcard this series. Gus to Caleb to the backboard. Defense should be there.
It's a good way to just settle themselves here, Wildcard, get them locked into this game. Is just another weird double commit for no reason. Just coming out, as I said, it just feels like they're forcing it a little bit, but they weren't punished there, Wildcard. They found their way into this Team Power defensive third as the reset comes through. This time Luna wasn't quite trusting it, Caleb. Just a bit of panic from both sides at the moment.
Yeah, a little chaotic, but that's okay, I think, specifically for, I'd say, Wildcard right now. I feel like they're a team that's come to really embrace the chaos and embrace the panic. That's where they found a lot of their successes against TSM, whereas Power, I don't know, they seemed a little stronger when they were able to slow it down. It's just been Wildcard not letting them do it. You can see challenge, touch. Nothing given for free to the Power side, and yet still Lunar nearly makes something happen. Banana Head's able to play keep away.
And they're starting to push forward here, Team Power. See it works out. Oh, these are big bumps here. Banana Head starting to be a nuisance. This offensive half, that's what good signs for Wildcard. That's when he is confident in his teammates, that he can just push forward and do as he pleases. You can see Caleb low boost, going to stick close to the ball. This is trouble for He's trying to read this off the backboard. In the end, he probably should have left it for Torsos.
Yeah, get a little bit too over eager. Some patience would have done Wildcard good. However, you know, it's not in their nature. Shot from Banana Head nearly crosses up Lunar. Torsos maybe a little bit too patient trying to find the read on that one. Now Gus with a chance back the other way gets demoed before finding the next touch. Torsos gets bumped as well. Physicality amping up as we hit our final 2 minutes.
Power's done really well. They were all zero boost for a couple of offensive attacks there. They managed to stave off the offense and find it down the other end. What a beautiful first touch. Banana Head was ready, as was Fever. He's kind of a trend of Wildcard. Happy to overcommit. Oh, Torsos needs to be careful. Ooh. He's got zero boost. Does pop it up to Banana Head. We're still seeing a few worrying signs from Wildcard that they're not too comfortable, but I'll tell you what, those overcommits won't help. Luna's made a huge touch. Caleb's got zero boost. Luna's trying to throw himself out there. Wildcard are trying to pin this team in net.
They are trying to keep them pinned down, but they're so fast in doing so that, yeah, they're looking a little uncomfortable. They're missing a couple opportunities. Even in that last approach, it felt like, you know, the bump and they opened the door, but nobody thought to hit the ball. It's just not quite clicking for Wildcard on their attacks yet because they're so aggressive. Power just hasn't been able to gain any ground. They haven't been able to set themselves up, and with the minute 13 remaining, Power might get 1, 2, if they're lucky, 3 more shots on net. Especially with the way how Wildcard is playing, they've got to connect on those chances.
Yeah, Wildcard have set up this ground beautifully, and that's a great fake from Fever if he finds a bump. It's going to be a great double touch for Banana.
What?
He's missed! He's completely missed. It's over to Gus now. Torsos goes sideball, does well to avoid the dunk. Now one more off the wall. Somehow pinches out backwards. Should be game over, but Power is still alive.
Yeah, and again, it was Banana Head rushing the play. Winds up too far in front. Double demo. Here comes Gus. Banana Head alone on defense. Demoed as well. Caleb surely can drop this down. Lunar pulls away. There was a shot, but Lunar didn't like the angle. 30 seconds to go.
And he should have just committed there. There's still a chance, though. Lunar has to go all the way back for this boost. Make sure it doesn't hit the ball on the way through. Rips it across to Gus. There is space. Where's Caleb? He's going to wait down. Fever goes backboard. That's not the best back pass, but Banana Head still ready. 15 seconds. I think Wildcard are just doing enough to hang on to this one. It has been a bit of a scrappy game for both teams. Lunar, can he pop it up to Gus? Has Caleb across. He's missed the touch. That could be enough unless some crazy demos happen here. Ball still up. Banana Head has to read. Lunar, the pitch was perfect, but just not ready. Wildcard tie it up.
Oh, had that shot gone the other direction, like 180 degrees back that other way, maybe there would have been a chance. Instead, straight backwards, and the timeout buff remains 100% today. CJ, they get it done, and now Power wanting some of that takes a timeout themselves, tied 2-2 in the series. That's a
wow.
All right.
Timeout, double timeout buff there, and Yummy Cheese Man might just be the blessing, the buff the Power need. He's only right now cast the Power win.
Yeah, well, you know, when you've got that much positive energy, I'd say, CJ, it's going to happen. But you know, I think you got to give some credit there to Wildcard. One, they didn't let off a kickoff goal right at the very beginning, which was haunting them throughout the series so far. That was an important point, and they just cleaned up a little bit. They were still quite aggressive. They were still committing, double committing at times in offense, but they weren't over committing. They weren't gifting free goals, and so I don't know if that's because of just how the series has gone, or whether it's because they didn't concede that next goal. But I think they do have their path forward.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that one. And again, just keeping the third member back. And not just that, though, but the fact that they were constantly bumping, challenging, it felt like Power was never able to get that first clean defensive touch to set themselves up like they were in the past as well. And they were stuck on their back half. So CJ, over to you. This is your team. You picked them to win it. What are they talking about right now in this timeout? How are they bringing it back?
Well, the big thing I noticed, I think, as you kind of touched on, Yami, they still had the offense. They were still pressuring, but the big change up for Wildcard, they were on their boost like a rash. Like Torsos was stealing the big boost, and that means that Power can't counterattack as easily. So the ball's not coming out as quick, and they're not able to follow up because they're all just thinking, how do I find a big boost on the map? Wildcard are taking them all, and they really suffocated that Power defense. So, yeah, interesting to see.
You know, and I have a bit of an apology, CJ. I said I was sick of you, but you know what? I've missed you. I think it's time to get back underway for round number 5. Whoever wins this goes on to match point.
It does feel a bit like a round 5 instead of game 5 as well. It's been a ding-dong boxing match, back and forth affair, and that's a beautiful defensive play from Luna. And he's got to make another one. He's got 0 boost out of net. He is 1v3ing in defense at the moment.
And when it comes to boxing matches as well, the physicality coming out from Wildcard so far has been difficult to get out of the corner. Gus actually goes to steal the boost, and that maybe lends to something you talked about with that boost control coming from Wildcard. Maybe a little bit more focus on that from Power now.
It's not really a focus from Team Power either. They prioritise positioning over how much boost they have. We saw it before in the semi-final, where you have 0 boost, but they're still pushing up. They're still wanting to be there, but that takes its toll. You can't keep doing it. You still have to secure boost. So that's been a big change up already.
It was difficult to get it past that last defender without absolutely slamming it, and yet Power have managed to do it. This is the power of their teamwork. It has been so solid throughout the weekend so far. Once again, no early goal from Power, which is good signs for Wildcards. But obviously still at no all means it's anybody's game. There's Fever. He's been pretty deadly at the moment. Wildcard hasn't been able to complete the shot. Here's a chance for Banana Head against the backboard, but Gus is up there and wait.
Good positioning from Power. Still low boost though, as they do find a clear downfield to the one man on Wildcard who also had 0 in the tank. Banana Head's grabbed the corner 100. Able to turn on. He's looking for the bump on Luna. Done really well. It's almost a double-edged sword. I mean, I was going to say Luna does so well with low boost, but he has low boost so often. So you do need him. As you can see here, he finds another clear. All 3, they are completely stuffed. This is wide open. There's no one back. Everyone has 0 in the tank.
It really felt inevitable once you saw Luna passing to another on 0 boost, passing to another player on 0 boost. And you can see all Wildcard, like Sharks, circling the entire time, just making sure they're in a position to beat a pass, especially because passing out was realistically the only option that Power had, so it became quite predictable.
You know, it's really, really troubling. Oh, hang on. This is going to be a free goal. How have they done that? Okay, it's a game of boost management versus consistent defense. This is complete overcommit front post. Fever's not ready.
I love that from Gus, though.
Banana Head's not ready either.
He was able to outplay all 3 in the end. He looked like he was originally trying to flick that towards the net, flicked it away into the corner to beat the first player, and a surprising pass downwards to beat the last. So, impressive stuff. A little bit awkward and a little bit flat-footed, I'd say, more than anything else from Wildcard. Speaking of, Caleb was caught flat-footed, getting bumped, goal.
Yeah, he's got to be worried about that third man positioning. That's a terrible 50 from Gus as well. Pretty much lost it straight into his own net. Caleb gets bumped. Wildcard get the lead back.
You know, Power had their opportunity in that very first game, maybe once they got those early goals, to really put the vice down. They could have been in a fantastic position. Now they may start feeling like they've let this series go to waste, but they're not going to worry about that now. They have tied it up. Once again, the kickoffs have been going their way.
Beautiful play. That's the Carmine Corp special. The air dribble immediately into the bump. Just completely opens it up for the free shot from their teammate. That's a great play from Luna. Great finish. Half the game gone and can't split him right now. Oh, look at the kickoff strats. It's a double fake. They've got an open net. Surely this is wide open for Fever. They've completely done them with a double diagonal.
That's incredible. And
What?
Power actually bumped each other out. It's not really an incredible play from Wildcard. It's an incredibly stupid play from Power.
What were they doing?
I don't know. You tell me. You were the king of those plays.
I didn't have the brain to do that in the positive or negative way. I'm not sure how they've conjured up.
I thought they got bumped by Wildcard.
Yeah.
Not that they bumped each
That's
other.
why I thought it was a double kickoff bump, but it was a double team bump, and they've just bumped each other again. This is interesting from the teamiest team, maybe too teamy.
Yeah, trying too hard. Sometimes it's all about keep it simple, stupid. And, well, unfortunately, that means that Power are down 1 goal, despite all the effort they put in just to equalise. They're going to have to do it just all over again. And they're managing to do something right now as they've opened it up. Well, they're never behind for too long.
I was about to call out Caleb here for not grabbing the 100 boost, instead just throwing himself at the ball, but it's worked out in the end. Banana Head forces a poor touch because he wanted the boost. And Power have found all 3 members of Wildcard on the front post. 3-3.
Now, let's look at this kickoff. Will it be? It's not. They didn't really have the opportunity to go for the same kickoff, but at least credit where credit's due. They did not bump each other on that kickoff, and so they stay in equilibrium here. 1 minute 25, Luna dunking his own teammate, but manages to collect it at the same time. See the nerves of a grand final with a major realistically on the line. Either team who wins this either 100% guarantees themselves in the case of Wildcard, or all but in terms of Power. A lot of stakes here. As Luna gets this down to Gus. Can't quite get the shot on.
He does steal the boost though. Gus is the reason they've been in attack for a last minute is because of Gus outpacing Banana Head about a minute ago. And he's really been impressive. We mentioned it in that second game. I mean, he's just able to outpace members of Wildcard, the team that is notoriously the fastest in the region. They're on attack again, finding a lot of bumps. Oh, it's off the corner and rolled in. I thought they thought it was going to bounce out, maybe.
100%. It looks like Banana Head, I think it was. No, it's Fever is thinking that's going to bounce out. I'll intercept it, get it into the corner. It bounces in, and it goes off Caleb. Wow. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck in Rocket League, and it's worked out this time for Power.
Could it be the double timeout buff? It's just so good in OCE. They've got 30 seconds to move on to double match point. It's screaming Game 7 right now. There's all the voices, all the demons in my head right now. I mean, even they're on board. They're screaming Game 7. And it just feels like it, but they've got 14, 13 seconds now. Can Wildcard tie it up, bounce down? This is a huge game win. Team Power can grab this. Caleb has found himself in a really good spot underneath it. He's lost control of the ball. Banana Head's throwing himself. There's not much boost for Wildcard to get going, and they find the win.
Just managed to hold on at the end there. They were really fighting tooth and nail just to keep Wildcard from equalizing, but a very good game in the end from Team Power. It was really from their defensive effort. They had 11 saves across the board. They were able to hold Wildcard to just 3 goals somehow. Formal, you got any insights to us on how Power turned that around?
I mean, look, a little bit of chaos goes a long way. I thought it was over after the kickoff disaster that happened on their side, but no, I mean, they're looking like the faster team in my eyes. They're fighting the challenges, and Gus and Caleb are rising to the occasion, kind of like what we saw Caleb do a couple months ago, and Gus doing it right now. It's fantastic stuff. Of course, I could say the meme thing, Yummy, and say that it's all your casting showing up, giving Power their wins.
Well,
but
it's not a meme. It's just the truth of the moment. He's 3-zip, and as you said, that's a really important win. They found more boost. I feel like they weren't as suffocated by Wildcard. So got to give credit to Adam, coach off that timeout. They really locked it back in.
We expecting a Game 7 Formal?
I think it'd be silly not to at this stage, Yummy. It'd be silly not to. I agree with the demons in CJ's head. I think they've got a good cut to their jib. Good vibes from the demons. I agree with them.
Well, while we get him an exorcism, let's head into Game 6 and see if we do find that illustrious Champions Field. I don't know how this is going to go. Power on the verge of a grand final victory and smelling the salty air of Raleigh. I don't know if it's salty over there, but I'm just going to assume so. Maybe it's salty because they're angry. But at the moment, Wildcard, they're the ones at the back against the wall. They've not been in this situation very often, Formal.
Raleigh, I think it's West Virginia. I believe that's on the coast, so, you know, Atlantic Ocean, pretty salty possibly. Maybe that is where they want to be. I know for one thing, though, if Wildcard does drop this game and drop this chance to qualify for not just Raleigh, but the Worlds, they'd be pretty salty themselves. Having to win 2 games in a row, Caleb pops it forward, caught by Torsos, who, again, is just slowing it down right now.
Wildcard looking for that first goal. They just want to get into the lead right now, and this will be it. Banana Head just needs to put it on target. It's a good setup from Fever, who is playing in front of the ball, getting into the blind spot and beating Luna.
Yeah, that was a great touch from Banana Head right into the middle. I mean, faster team again finds the goal. Things shifting, pendulum swaying back Wildcard's way. Also, yes, North Carolina.
I think we're taking away your
Virginia.
American passport, mate.
That's good.
North
Take it. You can
Carolina,
have it.
West
I don't
Virginia.
want it anymore, man. The Australian one is better. I'll say it.
We'll believe you have the Australian passport one day, but only when you truly take on the Aussie accent.
I'm in trouble then.
For now, you're going to have to stay here, and we're going to have to figure out if, well, we've seen Power throughout the series make a very quick comeback in terms of the goals. And this might be another one. Fever! He stayed high, he floated, and he's done enough. Oh, the fake in front of net, but a save by Torsos, keeping him alive.
This Wildcard card's fallen from the sky, raining saves after shot after shot. Now Torsos leading the charge to the other side. Caleb is there, but has to slow it down. Banana Head wants to play underneath, won't get the chance, left for Fever instead. Caleb now, again, trying to set up something on the power side. Fever stayed deep, goes for the fake, but Lunar has it read.
Torsos still looking for that second goal for Wildcard. They really need that safety given the history of these two teams in this series. Fortunately, back in the defensive half for Wildcard. They're going to slowly work it out, not commit too much to it, although no boost there for Banana Head. Torsos tries to crunch it in the middle, and it's a good thing that Fever was right there. If it got over the top of his head, it was almost certainly a goal for Power.
Whew, cheeky little dunk from Gus as well. Actually could be setting Power up, but they are a little low on the boost side of things, so it's an ill-fated attack. They'd rather play it back, play conservative, wait for Wildcard to come to them, who also kind of took their time. Neither team wanting to overextend, it feels like, Yummy, after getting burned so many times on it. For Wildcard, that's fine. They have the lead.
In a few moments now, I've noticed that Power going for the passing play in maybe dangerous situations. It's been a problem with OCE in the past, actually, where they almost default to the passing play, and that becomes a little too slow and predictable. So they do have to be careful about that. They managed to quite get a goal right there, but they haven't been counter-attacked either. Caleb does have the pass across. Fever again notices what's going on, sees the pass coming, and makes sure it doesn't lead to too much. So Gus, he's built some room for his own. The 1v1 master has taken out Torsos, the ex-top 1v1 player in the region.
Oh my goodness, the perfect flick at the perfect time, the bump as well to secure it. And I mean, look, 2 out of 3 players on Power in a 1v1 situation. I'm kind of leaning on them over anyone else in the region. Gus, great opportunity, gets it in. Now it's Caleb looking for Gus as well. Nearly connect, Banana Head gets in the way.
Oh man, Gus coming in with the 1v1 skills. Gus and Caleb in particular have 1v1'd each other a lot. His longtime friends in the Rocket League scene. And Torsos maybe ruined the day, but he did rounds against other people and got them into those situations. Now Luna Searching for this second goal. Torsos, no boost, beaten down now by Banana Head. They're just trying to crunch it forward, 50 after 50 after 50 forward for Wildcard. A shot on, what an angle from Fever. He's come off the backboard and surprised everyone.
Oh my goodness, Fever
Wow.
just, it's a 90-degree shot, has to find the angle to put it in somehow. Able to get there first as well. Late lead for Wildcard, 1 minute away from a trip to Champs Field. However, Caleb, kickoff. Does he get the bump? He got the demo. Fever was there.
Fever's been all over them. Fever has been MVP of this game for sure. Crucial at both ends, reading the play very well, but we'll need to do that for another 43 seconds if they want to go to Champ Field. And it looks like a possibility is nigh that we get to a Game 7 that pretty much decides Raleigh.
Yeah, an insane position for both these teams to be in again. Power has already done fantastic at getting themselves here, but to be so close to taking a notch off Wildcard's belt, they might have to do one more game unless they can find one last attempt. It's Lunar leading the charge from behind. Caleb wants to find his ticket to the bus. Gus is there. Beep, beep, here it comes. Tie game.
Well, I didn't expect this to happen. Caleb manages to bump Banana Head out of midair, and Torsos was off of running for boost. He doesn't get back in time, and Power, I thought they were done and dusted. I thought Game 7 was there. They proved us wrong. We've got 5 seconds left. It looks like an overtime.
Gus again with a chance. Fever keeps it to the corner, keeping this one alive. Golden goal situation for Power to take the 5th regional. Wildcard, they'll get the first chance. Torsos off the kickoff to the net. Gus is there.
Power have been in control. Now it's Gus. Does he get the flip reset? He looks for it. He forces Banana Head up, and now it's trouble. Fever has to do enough work to get at least his teammates some room for boost. Torsos up, but so is Banana Head. Pre-jump out from Caleb. Gets it down to Gus, and there's another chance, but look how slow these plays are. It's all about getting the ball high in the air.
Yeah, just no boost. Can't really stay on it. It's actually Wildcard, I think, who's going to be set up for something a bit more extended. Torsos gets the next touch, but Lunar well positioned and avoids the clearing touch as well. Now Lunar crosses up, actually over Fever. Gus is underneath. Caleb had a chance. Banana Head off the backboard.
Yeah, he just managed to get into position after he'd missed on the first one. Banana Head maybe thanking his lucky stars. We head to the 1 minute in overtime, and if anyone can maybe cinch it, it will be Fever. He's been creative. Luna doesn't have the boost. It's starting to get a little tacky here in the defense right in front of net. Luna again with no boost, and it's trouble right now for Power.
I think Gus may have just found a bit of breathing room on that touch. Caleb is the one with the boost. Couldn't find a double touch attempt. No, not there. And that was his second wildcard card committing. Banana has to keep it forward. Torsos stays up front. Banana misses.
I thought there was a chance there for Luna to get the own goal. Wildcard were attacking for a good 40 seconds there, and despite having such a good advantage, they still weren't able to break it. That's showing the power of the Power defense at the moment. They've got an attack of their own. Fever maybe gifting that one over to Caleb, but he doesn't make the most of it.
Tried to cross up Banana Head, who just had the reflexes to make the save off the backboard, but still Power keeps pushing forward into the corner. Banana Head over the top. Caleb has to dive back. Ball's going to fall in a dangerous spot unless Lunar can really get it under control. A little bit of mechanics from Lunar over the top. Gus is there, but so too is Torsos.
That shows his confidence, at least, despite the fact that this is an overtime in the grand final. We still see Luna confident to go for the maybe a bit more risky mechanics in terms of the musty flick off the backboard. Big demo here from Banana Head. Another one from Banana Head. But Luna, he stays on the backboard with zero boost again. Saves the day. Caleb saves the day. Gus tries to keep it out, and he's done so well.
And now he's going to be the first one to challenge Fever as well off the roof. Gus, it's a desperate pre-jump, got the beat. Caleb underneath, not quite there straight away. Now Lunar, 50 to the middle. Caleb gets the demo. However, with Torsos slowing it down, it's up to Gus to make the save. He does. Banana Head wants to read the wall, keeps it forward. Another demo. That's Caleb gone. Here comes Banana Head. Finds Fever, but it's not a shot.
He was just a little too close, and that means that he wasn't able to get the angle. Another demo. This is open. Oh my goodness, how did Luna get across? It's off the post. Oh, Gus makes the save. It's an incredible moment in overtime.
Absolute Synagus right there. So many saves on the line, and yet still Wildcard keeps pushing it in. Lunar now one-on-one with Torsos, maybe Banana Head. Misses the flick. It gets to the backboard.
Oh my goodness, that flick was good enough. It's right in front of net, but Banana Head stayed cool and calm, flicks it away. Oh my, even though Wildcard have had a lot of attacks, they haven't been able to finish it till now. We go to game 7.
Oh my goodness. CJ's Demons called it at the start, and here we go. Fever, who has been the driving force of Wildcard, finally finds a way to push him across the finish line after some Herculean defense on the power side. But Yummy, with the way these two teams are going, how could it go any other way?
I don't know. CJ, do you know anything about this game?
That was insane. I cannot believe that would have been the biggest blunder if Power won that game. Not only the fact that they missed one of the worst open nets I've ever seen, smashing the post so no one could follow it up. The fact that it went to overtime, I don't think you guys caught it. Torsos was late on that Gus equalizer. Torsos missed the corner boost, Yummy, and he went back for it to pick it up, which was the reason they equalized, which is the reason why Gus had a random open net, which we'll be able to catch in the highlights. There was a comedy of errors, which is just the beauty of a grand final and the pressure that's on. I mean, of course it's gone 7. We knew it.
You called it at the start, either 4 for Wildcard or 7, and to Champions Field we go. I mean, credit has to be given to Fever though, despite, you know, moments of Wildcard maybe trying to give this one away, as we saw a little bit of that boost you're talking about at the end right there. Fever definitely stayed in it and kept Wildcard competitive enough to get that win in overtime, but you say it best, CJ. These are about to become a game of moments, and I feel like every player on this pitch has had those moments previously before.
There's no Laxon. You know what I mean? There's no Lax. This isn't Laxon Field this time. They've got to do it without him.
They have to, but, you know, Gus has certainly shown his credentials throughout this series. But I would say I've been one of the biggest critics of Gus in terms of his ability to play under pressure, the nerves. This is the final test. If he can win right now, then he has turned around that script. We head to a game 7, ladies and gentlemen. One game all on the line. Wildcard versus Power. Who's going to Raleigh?
And all of us, CJ, Yummy, we all are going to be here for this one. We have to be. Game 7 at Champions Field, Regional 5. Gus leads the charge initially, but Torsos will find a clear straight to Banana.
So much pressure on every touch. Caleb with a massive mistake, but Torsos wasn't quite ready for it this time. We're already seeing the spookiness, Yummy, of Champ Field.
Any little mistake could lead to a loss of the entire series. That's what the precious Science Fever Kelsey managed.
Oh, Banana Head at the nick of time, and again, luck favors Wildcard. They're just hitting 21, 21, 21 on the table, and they stay alive 0-all.
Oh,
if there's one player keeping Wildcard in it, it's Fever.
They're putting the Wild in Wildcard at the moment. This is chaos. I cannot believe Fever got it out. I cannot believe they didn't follow up with the shot. Here's Torsos with a chance. He's faking everyone. He's trying to cook on the sidewall. Fever's going to have to wait with 100 boost. Looks to catch. One over the top. One more. Torsos open now. 1-0 Wildcard.
Oh,
brilliant play coming out. Fever again, just in front of the ball, manages to get underneath it and dribble it over to that first catch. So good.
Yeah, timely play for sure. Wildcard first, the Herculean saves. Then, well, Torsos finding that touch off the kickoff. We've seen some crazy ones already here, Yummy. This one looks a little bit more controlled, though, with Gus now pushing forward. Power, they need to respond. Gus, chance, not there yet.
Oh, he almost found a good bump, though. Here's Caleb trying to keep it in. He knows Gus has more boost, but he still wanted the ball. Luna's got to wait back. It's another whiff coming through Wildcard. Banana Head with 0 boost. All he can do is pop it up. Lucky enough it is to Torsos with 100 boost, but it's still not perfect for this Wildcard team. You can see the panic setting in.
You can almost feel the shaking hands of both these teams. Just nothing quite so crisp in terms of their touches. Even there, Caleb pulling out. I think he'd originally have gone for that one earlier on in the series. Gus gets the second, but not enough for the third.
Yeah, Caleb has been the one who I feel like nerves might be hitting the most right now. Every time you sort of see Caleb in the peripherals, the car is slipping. He's trying to recover. He's just been so overeager to try to pre-jump these plays, trying to get good touches. This time, working in his favor. Gus there to help him out. A centering touch could be dangerous, but the ball just sails over the net.
Yeah. Team bumps as well coming out from Power. They're not doing themselves any favor in terms of breaking that wildcard defense.
So smart, though. Down the other end, you can see Banana Head just working his way through off the wall to Torsos. The close passes, the three-man offense. Fever just wants to go, keep the ball in. He's found two. The corner boost up for grabs. Fever won't be able to land on it, though. He will be slow back as Caleb can drag it across.
Yeah, Caleb all the way across opposite corner. Banana Head there waiting, but it still should be a power attack, yet Lunar's positioning a little bit off, has to concede ground. Wildcard will take advantage of that backboard. Nobody down straight away. Torsos again wants to play the corner. Gus again tries to clear space. Now maybe Power gets something cooking, but immediately Wildcard throws it back.
Fever tries to keep it in. Wildcard look happy to keep it into the corner, especially considering Power have been a little bit more prone to double committing in that defensive area. They kind of know that the mistake is going to come through if they can just pile the pressure on.
How did he find the dunk there, Caleb? But this is where you still have to do the little things for me. You still have to look for the boost grabs and just play the time. You don't want to overcommit on every offense. You need to try and build some pressure as Caleb has zero boost and he just makes the save.
I mean, you can only play the time for so long, though, CJ. A minute and a half left right now. Power, they've been struggling to find shots. Wildcard, though, they've only found two so far. It's actually been a bit more power-sided when it comes to attacking, yet Wildcard still holds on to the lead.
Been really impressed with Banana Head's positioning. Even though it's a Game 7, he's still providing that passing opportunity. It's his teammates that are maybe still just hitting the ball forward a bit too much. Maybe reasonable with only 1 minute left.
Also showing his poise, showing his veteranship. There could be an open net. He can't get there. Fever makes it 2-0.
And in a series about moments, Fever in the past two games has been finding most of them. Just a well-placed shot. Gus unable to flip the car back around in time to reach the opposite post. Under a minute, 2 goals. Wildcard, they're doing it again, Yummy.
It really just feels like a power crumble right now. They've played such good rock for 6 games, and then when the pressure is truly the highest, they haven't been able to show their best.
Yeah, it looks like a team that's already qualified for the major, for the world champs, versus a team that's never made an international RLCS event right now. They can't quite get the job done, but there's still 30 seconds. There's still time right here.
Yeah, but they need to capitalize now, and the ball has just allowed too much time to freely roam across the net. A chance, but Gus doesn't get the 50 he needs. No dunk. Caleb underneath Banana Head still finds the touch. 15 seconds away. Wildcard could be qualifying for Worlds.
They just know that they need to hold on to this ball. Fever gets it away. 9 seconds. The clock ticks down. It doesn't look like Power even have a chance. Wildcard have won the grand final. They booked their tickets to Raleigh, and they booked their tickets to Worlds.
They shut them out on Champions Field, the most important game of all, and they are through. I mean, come on now. How do they keep doing it? Every single event, they dominate online, and they always book their ticket as expressly as possible to every RLCS event. Congratulations to Wildcard Gaming.
Congratulations indeed. And I know a lot of people are probably screaming how, he can't keep getting away with it. But Fever really was that guy in this series of moments, and Wildcard really was that team. I want to say, stepping back though, for this power lineup, semifinals last regional, finals this one, Yummy, the puzzle pieces are there. They've almost got it completed together. I think they just needed experience as the last piece. Yeah. And next time they get there, now they have that.
Well, I think they just showed a really good play style, great teamwork, the most composed team before the grand final, and even in moments of that games in that grand final as well. And all they need is that experience. Maybe they even just need to make one major, because once you've made the major and you come back to OCE to a smaller stage, it's that little bit easier compared to, the big LAN in front of a crowd.
I think there's that, but also I think there's still some room for improvement in their play style. I feel like the way they play on the ball as a team, we talk about them being the teamiest team, is fantastic. But I think what Wildcard showed them up there in is the off-the-ball stuff. The demos were clearly in Wildcard's favour. The boost, controlling the boost on the map as well. I love the way that Power follow each other up, but they need to find easier ways to score as well. They need to find more sustainable ways to defend, and that starts with boost and off-ball plays.
I think they also sometimes defaulted to a pass out of defense to the point where Wildcard were almost marking a man ready to intercept the pass when they knew that they were on low boost.
And again, it was kind of once they figured that out, it felt like Banana Head and Fever in particular taking advantage of that. But taking a look at the points right now, 20, 18, 16, all three of those teams still very much in the hunt.
It's still very open. The one problem that I think a lot of teams do have is the Wildcard equation, in the fact that not that trying to beat out Wildcard, that's impossible, but that Wildcard seem to win every grand final. So if I'm fine in the West and you need 6 extra points to overtake Power, usually you'd want to win a grand final to do that. That's going to be really hard.
Yeah, you'd really need if it is a top 2, if it is a loss to Wildcard in a grand final for I'm fine in the West, then Team Power have to get a top 6. Then you get your 6-point buffer on the final event. So yeah, kind of relying on Power perhaps underperforming if you're fine in the West. But for the other teams here, Form, when you're looking at Healthy Chiefs and TSM, their destiny, their fate is still completely in their own hands. They just need to perform in the final open.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look, the Chiefs, obviously you're thinking, oh, great, we have to get one round better. If Power makes semifinals, we're toast. There's always the option of possibly beating Wildcard. I mean, and that's in the sense why, if they win that regional, Chiefs still get in. Power, obviously, they make top 2. They're probably laughing. They're pretty good. TSM also, similar to the Chiefs, it feels like they have to win. And I'm sorry, but I think I'm fine in the West is done. I don't see a reasonable path for them.
No, I mean, coming second over the top. If TSM came second over the top of a Power third, then they would be a tiebreaker and would get an extra series to qualify for Raleigh. Similarly, if Healthy Chiefs, it's not second over third, it's actually third over fifth, they would be in a tiebreaker over Power. So there could be some really, really interesting tiebreakers in the next event.
It's all shaping up to, I'd say, one of the most exciting events so far. If this one wasn't exciting enough, I mean, we saw the most OCE Rocket League, at least game. I don't know, whole series, but at least individual game we've ever seen, as well as some incredibly high quality action in that grand final.
I think we saw the most OCE series with that first one with Chiefs and TSM, and then we got the most OCE game with that overtime with Wildcard and TSM. So we really had them both just in different series throughout the day.
Little question for chat as well as we wrap up today. What did you guys feel about the rotating cast on the grand final?
I thought it was good. I liked it. Did anyone else?
I liked it too.
It was actually
it sounded
good.
fresh.
It felt alive, there was where people were moving, people were in and out. Wait, were we meant to do that? I thought we were just kicking people just randomly.
Yeah. Sorry, I was running off to help production fix a couple of those graphics between games 1 and 2. That's all.
I thought we were actually doing a thing. I guess I really am getting old, so
yeah,
I thought it was planned. Fair enough.
No, this is what it is. But no, it was super fun. Another fantastic championship Sunday. I mean, why would I show up for the Saturdays when the Sundays are this good? I feel like that'd diminish.
Wait, guys, can you convince this idiot to actually show up for Saturdays for once? Even for a game?
But the Sundays are just so much fun. I mean, I don't want to hang out with you guys for too long. It's quality over quantity. It's just like the Team Power offense, it's quality over quantity. Which didn't work as they lost, but that's all right.
Well, I do expect that we will see more of Power, maybe Power at the major. In 2 weeks' time, we're going to get the final week. We got any final words from you two as we head towards what is actually the end of the OCE season very soon?
Bring back the third split. I want more of this in a year. Bring back the third split. It too still feels too short for me. The fact that we're already at the end is a little bit sad, CJ. I don't know about you, but I mean, I just never want these events to end when they're this fire.
Yeah, it could be the first time I actually agree with you. I feel like we're just missing a little bit extra, a little bit more beef on the OCE online season. So it's certainly cutthroat, but I feel like teams are still figuring things out, figuring each other out. So we'll see what happens. But yeah, I can't wait for next event.
On the plus side, we only have one more event of terrible predictions from Formal. Thank you everyone for showing up. Chat's getting bigger and better. We had so many people watching today, but also so many people commenting, and actually really nice comments today compared to yesterday. So I love you guys all for that. A big shout out once again to Fortress Global, Fortress for running the production. We wouldn't be on this channel, we wouldn't have an OC broadcast or anything like that if it wasn't for those guys in particular. So make sure if you want to thank anyone for this OC broadcast, you give them a shout out or thank them or whatever it is in the chat, in Twitter, wherever it is you want to go. But otherwise, that's the end of the weekend. We'll see you all in 2 weeks. Thank you very much. Stay safe, stay sane.